Chapter 1601. Esteemed guest. Ah. In that case, it seems I'll be busy in the kitchen soon. His face did not betray any emotions, but he was a bit rattled on the inside. What is up with today? He had wandered the dream realm alone for about 3 years after becoming a saint, only returning to the embrace of civilization a year ago. So, the brilliant Emporium had not been open for too long. In that time, Sonny had brushed sides with some members of the cohort, but it did not happen often. And definitely not in any kind of meaningful way. Which was how he preferred it. He was being contradictory in that desire. Perhaps, after all, the very reason Sonny had chosen to open his shop in Bastion was because many of his old friends were here. Well, there was another reason as well, but that was the deciding factor. Still, while he could maintain a level of nonchalance while meeting people like Teacher Julius or the Irregulars, it was different with his former companions. Being close to them was both sweet and painful, but mostly painful. Which was why he both yearned to see them and preferred to avoid them at all costs. Sonny knew that getting closer to the cohort members would only bring him anguish and torment. Nevertheless, he was sometimes tempted to abandon reason and ingratiate himself into their company once again. Luckily, in the end, reason always won. In any case. Calm down. You brought this on yourself, anyway. Not only was the brilliant Emporium bound to attract the attention of local powerhouses eventually, but there was also Aiko. There were less than 100 survivors of the Forgotten Shore alive now, and she was one of them. Many of the firekeepers were on friendly terms with her, so they visited her place of work often. Sadly, that did not translate into memory sales. As the elite battle force led by Nephis, they not only had access to the best weapons and equipment the great clan Vela could supply them with, but also spent most of their time on calamitous battlefields, earning plenty of powerful memories of their own. Kai and Effie were among Aiko's friends, too. That was how Sonny had established the partnership with the Beast Farm in the first place. He sighed and beckoned Little Ling's dad. Please come in. I'll pour you something cold and refreshing while you wait. The two of them carried the ingredients into the kitchen, witnessing a peculiar scene. Little Ling was giggling as he jumped around like a rabbit, reaching his small hands toward Aiko. The petite girl, meanwhile, had sought refuge at high altitude and was floating near the ceiling with a distressed expression on her face. Auntie! Auntie! Come down! She threw a resentful glance at Sonny, sighed, and glided to the floor. Catching the little boy, Aiko nimbly spun him around and then patted him on the head. Here. I'm down. How about we get you some ice cream, Wolfie? Just be a good boy. The rascal immediately put on a subdued expression and looked at her with his huge eyes. His entire being expressed nothing but well-behaved obedience. Little Ling is a good boy. At the sound of his solemn voice, Aiko couldn't help but smile. All right. Then, let's go. Soon, the little boy was sitting at one of the tables and happily swinging his legs in the air. In front of him was a bowl of ice cream, adorned with freshly cut strawberries. The ice cream was disappearing with a frightening speed. His dad, meanwhile, was drinking a glass of cold lemonade as he watched the street through the window. Sonny was looking at the contents of his icebox, wondering if there would be anything left for other customers after Effie was done plundering his cafe. Soon, he heard the sound of the silver bell ringing, and an excited yelp. Mommy! Then, there was a sound akin to a torpedo hitting the hull of a warship, and the entire marvelous mimic shook. Dust spilled from the ceiling. Letting out a sigh, Sonny turned around and left the kitchen. Effie was perhaps the only person who could withstand the full force of Little Ling's excited pounce without being pushed back or reeling. She had easily caught the brat and raised him into a tight hug, laughing. The boy was hanging from his mom's tall body like a monkey. Hey there, dumpling. Miss me? I'm not a dumpling. I'm a boy. All right, but why are you so tasty? Moo me. As Effie pretended to bite Little Ling, he giggled happily and squirmed in her embrace. Sonny observed the scene while suppressing a smile. Despite the flow of time, Effie had not changed at all. She was still the same tall, beautiful, and vibrant woman Sunny had met in the Dark City. Her athletic body was still brimming with boundless vigor and vitality, her perfect lean muscles rolling under the dewy olive skin. Of course, there were changes, too. Effie had grown even more appealing, her transcendent allure capable of bringing countless men to their knees. There was a subtle, but palpable presence about her, too. Perhaps it had always been there, but now there was no mistaking it. Wherever Effie went, the air brimmed with liveliness and energy. Everyone around her felt a certain primal intensity permeate their bodies, infusing them with stimulating, spirited force. Such was the effect that Saint, raised by wolves, one of the most famous and beloved warriors of humanity, had on people. Carrying little Ling, she walked over to where the Nameless guy was sitting, hugged him with one hand, and kissed him on the cheek. Then, she looked at Aiko and grinned. "Hey there, shorty. Gods, have you grown even tinier? I really can't. Aiko, you're so cute. Every time I see you, I just want to squeeze you and dress you up." The petite girl frowned. "There will be no more squeezing happening today, thank you very much." Effie laughed. "That stupidly gorgeous boss of yours, as well. Ah, he's just like a porcelain doll. If I wasn't a married woman, I would have definitely tried dressing him up. Or, undressing him would be fine, too." Aiko's eyes widened, while little Ling's dad spat out his lemonade. Effie's smile turned a little strange. She fluttered her lashes sheepishly, then coughed. "Oh. He's standing right behind me, isn't he?" Chapter 1602. Short, dark, and handsome. It seemed that he had tripped. Without missing a beat, the enigmatic shopkeeper regained his balance with a graceful half-step, extended his hand unhurriedly, and caught all 3 cups on the tray without spilling a single drop. A moment later, he smoothly approached the table and placed the cups down, acting as if nothing had happened. Then, the nonchalant young man smiled pleasantly and gave her a respectful bow. "Saint Athena. Welcome." Effie found herself unable to speak for a moment. Damn. So cool. At the same time, Sunny was nothing short of panicking on the inside. What the hell? No, what the actual hell? I mean, what the hell? How could she go and say something like that? And right in front of her husband, too. Did that woman have no tact? Glancing at Ling's dad covertly, Sunny noticed that the young man was looking at him apologetically. He seemed more embarrassed than anything, with no signs of anger or insecurity written on his handsome face. It seemed that the Nameless guy was used to his wife's antics. Well, it made sense. Why wouldn't he be? Sunny had been teased relentlessly by Effie. What made him think that the poor bastard would have had it any easier? If anything, as her husband, he probably had it way worse. Effie, meanwhile, smiled and said in a reserved tone, "Oh, Master Sunless. You were here." It stung a little. The fact Effie used his name instead of a nickname, like she did with her close friends, stung. The fact that she made an effort to act with decorum around him stung, too. Even not being openly teased by her caused a dull ache in his heart. But at the same time, seeing her healthy and well made him happy. Being around her felt familiar and nice, too, even though he was nothing but a dull, unassuming merchant in her eyes. A passing acquaintance not deserving of a second thought, unremarkable and easily forgotten. Someone not worthy of her time, let alone attention. In fact, it was strange for her to even remember his name. But that was the best Sunny could hope for. For now. He nodded politely. "Indeed. I took the liberty of making some coffee for you to enjoy while the food is being prepared. Aiko, you take a break and keep our esteemed guest company." Effie was being uncharacteristically taciturn, probably because she felt uncomfortable around a stranger. She was also looking at him strangely. If Sunny did not know better, he could have even imagined that she was feeling shy. But, surely, That was impossible. Bowing again, Sunny turned around and fled into the kitchen. Of course, he made sure to make his retreat seem calm and dignified. As he was walking away, though, he couldn't help but hear little Ling giggling. He. Clothes are itchy. Can Mommy undress Ling Ling, too? Feeling his ears burning, Sunny dove behind a door. Damnation! Right. He had to concentrate on cooking, knowing Effie's appetite, nothing less than a veritable feast would do. Sunny did just that, manifesting an avatar and several pairs of shadow hands. Slicing, dicing, washing, roasting, boiling, simmering, stirring, he had to do a lot of things at the same time just to distract himself from thinking too much. Thankfully, his other two avatars were busy at the moment, as well, increasing the load on his consciousness. An idle mind was a restless mind. So, Sunny preferred being busy. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but hear bits and pieces of the conversation happening in the dining hall. Shorty, is your boss single? I have someone in mind to set him up with. Single? Actually, his double. I mean, there's two of him. Who? In any case, leave my boss alone. Every time you people show up, my career takes a nosedive. First in the Bright Castle, then in NQSC. I swear to the dead gods, Effie, if another of my employers decides to enlist and become a war hero after spending time with you lot, I'll take it personally. Ah. Are you still angry at Kai? Actually, he asked me to pass a message to you. Tell that pretty bastard to keep his messages to himself. Unless he wants to help me sue himself for unlawful termination, I don't want to hear a word from him. He. Bastard. Bastard. Ling Ling. Don't say that word. Sunny shook his head and let out a sigh, thinking that Aiko was being too harsh on Kai. Actually, Effie and her were not that close. The two of them were on friendly terms and shared a deep bond as the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, sure, but back then, Aiko had lived in the Bright Castle, while Effie had been a huntress of the outer settlement. Their paths had not intersected often. Another point of connection between them was Kai, who knew the petite girl much better from their days of paying tribute to Gunlorg. Aiko had even worked as his manager after returning to the waking world. So, when he chose to end his idle career and enlist in the military, she lost her job. As a result, Aiko seemed to be holding a grudge. Which was a bit sad, considering that she was one of the main reasons why Kai had ended up as a saint in service of the government, to begin with. Kai's life could have been safe and comfortable as an awakened, but he had chosen to follow Sunny and the rest of the cohort into the Second Nightmare, and later joined the Southern Campaign. One of the main reasons he had done that was the shame he felt about not having done anything to help Aiko when she was being harassed by one of Gunlorg's pathfinders. The bastard whom Nephis had eventually killed. So, Kai never wanted to be powerless to help people like Aiko, and Aiko herself, ever again. That was his motivation to seek strength and continuously put himself at risk as one of the government's champions. What a messed up situation. The web of human relationships was like that, and sometimes it seemed that people were helplessly stuck in its complicated embrace. Sunny, on the other hand, had been forcefully freed from that web. And yet, his situation was just as messed up. He chuckled. There was no salvation from the human mess anywhere. Chapter 1603. Here's a rumor. And Effie was, without a doubt, very famous. The world had changed a lot from the day he awakened. Back then, there had been barely a few dozen transcendents in existence, each representing the absolute pinnacle of human tenacity and achievement. They were distant and dazzling, like living legends. Today, though, there were more than 100 saints out there. They were still revered and venerated, and each of them was still an absolute elite, an exalted warrior and champion, the best of the best humanity had to offer. But, still, not all saints were made equal. All of them were remarkable, but some were more remarkable than the rest. In general, the 100 transcendents were often divided into 3 loose tiers. The lowest tier, if such a description could even be applied to these legendary figures, was the largest, and mostly consisted of those saints who had reached Transcendence after the Southern Campaign. They were younger and less experienced, and their path to sainthood had been a little easier than that of their predecessors. So, these undoubtedly outstanding warriors were still considered a bit weaker than the rest of the saints. The middle tier consisted of the few most talented representatives of the new generation, as well as of the old guard, of those seasoned veterans that had reached Transcendence before the Chain of Nightmares. Saints like Sky Tide, Summer Night, Silent Stalker, Bloodwave, and Wake of Ruin were among them. These powerhouses wielded fierce powers and possessed a frightening amount of experience, each towering above the rest of humanity like mythical giants. However, there was still someone above them. Each of these unique individuals was a singular existence, a presence that broke all the rules. Their terrifying power could hardly be measured, and they stood apart from even the saints, inferior only to the sovereigns themselves. There was no word for what these people were, but everyone knew their names. The government possessed 3 of these exceptional champions, raised by Wolves, Nightingale, and Soul Reaper. Clan Song possessed 3, as well. They were Mordred, Seishan, and Beastmaster. And lastly, Clan Vela possessed 2. They were Nephis and Morgan, the Sword Sisters. Of course, there were saints of equally terrible power who were completely unknown. One of them was Cassie. The other one was Sunny. And that was pretty much it. So, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that a very famous saint was currently visiting the brilliant Emporium. Saying that she finally understood what the female firekeepers had been talking about when they mentioned the Eye Candy Cafe. Sunny frowned subtly. Eye Candy Cafe? I haven't heard of it. Do I have a new competitor? New shops and restaurants were popping up in Bastion almost every day, so he was not very diligent about keeping up with the competition. Whatever. All the more reason to make sure that Effie is satisfied with her experience in the brilliant Emporium. Then, she can tell the firekeepers to stay loyal to it. Her own soldiers, as well. Although the government awakened have fewer coins to spend, there are a lot of them. Eventually, he used one of his bodies to start serving the dishes. Various side dishes, a mountain of dumplings, tender barbecued meat, black bean noodles, steamed buns, spring rolls, red rice cakes, and perfectly cooked rice. He had really outdone himself this time. Panting, Sunny wiped his hands on the apron and smiled pridefully. Back in the dining hall, Effie had already demolished half of what he had cooked and let out a satisfied sigh. Ah! This is great! Then, she gave his avatar thumbs up and added, "Can I get another one of everything?" Sunny's smile wavered. Asterisk. After Effie was done with her meal, she stayed for a while, catching up with Aiko. They had invited Sunny to join them, but he politely refused and returned to the reception desk, pretending to read the Monster Almanac. Therefore, he accidentally heard Effie sharing some information about the meeting she had attended in the castle. It's about the winter solstice, of course. Which is today. By tomorrow, many sleepers from the waking world would be sent into the dream realm, scattered all across its territory. With how many humans are here now, most will find their way to the nearest settlement without much problem. The rest will be picked up by the patrols we've jointly established. Well, apart from those who are unlucky. She grew quiet for a moment, and then added in a somber tone. Of course, there very well may be poor bastards like us too. Since not all regions of the dream realm have human presence, they can be lost. No one wants the Forgotten Shore to be repeated, so this time, there is an initiative to widen the search area. Vela is even sending a team into a death zone. Aiko frowned. Let me guess who is going to draw the short straw. They're going to send Changing Star, aren't they? Effie sighed. Yeah. My poor princess can't catch a break. Well, of course, it's all a ruse. The real reason they are sending her there. She lowered her voice. Is the Lord of Shadows. Sunny turned the page of the Monster Almanac, his face remaining perfectly neutral. Aiko, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow. Lord of Shadows? Who is that? Effie gently caressed little Ling's head. The boy was resting his head on her lap, fast asleep. His dad, meanwhile, simply listened to their conversation while sipping coffee with a smile on his face. The huntress shrugged. He's just a rumor, but since Vela is taking action, I guess he's not, after all. In any case, there has been a lot of talk about a mysterious saint appearing in the death zone between the Sword Domain and the Song Domain not too long ago. If he really exists, and has been able to survive there alone for so long, then he is immensely powerful. Of course, both domains would want to obtain his allegiance. She hesitated for a moment, then added darkly. Or, if that is not possible, to make sure that no one else gets him. I guess they are sending Nephis to test the waters. Shaking her head, Effie remained silent for a few moments, and then laughed. Can you imagine? I mean, has Anvil lost it, or what? Don't get me wrong, I love Princess, but really, she is probably the worst person in the world to use as a negotiator. Sunny couldn't help but agree. Of course, what Effie did not know was that the person Nephis was supposed to negotiate with was sitting just a few meters away, having just served her a delicious dinner. Chapter 1604. Brave New World. Sunny let out a quiet sigh. Things were progressing according to his calculations, but at the same time, he felt that it was sometimes unpleasant to be right. Many things had changed since Antarctica. But many things were also the same. The balance of power was entirely different, for example. Sunny had been born at the time when the three great clans were in charge of humanity, so for the longest time, he simply assumed that that was the natural order of things. But actually, although some legacy clans had always been more prominent than the others, the three great families, Vela, Song, and Night, only rose to their exalted status shortly before he was born. And now, the status quo had changed again. Even though there were still nominally three great clans, in practice, only two remained. The House of Night had lost its competitive edge for a multitude of reasons, the main being that it lacked a sovereign. Without a sovereign, the Masters of the Storm Sea could not bring millions of mundane humans into their area of influence and develop their citadels into prosperous cities. They could not keep up with the exploding number of awakened, masters, and saints the other two great clans now commanded, either. In short, the House of Night had been relegated to the role of a supporting player in the great game between Vela and Song. The role of the government was not the same, either. Now that the sovereigns had revealed themselves and the exodus of humanity from the waking world had quietly begun, the writing was on the wall. As the force mainly responsible for maintaining the cradle of humanity, the government had no choice but to become obsolete. Perhaps it was not going to happen in a decade, or even several decades, but their days were numbered. Unless the government changed, that was. And so, it was changing, slowly developing its presence in the dream realm. Strangely enough, despite the bleak future, the government's power had actually grown in recent years. Although there were not a lot of saints in its employ, 3 of those saints belonged to the highest tier of transcendence. There were countless awakened and a large number of masters remaining loyal to the army, as well. So, the government had actually shortened the gap and was now almost as powerful as the House of Night. It was nowhere near the 2 nascent kingdoms of the Dream Realm, though. And those kingdoms, Sword Domain and Song Domain, had changed the least. The war between the 2 great clans was not being fought in the open, but it had never ended. The only thing preventing it from progressing to direct conflict was that the 2 domains did not share a physical border. Yet. But, in fact, the territories of Song and Vela were dangerously close to each other. It was just that they were separated by a perilously dangerous death zone. That death zone was doomed to become the first battlefield of the inevitable open war between the 2 dream kingdoms. It was also where Sunny had established his citadel, right in the middle of this exceedingly important strategic region. And where his 3rd avatar was currently hunting down anything stupid enough to challenge his rule. His thinking was simple. He had to put himself in an advantageous position for when the war inevitably started. Because after 3 years of wandering the dream realm alone and slowly losing his mind, he realized that he didn't want to observe the end of the world and the birth of a new one from the sidelines. He wanted to be right in the middle of everything, shaping the outcome to fit his will and achieving his goals in the process. Well, anyway, that was the third avatar's problem. The second avatar was keeping an eye on Rain and cautiously exploring the hidden side of Ravenheart. This Sunny, meanwhile, was simply running a shop and occasionally feeding gluttonous saints. "Hey there, Master Sunless. Can I ask you a question?" Sunny looked away from his book and turned to Effie. "You certainly can, Saint Athena." Effie hesitated for a moment, then smiled mischievously. "Is Sunless really your name?" "You know, I'm not saying that it sounds like something an 8th grader would call himself, but I'm also not saying that." He stared at her with a polite expression. "Didn't you name your son Dumpling?" Effie flinched. What? "No. Ling, his name is Ling. It's the name that belonged to a dear friend of mine." Sunny smiled and turned back to his book. "My mom, you see, had a poetic soul." He hesitated for a moment, and then added nonchalantly, "Also, I never attended school. So I wouldn't even know what an 8th grader would call himself." Asterisk. Effie, Little Ling, and Little Ling's dad eventually went on their way, leaving a mountain of dirty dishes behind. Sunny used his avatar to wash them while resting on the porch and listening to the lively sounds of Bastion. Although his shadow sense could reach far and wide, he didn't dare use it right under Anvil's nose. The King of Swords possessed unrivaled authority within his domain, after all, and few things escaped his gaze. Chances were, he would sense someone exploring his capital through unseen means. So, Sunny kept to himself. Soon, the midday crowd arrived, and he spent a couple of hours in the kitchen cooking various lunches. That crowd disappeared, as well, leaving the brilliant emporium empty. Sunny was drowning in a strange melancholy after meeting Effie. The time she had spent in his restaurant had felt very uplifting, but now that she was gone, only wistfulness remained. It was his birthday, as well. But she didn't remember. No one did. Honestly, even he had almost forgotten about it himself. What was the big deal, anyway? Suppressing a sigh, Sunny closed his eyes and concentrated on his other avatars. That was another advantage of existing in several places simultaneously, he was almost never bored. So, Nephis is coming. It was not unexpected, but happened sooner than he had thought. How long would it take her to find the Nameless temple? Knowing Neph, 2 weeks, at most. So, he had 2 weeks to mentally prepare himself. That was probably enough time. Rain needs better arrows, too. Time passed swiftly while he contemplated various matters. Then, a new customer arrived. This one, however, was not here for a meal, but rather for a memory. Chapter 1605. Memory Boutique. It was a young woman wearing light armor and a white cape, and awakened. Her elegant beauty and golden hair were lovely, but her expression was cold and composed, creating an uninviting impression. Sunny did not really care about what she looked like, though. The aloof awakened was important because she was one of his clients and had come to retrieve a memory. More than that, she was a legacy. Which meant a hefty commission and a great boost to the brilliant Emporium's reputation. Plus, she was a passing acquaintance from Sunny's former life. Even though they had only met a few times, hers was still a familiar face. He smiled and bowed politely. "Awaken tell." "Welcome." The young woman glanced at him sternly and nodded. "Master Sunless. I'll be leaving Bastion soon, so I wanted to check on your progress. It would be convenient if you procure a suitable memory before I depart." He couldn't help but widen his smile a little. "It is good that you decided to pay the brilliant Emporium a visit, my lady. In fact, I have just recently acquired something that might be of interest to you." Sunny did not make a big secret of the fact that he could craft memories, but he was hiding the extent of his abilities. So, For the more demanding commissions, he pretended to be a mere merchant. Very few people knew what he was really capable of. For most, it seemed like he simply possessed a network of connections that allowed him to find and purchase suitable memories in a timely fashion. Sunny signaled Aiko to hold down the fort and invited Awakened Tell to follow him downstairs. Passing through an ornate wooden door, they descended a set of stairs and entered the spacious basement of the marvelous mimic. There, a large chamber was illuminated by the soft light of enchanted lanterns. The furnishing was luxurious, but tasteful, exuding elegance and class. Various memories were displayed in glass cases that were attached to the walls, sharp steel glinting on dark velvet. No sound from the upper floor reached this silent place, creating a solemn atmosphere. In short, Sunny had nothing to do with designing how the memory boutique looked. It was all Aiko's work. The petite girl possessed much more knowledge on how to actually sell memories, both because she had been close to Stev, the caretaker of the Bright Castle's arsenal, and because she had run the actual operation of Sunny's brilliant emporium in the past. Plus, she was generally savvy when it came to business. Aiko had explained her rationale well to make Sunny sign off on all these expensive furnishings. There were much more awakened now, but good memories were still quite expensive. In that sense, they were much closer to luxury goods than to common tools. Therefore, a memory shop had to cater to a luxurious clientele in order to seem reputable. The classier it looked, the more inclined affluent clients would feel about spending their coins here. Although Aiko had complained that the brilliant emporium had only sold one memory in the last 2 months, it was actually not that bad of a result. In fact, Sunny only had to sell a memory once in a while to keep the business afloat. Selling one every month, meanwhile, would be more than enough to turn a large profit. Right now, the main problem he faced was not weaving memories, but actually crafting them. Since Sunny did not want to reveal his secrets, he was reluctant to partner up with external specialists. Therefore, he did everything alone, playing the role of a blacksmith, jeweler, tanner, tailor, carpenter, and so on himself. He was surprisingly good at it. Well, actually, it was not very surprising. Sunny had learned the basics of craftsmanship a long time ago. Every awakened knew how to survive in the wilderness, which included maintaining their equipment, constructing shelter, sewing up wounds, and many other things. Additionally, he deepened his knowledge of all kinds of crafting while learning to weave memories. That knowledge was then put to the test when he lost access to the nightmare spell and had to survive in the remote regions of the dream realm alone for 3 years. Most importantly, though, Sunny was a weaver. His ability to craft weaves of essence strings made all other forms of craftsmanship seem accessible. He also had a golden touch due to consuming weaver's phalanx. Lastly, he was a transcendent. His dexterity, physical coordination, and precision were unrivaled. His senses were vastly superior to those of mundane humans, and his mental acumen was far beyond the norm. In short, Sunny had put a lot of effort into mastering his trade, and was confident that he would not lose to the famed forge masters of Clan Valor when it came to the quality of his craftsmanship. Although, he was somewhat envious of all the tools and resources they had access to. Awakened Tell could not see it, but there was more than one chamber in the basement of the marvelous mimic. Sunny also had an expansive workshop hidden behind the boutique, containing everything he used to do work, from a forge and a kiln to a pottery wheel and a sewing machine. There was also a large storage room where various materials, mostly sourced from the carcasses of nightmare creatures, were kept. It had not been easy to arrange a proper workshop in the basement of the marvelous mimic, let alone an opulent boutique. The interior of the shadow was somewhat of a separate dimension, after all, and although Sunny had managed to alter the weave of the original covetous coffer to make it capable of containing living things, it wasn't really suited for it. Above ground, the problem was easily solved by having the marvelous mimic manifest windows, which could let in air and light. Below ground, though, things were a bit tricky. In the end, Sunny had to create enchanted lanterns for illumination and heat plates for warmth. The air, meanwhile, was supplied by inferior copies of the quintessence pearl placed strategically here and there. The marvelous mimic supplied the essence needed to keep these enchanted items working itself. That arrangement had the side effect of turning the interior of the marvelous mimic into an isolated environment that could sustain human life, or any kind of life, really, even if the shadow was buried deep underground or fell to the bottom of the ocean. Even drowning in a volcano was not going to present much of a problem. But that was beside the point. Sunny had no intentions of drowning in volcanoes anytime soon. Or better yet, ever. Walking to a rich mahogany display table, Sunny put on black woolen gloves and retrieved an elegant lacquered box, placing it down carefully. Then, he opened the lid and smiled at Awakened Tell politely. "Please, take a look." Inside the box was a memory that he had recently finished crafting. Chapter 1606. Belated Apology. Awakened Tell, however, seemed unimpressed. Well, from what Sunny could remember, she always seemed that way. The young woman raised an eyebrow. "Master Sunless. From what I remember, I commissioned you to procure a suit of armor." He smiled. "Your memory is stellar, my lady. But don't be concerned, this vambrace possesses a rare enchantment that allows it to unfold into a full plate of impregnable armor, just like what you wish to purchase. The process only takes a second, and consumes very little essence. While such a trait might bring a slight inconvenience in case of a sudden attack, it also makes this memory uniquely adaptable." Tell's eyes gleamed. "I assume that it can be used by a saint." Sunny nodded. "Indeed. It can accommodate any type of transformed creature up to about 50 times the size of an average human. The speed with which the vambrace unfolds remains the same. Of course, the essence expenditure grows in proportion." He continued to smile, but really, Sunny wanted to cry on the inside. That was because it took him an incredible quantity of magical alloy to create the damned vambrace. The thing looked small, but he would have had to bankrupt the brilliant emporium in order to purchase the materials needed to forge it, if anyone would even sell them to him. In the end, he had been forced to track down and kill a dozen corrupted beasts with metallic carapaces to complete the commission. Which meant that Sunny had not suffered a loss, but he could have sold all that Transcendent steel instead. His heart was bleeding. In fact, he was even lamenting the cost of the expensive lacquered box with silk furbishing that Aiko had made him buy for the vambrace. But it is for a good cause. Sunny had to remind himself why he had put in extra effort to make sure that this memory was particularly potent and durable. Awakened Tell finally showed a hint of satisfaction. She studied the memory for a few moments, then asked in a slightly warmer tone. "You have conducted a thorough study of its other enchantments, of course. What are they? Oh, and what is its name?" Sunny carefully picked up the vambrace and began the description. "My lady, this transcendent memory of the 4th tier is called the Belated Apology. Apart from the unfolding enchantment, it also possesses 3 others. One vastly enhances its physical durability. The other grants the person wearing it greatly increased protection from elemental attacks. Finally, the 3rd enchantment might interest you the most. It allows the master of the memory to make it as light as a feather." Unbelievably, a smile appeared on the young woman's stern face. "Well, of course it did. That set of enchantments was almost perfect for an armor-type memory." "That's perfect. That is exactly what my father needs." Sunny hid a smile and put the vambrace back in the box. Then, he asked, pretending to do it only out of politeness. "Oh? And how is St. Roan doing?" Indeed, the young woman in front of him was Lady Tell of the White Feather clan. She was the daughter of St. Tyrus and Master Roan, although the latter was also a Transcendent now. Sunny had bumped into her a few times in the Sanctuary of Noctis, and later in Falcon Scott. To his shame, though, he had never known that the standoffish girl was actually the daughter of his benefactors, mostly because of how young her parents looked. Determining the age of Awakened was a messy affair. It was only after coming to Bastion that Sunny realized his mistake. Tell smiled a little. He's doing well, apart from lacking a good transcendent armor, and still being in the doghouse because of having challenged the 3rd nightmare against Mother's wishes. She fell silent abruptly. Wait, why am I telling you this?" The young woman looked at Sunny with wide eyes. Then, strangely enough, she blushed a little and looked away. Well, in any case, both of my parents are fine. They are awfully busy, of course. Sunny was a bit perplexed by her reactions, but just shrugged mentally. Unsurprising. There were very few legacy clans being led by two saints. The White Feather's prominence had risen greatly since their exile to Antarctica, and therefore, so had their duties. No one could discard them anymore. Sunny smiled and lowered his head with respect. That is good to hear. I wish them all the best. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Young Lady Tell of White Feather ended up purchasing the Belated apology and leaving the Brilliant Emporium in good spirits. Aiko was happily counting the money, as well. And since Sunny knew that the memory he had painstakingly created would serve St. Roan well, he was in a good mood, too. Not long after that, evening came. More customers visited the Brilliant Emporium to enjoy tea and snacks after a long day of work. The evening crowd receded, and the sun disappeared beyond the horizon. Moonlight and darkness enveloped the streets of Bastion, and the city slowly grew quieter. Aiko left, leaving Sunny in the empty cottage. He cleaned up the dining hall, and then went to the porch to breathe some fresh air. Looking at the thriving city surrounding him, full of countless people, Sunny felt painfully alone. Especially today, he couldn't help but feel it sharply. Sunny remained on the porch for a while, watching the pale moon slowly move across the starlit sky. Then, he sighed and went inside. I'll clean up the kitchen, then go to bed. Everything else can wait until tomorrow. This day had been strangely eventful. He was busy washing the kitchen utensils when the silver bell suddenly rang again. Surprised at the appearance of a late customer, Sunny raised an eyebrow and walked into the dining hall. I'm sorry, but we are about to close. The words died on his lips. Out there, in front of him, stood a delicate young woman in a sea-wave cloak. Her hair was like a cascade of pale gold, and her eyes were hidden behind a strip of blue cloth. Despite the blindfold hiding her eyes, the young woman's ethereal, otherworldly beauty was simply breathtaking. She lingered for a moment, then turned her head in the direction of Sunny's voice. Oh. I am sorry. I'm afraid I'm a bit late, then. Sunny remained silent, trying to overcome his shock. What is she doing here? He suppressed his emotions and put on the polite smile of a humble shopkeeper. No. It's no trouble. What did you want? I'll prepare it quickly. The young woman tilted her head a little, then said hesitantly. My name is... He interrupted her, trying to put an appropriate amount of respect and reverence into his voice. I know who you are, Lady Song of the Fallen. Who in Bastion doesn't? I am the owner of the Brilliant Emporium, you can call me Master Sunless. It's an honor to meet you. Cassie sighed, then nodded curtly. Eventually, she said. I heard that you can procure rare memories. Or make them. Sunny froze for a moment. Ah. One of the firekeepers must have recommended him to her. And knowing Cassie, it must not have taken her long to discover that the owner of the Brilliant Emporium did not just sell memories, but also crafted them. But why would she come to him? All the enchanters of Clan Vela were at her disposal. Sunny took a deep breath. Are you interested in commissioning a memory, my lady? She nodded again. In a way. He smiled. Now, he was in familiar territory. Great! I am sure that you won't be disappointed in my services. Just today, a member of the renowned Whitefeather clan purchased a memory from our stock. They were extremely satisfied with its quality. Cassie smiled, then shifted slightly as if looking around. That is good to hear. The memory I want you to make must be of the highest quality. She lingered for a few moments, then turned to him and added in a neutral tone. Oh, and by the way. Her smile wavered a little. Happy birthday. Chapter 1607. Godgrave. Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan was kneeling on that plain. She had been kneeling there for 3 days without moving a muscle, and even her right hand was frozen in the air, holding the hilt of a silvery sword. Its blade was like a radiant mirror reflecting a boundless white void. Her impassive face was showing signs of fatigue, but her beautiful grey eyes were cold and sharp, full of indomitable resolve that bordered on obsession. Her silver hair was moving slightly in the wind. Lady N. Ephis, the wind. Staying still like a statue, she spoke without looking back. I know. Stay strong. There were a few moments of silence, and then another voice spoke. I don't know how much longer I can endure. Nephis answered evenly, white sparks igniting in the depths of her calm eyes. Stop talking unless you want to die. She wasn't threatening the man, simply stating a fact. In response to her words, there was silence. The wind blew across the white plain, crashing into her with furious force. There were a few gasps from behind Nephis, and yet, no member of her retinue allowed themselves to be shaken by the squall. The only thing that moved was the torn veil of ominous grey clouds. It swirled and flowed, slowly obscuring the merciless sky, not that Nephis could see it, frozen as she was. All she could see was the shadow slowly spreading across the flawless white plain. Where the shadow of the clouds was cast, the white surface lost its blinding radiance, becoming easy to look at. As Nephis watched the radiance dim, her face remained motionless, her heart, however, started beating faster. Finally, the stormy veil repaired itself, and the sky became completely hidden behind it. The blade of Nephis' sword was extinguished, reflecting nothing but a swirling expanse of grey clouds now. The clouds were glowing brightly with diffused and scattered light. She let out a quiet sigh. Behind her, bodies hit the ground in a clatter of metal, and pained groans tore apart the silence. Nephis remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered her sword and slowly stood up. This one was long. Turning around, she looked at the 7 masters that were sprawled on the ground, panting as they tried to recover from 3 days of torturous stillness. Shim, Kea, Shakti, Sid, Gorn, Gantry, and Erlas, they were the fire keepers that had followed her into the death zone on this mission. The rest were in less dangerous regions of the dream realm, searching for young sleepers. Far away. There had been a time when Bastion, located in the heartland of the dream realm, was separated from Ravenheart by an immeasurable distance. Ravenheart was situated far northwest, after all, on the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains. But Awakened had conquered a lot of territory in the last few decades. Led by the great clans, humans had greatly expanded their area of influence in the dream realm. The 2 enclaves had swallowed many regions, and yet, they still did not share a border. In the south, both the Sword Domain and the Song Domain bordered the Storm Sea, which was ruled by the House of Night. In the north, the Hollow Mountain stood like an impregnable wall in the path of human expansion. The 2 domains were separated by a death zone, or rather, several of them, stretching from the Hollow Mountains all the way to the Storm Sea. This deadly territory widened in the south, but was comparatively narrow in the north. Which meant that if the 2 enclaves were to be connected by land, the narrowest and northernmost region separating them had to be conquered. And that was where Nephis and the Firekeepers had been sent, to the death zone far in the north. This place, which had taken the lives of many powerful Awakened, had no official name. However, people often called it the Godgrave. The reason for it was rather simple. Turning her head slightly, Nephis looked north. Out there, far in the distance, a titanic skull was laying on the misty slopes of the Hollow Mountains, staring back at her with one colossal, empty eye socket. Deep darkness nestled in its gaping chasm, still and foreboding. The other eye socket, as well as the forehead and the entire left side of the titanic skull, had been entirely shattered by some unimaginable blow. The bone splinters, which had rained down thousands of years ago, created mountain peaks of their own. The skull was connected to a white spine which stretched south from the Hollow Mountains. In fact, it was connected to an entire skeleton of inconceivable proportions. From the top of the skull to the right knee joint, which was the southernmost intact point of the skeleton, it was at least 5,000 kilometers in length. The skeleton and the ground below it was the death zone. It was called Godgrave because awakened, shocked and frightened by the terrifying size of the ancient remains, had speculated that it was the corpse of a god. Of course, Nephis did not think the same way. In any case, the right hand of the skeleton lay in the song domain, while the left hand lay in the sword domain. By climbing the skeletal arms, one could travel along the bones of the titanic corpse. If they could survive the journey, of course, which very few could. The seemingly endless white plain where Nephis stood was actually the skeleton's breastbone. She had led the firekeepers here, climbing up the shattered left arm of the ancient corpse, fighting her way across its vast collarbone, and making progress south over the past 2 weeks. The progress was slow because they could not fly the chain breaker here. It was too dangerous. There were 3 ways of traversing Godgrave, ranging from deadly to absolutely lethal. The most suicidal one was to move across the ground, which was shrouded in twilight and covered by a carpet of ash. The death zones were regions of the dream realm where great, cursed, and unholy nightmare creatures dwelled, and in this death zone, the deadliest things were hiding beneath the ash. Anyone who stepped on it was doomed to be consumed. The second way was not much better. It was to travel in the great hollows of the titanic bones, hidden from the sky. The hollows were the safest place in Godgrave, and for that reason, they were home to an entire ecosystem of harrowing nightmare creatures and tainted flora, all hungering for the taste of human souls. Fighting through that monstrous jungle that thrived within the inconceivable skeleton was just as suicidal. The last way was to traverse the surface of the ancient bones. Here, there were fewer dreadful abominations, and those who did prowl the surface were a bit less powerful. But that was for a reason, as well. The reason was that Godgrave had a peculiar nature. There were no nights here, and the sky was constantly shrouded by a veil of clouds. If the veil was broken, though, revealing the radiant white sky, anything that moved under the open sky was immediately erased from existence, turning into scattering ash. There was no exception to the rule, and no salvation from the gaze of heaven. So, that was why Nephis and the firekeepers had spent 3 days without daring to move a muscle. They had been waiting for the torn clouds to hide the sky once again. And now that the grey veil was mended by the wind, they could continue on their mission. To find the mysterious saint who was rumored to have made his home at the very edge of the titanic breastbone, right before the abyssal chasm leading to the skeleton's spine. The man known as the Lord of Shadows. Chapter 1608. Death Zone. If there was one consolation, it was that nightmare creatures they had been fighting when the merciless skies revealed themselves were nothing but ash now. The firekeepers, meanwhile, had all survived. There was a reason why she had chosen this particular cohort to follow her into the Godgrave. The firekeepers were a fearsome force even now, when the number of awakened, masters, and saints had vastly increased. That was because each of them was an ascended, and a cohesive battle unit consisting of close to 50 seasoned masters could not be ignored by anyone. Not to mention that the firekeepers were the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, and as such, could be easily called the most talented awakened warriors of their generation, all generations, perhaps. These warriors were her personal army, and under her leadership, their brilliant glory and fame had grown explosively in the past 4 years. The ivory tower, the chain breaker, the crest of the firekeepers, and her own name, Changing Star, had all become symbols of unrivaled virtue, valor, and excellence. Their names were known far and wide, all according to her conscious will and intent. The firekeepers were her heralds and emissaries, but each was also a heroic figure in their own right. Still, some of them had more renown than others. The 7 masters in front of her had once been Cass's own cohort, and therefore, they were a cut above the rest. That was not the reason why Nephis had chosen them for this mission, though. The real reason was that one of the members of the cohort, Erlas, possessed an aspect that could augment the endurance and stamina of his allies. Knowing what waited for them in Godgrave, she wanted to have his powers at hand for when the white void of the sky above the ancient corpse was revealed. As it turned out, her consideration had not been in vain. If not for his support, the last 3 days would have been much more torturous, and potentially fatal for the members of her retinue. Even Nephis had felt the strain. Nevertheless, there was no time to waste. Looking at the firekeepers, she said evenly, "We have 5 minutes to recover. 5 more to drink water and eat. Then, we continue south." Such a short span of time was not enough for them to rest their weary bodies, but it was better to relieve the fatigue on the move. The sky was not the only danger in this desolate bone expanse, after all. "Yes, Lady Nephis." The firekeepers groaned as they started to move. Storage memories were summoned, water and field rations were hastily consumed. Shim, the leader of the cohort, used his healing powers to help the less resilient members recover faster. They were seasoned veterans and did not need her to tell them what to do. Nephis used the short rest to quench her thirst, as well. By the time the 10 minutes she had given her subordinates ran out, the bone plane was already starting to move. "Ready your weapons. Forward." As she started to walk, the firekeepers followed her. Although the sun-bleached bones of the dead god, or whatever the ancient skeleton had been, once, seemed like a continuous surface of solid white, in truth, they were littered with cracks and fissures. The deepest of those cracks led to the great hollows within the titanic bones, and the inner hell hidden in their horrid expanse. Merely 10 minutes after the veil of clouds had been mended, those cracks exploded with life. Tendrils of vibrant red moss and vermilion grass spread from them, devouring the flawlessly white surface of the ancient bones. Swarms of tiny nightmare creatures were instantly born, hunting each other as they moved between the stalks of grass. That was only the beginning. Since everything that moved under the merciless gaze of the white sky was instantly incinerated, the abominable life thriving in Godgrave had adapted to its whims. There was no way to predict when the veil of clouds would be torn, and how long it would take for the stormy barrier to repair itself. Therefore, everything here lived at incredible speed. The red moss, the vermilion grass, the tiny nightmare creatures, and the larger abominations that were yet to be born, all of them were in a hurry to be born, grow, consume, and propagate before turning to ash. The white plain was bare and featureless a few minutes ago, but in an hour or two, it would be teeming with horrid life. If the veil of clouds was not broken for the next several days, Godgrave would come to look as if the infernal subterranean jungle had escaped the great hollows. By then, the most harrowing of the surface hunters would have been born and reached maturity, making the surface of the bones almost as dangerous as their inner expanse. But even now, Nephis and the firekeepers were already in danger. The predatory vegetation and the swarms of tiny critters were enough to envelop and devour a legion of masters. This was the death zone. Watching a sea of red slowly surround them, crawling closer with each moment, Nephis silently raised her sword. "Prepare!" As she brandished the silver sword, a wave of sparks exploded from where its tip scraped against the surface of the white bone. A moment later, each of the sparks exploded with a thundering roar, and a flood of white flame was unleashed into the world. The wave of fire rolled forward and enveloped a wide swath of the red grass, incinerating countless vermin in an instant. It did not stop there, though. Following Nepha's will, the flames moved, turning into a wide ring around the firekeepers. Then, it spread in all directions like a flash fire, flooding the air with heat and ash. Soon, the vast bone plain had turned into a terrible white inferno. Chapter 1609. Reclusive Saint. The eyes of their lady burned in the haze like 2 cold stars. Mounts! A whirlwind of ethereal sparks surrounded the cohort, soon forming into 8 bestial echoes. Each of them was unique, but shared a common trait, for most of these echoes were not powerful enough to be of aid in a fierce battle. However, they were fast and could be ridden, serving the firekeepers as mounts. Many masters spent considerable time hunting down suitable types of dormant nightmare creatures to procure such echoes. The braver ones hunted awakened abominations, while some lucky ones even had ascended beasts as their steeds. Nephis was the exception to the rule, since the steel stallion she had summoned was an artificial echo created by the enchanters of the great clan Vela. Being the adopted daughter of a sovereign had its advantages, even if the royal gifts came with an insurmountable cost. Forward! The 8 echoes formed into a wedge and rushed across the burning plain, swiftly moving south. The sea of flames parted in front of them, and then rolled forward, protecting the flanks of the formation. Nephis rode at the head of the wedge, looking ahead with a focused expression. Her sword had changed form, turning into a silver lance. The firekeepers were ready for battle, too. Despite the wall of fire that surrounded them, no one dared to lower their guard. And for a good reason. Soon, Sharkti and Erlas, the archers of the cohort, drew their bows and let enchanted arrows loose. There were larger shadows moving behind the wall of flame, surrounded by ash, since the inhabitants of Godgrave had had more time to be born and grow here. From that moment, their advance turned into a tense and perilous affair. Nephis sustained the rolling curtain of flame, preventing the cohort from being consumed by the red grass, and led the charge. The firekeepers met whatever nightmare creature the death zone threw at them with calm coordination. There were no great abominations on the surface of the ancient skeleton, at least not that soon after the white sky had wiped the slate clean. So, it was well within their ability to handle the onslaught of newborn monstrosities. Granted, the firekeepers were far more able than most masters. It was to the point that Nephis had time to think without having to concentrate entirely on the battle. After a while, she thought silently. Cassie. A few moments later, Cassie's voice resounded in her head, as if the blind seer was there, by her side, whispering into her ear. Yes? Cassie's powers had changed and grown after Transcendence, as well. Her dormant ability now allowed the blind girl to learn more about the people and creatures she perceived. Her awakened ability allowed her to sense longer into the future. Her ascended ability not only allowed her to perceive the world through other people's senses, but also to communicate with those she had marked. So, Cassie was like a spider waiting at the heart of a vast web. Even Nephis did not know how many people throughout the two worlds were serving as her eyes and ears, just that there were many, scattered around both the waking world and the dream realm. Some of the spies in the blind seer's network were willing agents, while others did not even know that they had been marked. The latter consumed more of Cassie's soul essence, sadly. Regardless, her ability to gather information was an incredible boon to them. It was just that. Nephis frowned slightly. The nature of her friend's power had changed subtly after the third nightmare. From what Cassie had shared, it seemed like her ability to receive visions of the future was compromised, somehow, making them strange and chaotic. Cassie herself had begun to act strangely, sometimes, as well. Nephis was concerned. Turning her steel steed slightly to avoid a large crack in the white bone, she thought. Tell me about this Lord of Shadows again. The man she had been sent to negotiate with was more than a little mysterious. There were many more saints in the world now, true, however, it was still strange for an independent Transcendent to exist out there, especially one whose origin and background were entirely unknown. Not to mention one powerful enough to not only survive in the Godgrave, but also make it his home. Cassie remained silent for a few moments. Then, her voice resounded once again, whispering into Nephis' ear. Not much is known about him, really. What we do know comes from a dozen sleepers who were unfortunate enough to be sent to Godgrave last year. They were all rescued by a mysterious saint and brought to a citadel under his control. The saint did not speak with them much, and was rather aloof. In fact, some of them even describe him as sinister and frightening. Nephis had already heard all of this, of course. However, there was no harm in going over what they knew once more, just in case there was some hint she had missed. After a momentary pause, Cassie continued. He has to be strong, considering where his citadel is located. The sleepers also confirmed that his aspect has to do with shadows, and that he commands several powerful echoes. Apart from that, there's very little information about him. Instead of allowing the sleepers to place their anchors in his citadel, the Lord of Shadows escorted them out of Godgrave and sent them on the path to one of Song's strongholds. Nephis frowned. So he might be friendly with Clan Song. Cassie lingered for a bit. Both Vela and Song have their eyes on Godgrave. Considering that it is most likely to become the main battlefield of their war, how can they not? So, understandably, both domains are very interested in a powerful saint dwelling in the depths of this deadly region. Actually, Vela is not the first clan to try recruiting the Lord of Shadows. Nefer's gaze darkened. Is it true that they sent? Cass's answer came swiftly. Indeed, they sent Mordred, well, one of his bodies, at least. However, he failed to persuade the Lord of Shadows to swear allegiance to the Queen of Worms. If the Prince of Nothing had succeeded, Nephis would not have been sent to find the reclusive saint. But how had he failed? It is strange, though, isn't it? I doubt that Mordred would have simply accepted a refusal. He would have definitely tried to consume that saint if persuading him was impossible. Cass's voice changed slightly. That is the most interesting part. It is not confirmed, of course, but from what we managed to learn, Mordred was actually defeated. His vessel was destroyed. Nephis took a deep breath. Is there really someone else capable of defeating that monster? She had once fought against Soul Stealer, after all. So, Nephis knew better than anyone what Saint Mordred was really capable of. In fact, that man was no less of a plague than Skinwalker, whom most of humanity lived in constant terror of. If Lord of Shadows was really capable of fighting against the Prince of Nothing. Nefer's calm grey eyes gleamed coldly as she contemplated the future. Chapter 16:10. Land of Shadows. It was never dark in this strange and terrible place. The grey sky shone with diffused light, and white bone was coloured here and there by fields of vibrant vermilion grass. Or rather, it was never supposed to be dark. Nephis slowed her steed as she peered into the distance, a complicated expression appearing on her face. What is that? Out there, far away, it was as though someone had dropped a can of black paint on the world. The darkness, which was not supposed to exist in Godgrave, swallowed the plain, and the scattered light of the stormy sky was powerless against it. The deep shadows persisted, unperturbed by the bright daylight around them. How is this possible? Soon they drew closer to the wall of darkness. Strangely enough, there were much fewer abominations in this area of the titanic skeleton, and even the scarlet flora seemed scarcer. It was as though even the nightmare creatures were wary of the land of shadows. Nephis frowned slightly, not showing her hesitation to the fire keepers. Advance slowly. As they proceeded further, the light slowly dimmed, and the growths of red grass became smaller and smaller, until they disappeared entirely. Soon, they were surrounded by nothing but impenetrable darkness, with only Nefer's eyes shining in it like small stars. Stop! She remained silent for a moment, listening to the silence, then said evenly, Dismount. The firekeepers jumped down from their echoes, dismissing them into a rain of sparks. Their surroundings were illuminated for a few moments, and by the time the sparks dissipated into nothingness, they had already summoned enchanted lanterns. A flood of stark white light flooded the dark land. However, it seemed weak and faltering, barely able to force the deep, dark shadows to recede a little. Nevertheless, Nephis did see something now that the luminous memories pushed the darkness back. A few meters away from them, a massive carcass was laying on the ground, its grotesque bones towering above the plain. The creature must have been enormous once, but now it was broken and dead. What killed it? Nephis walked over to the carcass and studied it for a few moments, spending a bit more time looking at the clean cut where the monster's head had been severed. Lady Nephis, what do you think? She lingered for a while, then shook her head. The head was severed by a sword, but something had gnawed on the bones. There are teeth marks everywhere, and by the look of it, the creature's flesh was devoured by something large. Most importantly, her expression grew a little somber. Considering where we are, this carcass must belong to a great nightmare creature. Had it been killed by the Lord of Shadows? If so, the rumors of his power might not be exaggerated. Many saints were capable of slaying great beasts, but very few could finish such a powerful abomination with one strike. Nephis was about to say something else, but at that moment, a terrifying roar tore apart the silence. Something was rushing toward them from the darkness. The firekeepers instantly assumed a battle formation. Shim and Sid moved forward, raising their shields. Gantry and Gorn took positions a step behind and to the side of them, while Shakti and Erlas hid behind the melee fighters while summoning their arrows. Lastly, Kea moved to the rear of the cohort, ready to defend his comrades in case of an unexpected attack. Nephis remained where she stood, calmly looking into the darkness. Her lance had changed form once again, turning back into a longsword. "Be ready." They heard the sound of massive claws scraping against bone as the nightmare creature approached at high speed. Judging by that speed, the abomination was powerful. It was going to reach the fire keepers in a matter of seconds. Before it did, however, something rustled in the air, and they heard the familiar, gruesome sound of flesh being severed by sharp steel. Something crashed heavily onto the ground, and a moment later, a monstrous head rolled into the light, a river of blood spilling from its cut neck. One strike. Nephis looked at the abomination's severed head for a split second, then turned to face the darkness. There, two crimson flames ignited, staring down at her. Then, something walked out of the darkness and stopped at the edge of light, making the fire keepers tremble. What in the world? The graceful creature looked like a beautiful onyx statue that had come to life. Her fearsome black armor seemed to be carved from polished stone and forged according to an intricate, elegant design. The dark sword she was holding was smeared in blood, radiating a sense of chilling, inescapable lethality. The demonic statue towered above Nephis and the fire keepers, much higher than even Effie was, observing them with cold indifference. There was no hostility in her gaze, but also no benevolence. She was clearly not human. However, the living statue did not seem like a nightmare creature, either. She was more like the Transcendent Echo? A saint? However, Nephis had never met an echo, or a saint, really, who exerted so much pressure on her. The graceful knight's onyx body radiated a sense of vast, dreadful power, and the menacing crimson flames dancing in her ruby eyes were full of strange, inhuman will. She was strong. In fact, if Nephis was not here and the strange creature decided to attack the fire keepers, they would most likely all perish under her blade. The question was, would the living statue attack them, or not? As Nephis looked at the demonic knight calmly, ready for both outcomes. The beautiful onyx statue lowered her sword and turned away, then beckoned for them to follow her with indifferent grace. Chapter 16:11. Nameless Temple. It was as though she was not afraid of the creatures hiding in the dark at all. Nephis would have expected the steps of such a heavy creature to resound like thunderclaps in the dead silence, but they were entirely noiseless. She stared at the back of the mysterious stone knight, white flames dancing in her eyes. The fire keepers were tense and quiet, looking into the eerie darkness with wary expressions. What is going on? Nephis was not troubled, but she did feel somewhat curious. A vast expanse of inexplicable darkness, the fearsome creature that had been sent to meet them, it was all hard to explain, and she rarely encountered things that escaped explanation. Cassie. There were a few moments of silence, and then the familiar voice resounded in the darkness, answering the question she had not asked. It is strange. Nephis glanced at the beautiful stone demon and waited. Cassie continued after a short pause. She is a transcendent devil. Her soul is an impossible fusion of shadow, darkness, and divine flame. Her powers are those of a sword saint, however, she is not a simple echo. I don't know what she is. Nephis nodded calmly. That is all right. I do. Indeed, it would have been strange if she had not recognized that fearsome stone-like armor, that cold presence, and those jewel eyes. The Onyx Devil was one of Nether's children, after all. They were what she looked up to in the depths of the second nightmare, drowning in despair as the darkness of the underworld crushed and suffocated her. The prideful beings who ruled the great caverns of the Hollow Mountains while she struggled to survive far below, at the edge of the abyss. In fact, the body she had inhabited was one of the countless flawed vessels that Nether had callously discarded before successfully creating the first of the Stone Saints. So, in a sense, the Onyx Devil was a more perfect version of what Nephis used to be. But what was she doing here? Had some of Nether's children succumbed to corruption and survived until this day? Had the Lord of Shadows killed one of them? Nephis tilted her head slightly. The stone scents had been known to command true darkness, each inheriting a spark of divinity from their creator as well. But why did this one possess an affinity to shadows? That was not in their nature. Did it have something to do with the aspect of the Lord of Shadows? And this lightless expanse around them, had he somehow conjured it as well? Was it something that a mere Transcendent could do? Her curiosity grew a little. Meanwhile, the beautiful onyx devil led them deeper and deeper into the darkness. Considering how difficult it must have been to chase away the deadly sunlight of Godgrave, Nephis had not expected for this shadowy region to be expansive. But to her surprise, the land of shadows stretched for many kilometers in all directions, without a hint of ending. Odd. The further they went, the more eerie their surroundings became. Because sunlight never reached here, there was nothing to incinerate the bones of slain nightmare creatures. Therefore, remains of powerful abominations appeared in sight from time to time, all devoid of flesh. At first, there were few of them, but the deeper into the land of shadows the firekeepers ventured, the more and more skeletal remains they saw. Some of the abominations had been slain by sharp steel, some shattered and broken by brute force, some killed by strange means that she couldn't even guess. Eventually, it was as if they were walking across a terrible battlefield. The magnitude of slaughter that had transpired in this ominous place was nothing short of chilling. Even if all these powerful nightmare creatures had not been slain at the same time, what kind of person was capable of eviscerating this many dreadful abominations in the depths of a death zone? It seemed that there was a seed of truth in the ominous rumors about the dire power of the Lord of Shadows. In the end, it had taken almost half a day for the Onyx Devil to lead them to their destination. The signs of fierce battles that had transpired under the cover of darkness only grew more apparent. Almost 50 kilometers to reach the heart of his territory. Out there, in front of Nephis, the breastbone plain abruptly ended, turning into a vast chasm. If she could pierce the darkness with her gaze, she would have seen the spine of the titanic skeleton far below. To her left and to her right, in the distance, its ribs must be rising like mountains. Right ahead, though, illuminated by the light of their lanterns, a magnificent temple stood at the very edge of the abyss. Its colossal columns and walls were cut from black marble, with exquisite reliefs decorating the Stygian pediment and broad frieze. Beautiful and awesome, it looked like the palace of a dark god. In front of the palace, the ground was littered with countless bones. Most of the ancient edifice was hidden by darkness, but Nephis felt oppressed by its solemn majesty nevertheless. She frowned slightly, feeling a shapeless presence gaze at her from behind the marble columns, and instinctively gripped the hilt of her sword. "Is this the citadel?" One of the firekeepers voiced her question in a tired and bewildered tone. Another answered warily. "It must be. Who could have built a temple in this place?" Nephis remained silent, observing the dark temple somberly. She was not afraid of the Lord of Shadows, his onyx devil, and other secrets the mysterious scent could have been hiding. However, should the negotiations go badly, fighting a powerful enemy within the walls of their citadel was bound to be troublesome. It would be a shame for the citadel to be destroyed in the process, at least. Glancing at their beautiful demonic guide, Nephis smiled slightly and nodded. "Lead the way." The living statue lingered for a moment, then started climbing the steps of the temple. Nephis and the firekeepers followed. Soon, they passed between the towering black columns and reached a grandiose hall. Its dark expanse was drowning in impenetrable shadows. Chapter 16:12. An audience with the Lord. In fact, it was not even the shadows themselves. Nephis' eyes narrowed when she felt the subtle presence of the being who was hiding in the depths of the hall wash over her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the darkness around them seemed infinitely more dark, in turn making the light starker. Strong. While Nephis was peering into the darkness, their silent guide walked to the side and turned around, resting the tip of her sword on the stone floor of the temple. It was as though the onyx devil assumed the position of an entrance guard. There was another strange sculpture on the other side of them. This one was at least 5 meters tall and resembled a four-armed fiend that had escaped from the depths of a fiery hell, his mighty body forged from polished black silver. The infernal troll had long, sharp spikes protruding from his steel carapace, as if he was made from countless shattered swords. No, not a sculpture. As the towering fiend moved slightly, the infernal flames burning in his eyes ignited with hungry malice. The firekeepers grew tense under the gaze of the menacing giant. Nephis remained unperturbed. A moment later, Cassie whispered into her ear. It is a supreme devil. His body is incredibly durable and almost immune to fire. Bothersome. Killing a supreme devil was not impossible, but this one seemed especially tough. Melting him down would be a chore. Of course, there were ways to deal with such turtle-like enemies. It was just that fighting the towering fiend and the onyx devil at the same time would not be convenient. In fact, Nether's daughter felt more dangerous despite being of a lower rank. In any case, neither of them showed signs of wanting to attack the guests. They just stood motionlessly, as if inviting them to walk deeper into the temple. Nephis passed between the two powerful monsters and did just that. The firekeepers followed, looking oppressed by the inhospitable darkness. When they reached the middle of the great hall, she stopped. In front of them, the shadows grew even deeper, and the light of the lantern simply drowned in them, disappearing without any effect. It seemed that the Lord of Shadows did not wish to be seen. Nephis sighed and looked up. She could feel something enormous moving in the darkness beyond, staring at her from incredible height. At the same time, a chilling sound resounded in the silence of the ancient temple, surrounding her and her warriors from all sides. Like the rustle of countless scales as they scratched against the ancient marble. It was as though a colossal serpent was slithering in the darkness, uncoiling its gargantuan body to raise its long neck and gaze upon them from the darkness. Not being able to see the giant creature was a little uncomfortable. Luckily, Cassie was there to help Nephis know what she faced. For transcendent terror. Nephis frowned. How many powerful servants does the master of this temple have? She was amused. Was the Lord of Shadows really independent? How come he had more powerful summons than she had, then? Wasn't it a bit ridiculous? Granted, the great clan Vela did not treat its adopted daughter with nearly as much sincerity as it did Morgan. But still, it was not the quantity of these monsters that mattered. It was just that Nephis could sense that each of them was far more ferocious and dangerous than any echo she had seen. Suddenly, she felt something very unexpected. A hint of sympathy for the Prince of Nothing. What about the Lord of Shadows himself? Cassie remained silent for a few moments. I don't sense anyone else. There is nobody there. But just as she said that, a cold voice suddenly resounded from the darkness, enveloping the firekeepers like a death knell. Nephis of Vela, welcome. I did not expect to be visited by someone as exalted as the last daughter of the immortal flame. Sitting on a tall throne cut from black marble, Sunny looked down on Nephis and her warriors. His face, hidden behind the polished blackwood of Weaver's mask, was impassive. However, a storm of emotions was raging in his heart. Here in his territory, where the Nameless temple now stood, he was almost omniscient. That was because the Shadow Realm fragment enveloped a vast area around the citadel, allowing Sunny to perceive everything, everywhere, all at once. So, he had been watching Saint guide Nephis and the firekeepers to the doors of the temple all along. Sunny had thought that he would be ready to face her. But he had been wrong. Seeing her face, her lustrous silver hair, her beautiful grey eyes, the familiar stubborn resolve shining in their calm depths. It felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart was beating faster than when he had been facing that great demon. Looking at Nephis from the darkness, Sunny remembered all the reasons he had come up with to spare himself the pain of being close to the members of his former cohort. At that moment, he understood one simple thing. I'm doomed. Because the moment he saw Nephis, all reason was obliterated. What was good about being reasonable, anyway? Hadn't he personally preached the benefits of being unreasonable before? Sunny took a deep breath, and then leaned back, glancing at the huge head of the soul serpent hovering high above his throne. Then, he lingered for a moment and said, keeping his voice calm and devoid of emotions. Nephis of Valor, welcome. I did not expect to be visited by someone as exalted as the last daughter of the immortal flame. She stared into the darkness, then bowed slowly. Greetings, Lord of Shadows. I hope you don't mind being addressed this way, or would you prefer I call you something else? Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, he answered evenly. I would not. But you can call me Shadow. Chapter 16:13. Decent proposal. The voice of the man who called himself Shadow resounded in the lightless temple, making it seem as though the darkness itself had answered her question. That strangely elusive voice was cold and aloof, devoid of any emotion. And yet, there was a hint of arrogance to it. Nephis frowned subtly. Now that the introductions were out of the way, it was time to announce the purpose of her visit. However, she was at a disadvantage. The master of the Dark Temple seemed to know everything about her, and yet, she knew close to nothing about him. Even Cassie, whose gaze could pierce countless mysteries, seemed to be entirely blind to the existence of the Lord of Shadows. Granted, Nephis had some idea about his true identity. The darkness spoke again, its voice remaining emotionless. To what do I owe the honor of being in the presence of Lady Changing Star? What do you want with me? Nephis hesitated for a moment, thinking. She had been sent to persuade a powerful saint to join the banner of the King of Swords. However, having reached his citadel, Nephis had to re-evaluate her opinion of the Lord of Shadows. He was not merely powerful, no, he was one of those few like herself who were beyond the ordinary definitions of power. Now that Nephis had seen the vast expanse of inexplicable darkness, the bones of dreadful abominations hidden in its tenebrous embrace, the solemn edifice of the Dark Temple, and the creatures that guarded it, she knew that the Lord of Shadows had not survived in Godgrave by luck, or by having an aspect that was uniquely suited for living in this harrowing environment. Rather, he had survived here through strength, which only made him more desirable. Of course, there were still many unknowns about the enigmatic saint. Nephis could not be sure of what his powers truly were. The fierce creatures that served him were neither echoes nor nightmare creatures, so they could have been manifested by his aspect, like the hideous reflections of the Prince of Nothing were, or subjugated like those abominations that Beastmaster ruled. It was unclear how strong the man himself was, or if his aspect had any application in direct combat. It was also unknown where he had come from, and how he managed to become a saint without leaving any traces of himself in either of the two worlds. And yet, Nephis had a strong suspicion. Awakened who possessed affinity to shadows were exceedingly rare, let alone those who were truly powerful. Meanwhile, 5 of the 6 divine lineages had already been reclaimed by humans. Immortal Flame were the inheritors of Sun God, Valor were the inheritors of War God, Song were the inheritors of Beast God, Night were the inheritors of Storm God, and finally, Astonishing was the sole inheritor of Heart God. One last lineage remained unclaimed. No one had been able to find and inherit the blood of Shadow God. So, this man, a saint of immense power that had come out of nowhere, wielding authority over shadows. Was he the proof that the last divine lineage had finally revealed itself? If so, why now? What did it mean? One thing was certain. Nephis had to change her approach, since her preconceived notions had been proven wrong. In this dark temple, her power and exalted status didn't mean much, because the man she wanted to persuade possessed the same power, and could claim the same status, should he wish to do so. She had to treat the Lord of Shadows as an equal. Nephis smiled slightly. Then, Lord Shadow. I won't be coy, you asked me what I want. It's simple. She paused for a moment, then added in her usual impassive tone. I want you. She could hear the firekeepers shift behind her. One of them even seemed to choke, coughing loudly in the dead silence of the dark temple. His coughing somewhat spoiled the solemn atmosphere of her serious proposal. The Lord of Shadow did not respond immediately, either. Well, of course. He must be carefully considering the benefits and disadvantages of pledging his allegiance to the sword domain. I wouldn't expect anything else. However, the silence stretched for longer than she had expected. I see. He must be contemplating very deeply. Nephis was nothing if not patient. So, she waited patiently, giving the enigmatic Saint time to seriously consider his decision. After a while, the Lord of Shadows spoke again, his elusive voice sounding a little flat. What, exactly, do you mean? Nephis was slightly taken aback, but masterfully hid her confusion. Had she not been clear? Allow me to clarify, then. I, Changing Star, invite you to join the alliance of Transcendent warriors and serve under the banner of the King of Swords, protecting and expanding the domain of humanity in the Dream Realm as one of his champions. She lingered for a moment, and then added, I trust one do not need to list the benefits of pledging allegiance to one of those who have achieved supremacy. These details can be discussed later, anyway. Resources, assistance, powerful memories and echoes, soul shards, nothing is out of the question. You won't be undervalued, Lord Shadow. No one survives in the Dream Realm alone, after all. There were a few moments of silence, and then the cold voice resounded from the darkness once again. Ah. Thank you for the clarification. Nephis tilted her head a little. What else did he think I meant? Had she said something odd again? No, it shouldn't be. Nephis frowned slightly. She thought she had done rather well. The problem was most likely that the emissary of song must have offered all the same things to the Lord of Shadows, if not more. And yet, they had been refused. While she was contemplating, a cold laughter resounded in the dark temple, traveling across the great hall like wind. The firekeepers shivered, gripping their weapons tighter. A few moments later, Shadow's voice came from the darkness, finally showing a hint of emotion. Oh? So you want me to join forces with the great clan Vela for the benefit of humanity? I see, you must be sincere, then. Surely, it has nothing to do with the impending war between the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms. Surely, it is not because your side wants to use me as a weapon in that war. And, surely, you have no ambition to subjugate Godgrave with my help to gain control over the future battlefield. The Master of the Dark Temple chuckled again, and then said, his sinister voice growing even colder. You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you, Lady Changing Star? At the same time, the enormous creature hiding in the darkness shifted slightly, filling the great hall with the chilling sound of rustling scales. Chapter 16-14. Lord's Challenge. One of his other two avatars might have even stumbled out of nowhere, somewhere far away. Those lazy guys. Luckily, he regained his composure swiftly. Damn it, Neph. The echo of his last words was still traveling across the Nameless temple when Nephis frowned slightly. Sunny had just accused her of trying to deceive him in a rather threatening tone. He even commanded Serpent to make a bit of noise to add some weight to his perceived displeasure. What would her reaction be? Unexpectedly, a subtle smile bloomed on Neph's face, and her eyes gleamed with satisfaction. I see that you are better informed than I presumed, Lord Shadow. Good. That saves me a lot of trouble. Sunny was stunned for a moment. That was not the reaction he had expected. Shameless. She's completely shameless. Nephis, meanwhile, put her hand on the hilt of her sword and looked up a little. Since you already know that the war is inevitable, and that it will happen here in Godgrave, you must also realize that you can't escape it. One way or the other, you will be implicated in the clash between the two domains. So, unless you want to abandon your citadel and flee into the waking world, you might as well choose a side. In fact, I think that you already have. Sunny scowled, staring at her with displeasure. How the hell does she know? Of course, he had intended to insinuate his way into a high position of the Sword Domain's army from the very start. That was why he had established the Nameless temple in Godgrave and waited for the emissaries of Vela to take the bait. But Nephis had no way of guessing that. Sunny shook his head in the darkness and asked, keeping his voice devoid of emotions. Have I? Nephis nodded. You must have. After all, you have already refused the emissary of Clan Song. Since you have shown no desire to join the other side, only one choice remains. It's us. Sunny remained silent for a while. Then, grabbing the armrests of his throne, he leaned forward and asked, his voice suffused with an insidious undertone. Says who? She stared into the darkness with a hint of confusion on her beautiful alabaster face. What? Sunny smiled. Who said that I refused the emissary of Clan Song? I did not. Which was, of course, a lie. He could not say a word of truth while wearing Weaver's mask, and this avatar of his almost never took it off. The Lord of Shadows was meant to attract the attention of those with great power, after all the while keeping Sunny's secrets safe. This time, however, it had worked to his advantage. Nefer's expression remained the same, but he could feel the pressure she exerted growing sharper. Right now, she was probably considering whether the Nameless Temple was a death trap. With Saint and Fiend behind her, the path to escape was cut off. In front of her were Sunny and the Soul Serpent. Nightmare and the shapeless guardian of the temple were close, as well. Nevertheless, Nephis maintained her composure. Facing the wall of impenetrable darkness in front of her, she asked calmly. You didn't? Sunny sighed quietly and leaned back. From here onward, he had to sell himself to Nephis while making her think that she was the one insisting on making the purchase. People did not value that which came into their possession too easily, after all. If Sunny wanted to be treated as a precious ally instead of a cheap tool, he had to make Clan Vela think that they had been extremely lucky to gain his support. He remained silent for a moment. I did not refuse the generous offer of the illustrious Clan Song. However, perhaps I didn't accept it, either. Instead, I gave the emissary Ki Song Sent a chance to win my allegiance. I despise the idea of fighting side by side with those weaker than me, you see. Sunny smiled. So, I'll give you the same chance, Lady Changing Star. If any of you, emissaries of Vela, manage to leave a scratch on my armor, I'll accept your proposal. What do you say? Nephis did not answer immediately, contemplating his offer. Eventually, she asked, a duel? Which one of us do you want to fight? He chuckled. Any of you, all of you, it doesn't matter. I won't even use my aspect. Instead, I'll crush you with pure skill. A corner of Nefer's mouth twisted upward. Arrogant. Sunny laughed, noticing the firekeepers tremble at the cold sound of his sinister laughter. Arrogant? Oh, on the contrary. I am being modest. He was in a strangely good mood. The truth of the matter was that Sunny missed the feeling of fighting against humans. He had very few opportunities to fight a proper duel in recent years. The deadly reaches of the dream realm he had explored were full of all kinds of harrowing nightmare creatures. He had faced and killed countless abominations, coming very close to being killed by them instead on numerous occasions. Those battles had been fierce, terrible, painful, and sometimes exhilarating. But the exhilaration of facing a dreadful monster was different from the joy and delight of facing a skilled human opponent in battle. The artistry of combat was lost on most nightmare creatures. The firekeepers, though. Sunny knew these people well. Each of them was a brilliant fighter. Even though they were mere masters, if he held back a little, clashing with them promised to be very satisfying. And then, of course, there was Nephis herself. A genius swordsman who had taken the legacy left behind by her legendary father, Broken Sword, and elevated it to new heights. His former teacher, rival, and partner. How could Sunny not feel excited at the thought of crossing swords with her again? As he was thinking about that, Nephis stared into the darkness for a few moments, and then nodded decisively. All right. I accept. Chapter 16-15. Grand Entrance. Nephis could not see it, but she felt the shadows that drowned the great hall of the ancient temple shift and surge, as if celebrating the arrival of their master. The firekeepers behind her tensed, looking up with somber expressions. Thud. A heavy sound resounded, followed by another. It seemed that someone was descending from an unseen dais, the weight of their unhurried footsteps echoing in the lightless hall like an ill omen. Suddenly, the enchanted lanterns ignited with bright radiance, chasing away the darkness. As if they were finally allowed to shine. As soon as they did, a dark figure stepped into the light, the shadows shrouding it like a mantle. Even Nephis, who rarely felt fear, sensed a slight chill at the sight of the Lord of Shadows. She didn't quite know why. The man in front of her was as elusive as his voice. His figure was encased in a fearsome onyx armor, its polished surface glistening like black glass. His features were hidden behind a mask of a fierce demon, nothing but darkness dwelling in the narrow slits of its eyes, as if there was no human face behind the mask, and no human flesh beneath the intricate black armor. Just a formless shadow. Strangely enough, Nephis could not say how tall the man was exactly. But it felt as if he dwarfed everyone in the ancient temple, looking down at them with cold, malevolent arrogance. He was unarmed. Nephis studied the Lord of Shadows calmly. "Cassie." The blind seer answered after a moment of silence. "I can see him through your eyes. But I still can't sense him. It's like there's nothing but emptiness where a man should be." Nephis felt a bit dejected. It seemed that she had grown too used to enjoying the amazing boon of having Cassie serve as her eyes and ears. The great advantage of information superiority had spoiled her. This time, though, she would not be able to know what her opponent's attributes, abilities, and hidden cards were in advance. Well, it was for the best, then, that Shadow had offered to duel her and the Fire Keepers. She would learn what he was capable of firsthand. Showing no emotion, she looked at the fearsome saint and took several unhurried steps back. At the same time, the Fire Keepers moved forward, facing him. The Lord of Shadows tilted his head a little. "What? You are not going to fight, Changing Star?" His cold voice sounded almost disappointed. Nephis shook her head. "You've challenged all of us, haven't you? But I don't draw my sword for just anyone. Prove yourself first, Lord Shadow." The unnerving black mask stared at her for a few moments, and then the elusive voice resounded once again, full of cold indifference. "No matter. You, there, come all at once." As he said these words, the Lord of Shadows raised a hand. The darkness flowed from the floor, assuming a long and sinister shape. A few moments later, a great odachi formed from the shadows, its curving blade so black that it seemed to devour light. Disturbed, the Fire Keepers moved forward. Asterisk. 7 Fire Keepers? Sunny remained calm, but he also felt a little tense. Of course, there was no question that he could crush a cohort of masters without breaking a sweat, no matter how seasoned and talented they were. But how could he put it? He might have allowed himself to be carried away, a little, while acting out the role of the cold and mysterious Lord of Shadows. Not only had he promised to avoid using his aspect, but he also set a ridiculous condition for his loss. Defeating the enemy was easy, but doing so while not receiving a single scratch on his armor was not. Of course, Sunny had no intention of winning, to begin with. He just wanted to put on a good show and lose gracefully, thus laying the necessary groundwork for infiltrating the war machine of the sword domain. However, the person he needed to impress was Nephis. And now, he had to deal with the Fire Keepers first to cross swords with her. Should I cheat? He considered the idea for a moment, then discarded it. That would not be any fun. Sunny studied the 7 masters that were surrounding him. Shim, Shakti, Kea, Sid, Gorn, Gantry, and Erlas. He knew them well. Shim, a young man wielding a shield and a spear, was the healer who led the cohort. Strangely enough, he was also the most skilled and lethal warrior among them. That was because, back on the Forgotten Shore, he had been one of Gemma's pathfinders. An elite who had survived countless hunts in the Dark City. Gorn, Gantry, and Erlas had been among the hunters of the Bright Castle. Gorn was tall, immensely strong, and possessed an aspect that allowed him to manifest an additional pair of hands, preferring to use 2 greatswords in battle. Gantry usually fought with a heavy battle axe, and was able to sharpen his weapons with his aspect ability. Erla's was a skilled archer capable of enhancing the resilience and stamina of his allies. Sid, a young woman with dirty blonde hair, had been a hunter in the outer settlement. The fact that she had survived there was a testament to her skill and tenacity, and her aspect greatly augmented her physical strength in short, but devastating bursts. She was armed with a sword and a shield. Finally, there were Shark-T and Kaya. Both had been artisans in the Bright Castle, possessing potent utility aspects. Shark-T's had to do with plants, while Kaya's had to do with carpentry. The former was a deadly archer as well, while the latter was a jack-of-all-trades who usually guarded the rear of the cohort. All 7 were elites even among masters, and their ability to work together was second to none. Placing the Odachi that he had manifested from the shadows on his shoulder, Sunny smiled behind his mask. This is going to be fun. Chapter 16:16. Blade of Shadows. But the last 4 years had not been easy on him either. Crossing the Hollow Mountains alone had given him more battle experience than most awakened would receive in their lifetime. So, now, he had a solid reason to be supremely confident in his ability. That said, there was a difference between fighting nightmare creatures and fighting humans. Sunny had mostly been doing the former recently, so the latter, he was a bit rusty. As the firekeepers surrounded him, Sunny observed them silently. Now that they were masters, each possessed one additional aspect ability. Gorn not only had 4 arms, but also expanded in size, towering above the floor at almost 3 meters in height. Gantry seemed to have augmented his body, somehow making it more durable. More nimble? Or simply more powerful? He was going to find out shortly. Erla's, meanwhile, was enhancing the physical state of each member of the cohort. His powers had been mainly focused on endurance and stamina before. What about now? Sid was bound to do something unpredictable as well. Shim, Shark-T, and Kaya all possessed non-combat aspect, so guessing their powers was of less importance. Still, they could be full of surprises. There were the memories the firekeepers wielded to consider, as well. Sunny felt a pang of regret for setting such strict restrictions for himself. But, still, he was looking forward to it. A real clash of skill, cunning, and competence. He had missed it a lot. What are you waiting for? Before the echo of his cold voice had time to disappear, the firekeepers attacked. The 2 archers opened the battle, instantly letting 2 arrows loose. They were showing decorum, too, since it was a friendly duel. His opponents refrained from using truly destructive memories inside the citadel. Sunny did not augment himself with any of his 3 shadows. Being a Transcendent already gave him a great advantage as far as physical prowess and the intricacy of essence control went, so it was unnecessary. Shifting slightly, he dodged both arrows with the minimum effort. One seemed to possess a homing enchantment, turning sharply to strike him in the back, but was tossed aside by the flat of the Black Odachi's blade. At that moment, the melee fighters of the ascended cohort were already upon him. They coordinated their attack seamlessly, using the arrow salvo to cover their advance. Perfect teamwork. Shim and Sid were the spearheads aimed at his chest and back. Gorn and Gantry, who wielded longer weapons and had a wider reach, attacked from behind them at the same time. There was a ceiling to a numerical advantage, since space was limited and only a few people could target a single opponent simultaneously, but by using this simple formation, the firekeepers effortlessly increased that limit. There was no way for Sunny to block and deflect for attacks that came from different directions with a single sword. So, he didn't. Instead, he removed himself from the path of the enemy weapons, deflecting Shim's spear and Gantry's heavy axe in the process. Using explosive footwork, Sunny escaped the encirclement and used the bodies of the firekeepers to block their comrades from chasing after him. Then, he lashed out with a probing attack. Sharp steel sang in the dark expanse of the Nameless temple. Interesting. Sunna's smile widened under Weaver's mask. The firekeepers had not wasted these for years, either. He had known that Vela had used Nephis and her personal battle force like a sledgehammer, endlessly sending them to put out one fire after another. It was almost as if they were being repeatedly sent to death, but stubbornly refused to die. As a result, their lethality reached chilling levels. Of course, he could have crushed them easily if he wished to. The gap between saints and masters was already vast, and Sunny was a singular existence even among saints, to boot. But with the limitations he had put on himself, the Fire Keepers were a challenging adversary. Especially because he could not allow himself to be hit even once. Plus, he had chosen to only use a single battle style against them. Morgan's own battle style, to be precise. The sharp, deadly, and ruthless technique she used was representative of how warriors of Valor fought, not even becoming one with their weapons, but instead treating themselves as weapons. So, it wasn't easy. It was exhilarating, though. Damnation! More! There were a few tense moments when the unexpected facets of the ascended abilities of his enemies revealed themselves. There were several interesting enchantments their memories possessed, as well. But Sunny still managed to evade, block, or deflect all their attacks in the most efficient and economical manner. He didn't make any big moves, using the least amount of motion possible in every situation. And all the while, he was studying how the Fire Keepers fought. Solving their battle styles and their teamwork like a puzzle. And when that puzzle was solved, the dynamic of the battle changed abruptly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Lord of Shadows was indeed like a shadow. Swift, elusive, and insidious, he moved across the black marble of the great hall with stunning speed and flawless precision, effortlessly deflecting the rain of blows that the Fire Keepers unleashed upon him. His black Odachi seemed to have a life of its own, flowing like a stream of darkness. A weapon of that length was supposed to be, if not unwieldy, then at least less maneuverable than a shorter blade, and yet, the Odachi was always exactly where it needed to be, effectively creating an impenetrable barrier of steel around its cold-hearted master. It was not because of his speed, strength, or mystical power. Instead, it was pure foresight and pure skill, both sharpened and tempered until they became a lethal weapon. Nephis observed the movements of the Lord of Shadows silently. The Fire Keepers, who had gone through countless battles by her side, fought well. They fought bravely. They fought with great skill and cunning, proving that their glorious fame was well earned. And yet, she had guessed the result of the duel almost as soon as it started. Soon, the cadence of the battle shifted. The Lord of Shadows, who had been defending against the barrage of attacks, suddenly abandoned all pretenses of defense. Instead, he easily shrugged off a squall of steel and moved through it, attacking the Fire Keepers before they could even react. It was almost as if he was dancing. The black Odachi hissed like a snake as it cut the air. It struck Shim in the chest, sending him flying back. A split second later, Sid's shield was pushed aside, and her breastplate caved as the young woman toppled with a short yelp. Gantry was struck by the pommel of the Odachi almost at the same moment, swaying once before falling down. By the time his back hit the floor, Gorn was already on his knees, both of his greatswords sliding away. The Lord of Shadows was among them. A moment later, he had already reached the two archers. Crap! Kea, who was supposed to protect them, was tossed back with one unhurried blow of the demonic swordsman's fist. Shakti and Erlas attempted to retreat, but both were sent to the ground before taking a single step. From start to finish, the duel between the Lord of Shadows and the Fire Keepers had taken a couple of minutes. However, they had all been defeated in just 2 seconds. It was as though the master of the ancient temple was telling them, "Look! I could have ended you all any time I wanted." White sparks ignited in Neph's eyes. Beautiful! The Lord of Shadows stopped and calmly put the spine of the black Odachi on his shoulder. His fearsome mask remained the same, eerie and devoid of any emotion. The Fire Keepers groaned as they slowly picked themselves up from the floor. "Is that all?" His voice was still the same, cold and impassive. Nephis smiled slightly and finally unsheathed her sword. "You haven't defeated all of us yet, have you?" He tilted his head a little, staring at her with arrogant indifference. Well, Nephis thought that those were his emotions. In truth, there was no way to know what was hiding behind that fearsome mask, if there was anything behind it at all. the Lord of Shadows slowly lowered his Odachi and gripped its hilt with both hands. "Stop wasting my time, then." Nephis took a step forward. That mask. Why did it look so familiar? Chapter 16-17. Duel of the Saints. But what was this? As he walked, the same sparks ignited in the eyes of the 7 fire keepers. A moment later, their bodies shone with a soft white radiance, and the bruises and contusions left on them by his restrained blows disappeared without a trace. Expressions of gratitude and relief appeared on their faces, and at the same time, Nefer's own face grew colder. Since when can she heal others from a distance? Before he could consider the implications of that unexpected turn of events, her sword left the enchanted scabbard with a quiet murmur. Its mirror-like blade was as black as the night sky, the light of the magical lanterns reflecting in it like distant stars. He knew that sword well, or rather, he had known it once. The silver blade was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier Nephis had received after slaying Soul Stealer. It was a mighty weapon, and had been made mightier still by Sunny himself. He had transplanted a supreme soul shard as one of its nodes, augmenting the fundamental enchantment of the silver blade. But now, it was different. Sunny frowned behind the mask when he noticed a familiar symbol branded into the mystical steel just above the crossguard. An anvil pierced through by a sword. Had one of the forge masters of the clan Vela deemed themselves competent enough to improve on his own work? No, they wouldn't have been able to. That left only one person, then. The King of Swords himself. That bastard. Who gave him the right to taint the gift I gave her with his dirty hands? Suddenly, Sunny felt displeased. And since he did, the shadows drowning the great hall of the Nameless temple moved, overcome by the same displeasure. The firekeepers, who had been retreating to give the 2 saints space to fight, suddenly paled. Nephis sensed the change in the atmosphere, too. "What is the matter, Lord Shadow? Do you not wish to fight me?" Sunny smiled darkly. "I am a peaceful man. I hate fighting." As he said that, he lunged forward without any warning and thrust his Odachi at Nefer's throat. His sudden attack was violent and ruthless, aimed at slicing open her arteries and severing her spine. Of course, Nephis deflected the black Odachi easily, taking a sidestep in the opposite direction at the same time. Her movements flowed like a placid river, and yet Sunny instantly felt that he was in mortal danger. The silver sword had pushed the blade of the Odachi down just a split second ago, but was already flying forward. It was moving at a speed that could not be perceived by the firekeepers, and even Sunny struggled to sense its passing. Unable to pull his own sword back in time, he had no choice but to jump back. The tip of the silver sword missed his chest by mere centimeters. After that first exchange, Sunny and Nephis circled each other for a few moments. Then, she suddenly spoke. "The battle style you used. Only those trained by Vela are masters of it." Tilting his head a little, Sunny responded coldly. "My esteemed guests have been sent by the King of Swords. It only seemed polite to greet them by using the battle style of his knights." The corner of Nefer's mouth twitched subtly. "Then what style would you have used if we were sent by Song?" Sunny raised his Odachi and took a step forward. "Something like this." A moment later, they were upon each other once more, their swords weaving a complicated web of attacks and deflections in the air. Both were moving with astonishing speed, exchanging dozens of blows in a second. The clangor of steel fused into a continuous wail that echoed in the darkness of the solemn hall, followed by a thunderous sonic boom. A shockwave spread from the spot where the Lord of Shadows and the radiant star of ruin clashed, sending a cloud of dust rushing outward like an opaque sphere. The firekeepers reeled and staggered back. "This is it! This is it!" Straining his transcendent body to its limit, Sunny was momentarily overcome by the exhilaration of combat. He had missed having someone to spar with, and dueling the firekeepers had not satisfied his thirst. Of course, the clash between him and Nephis was much more furious and destructive than the previous fight. After all, he was a transcendent terror, and she was a transcendent titan. Neither was using their aspect to augment themselves, but their power was still terrible enough to devastate their surroundings. Luckily, the Nameless temple was very hard to destroy. It would not have remained standing from the dawn of the Age of Gods to this day otherwise. Granted, Sunny had found it in a rather sorry state, and had to perform plenty of repairs to make this ancient citadel presentable. In any case, he wasn't worried that it would be seriously damaged, not unless either Nephis or him decided to unleash their full power. Now, how do I lose without having Nephis realize that I threw the fight? There were two problems. First, Nephis was too good of a swordsman, so weaving any kind of pretense in front of her was not easy. And secondly, Sunny was having too much fun. He didn't want their fight to end so quickly. Shall we make it more interesting, then? Grinning behind the mask, Sunny suddenly shifted his weight and switched to an entirely new technique. The battle style of Clan Vela was sharp, domineering, and fatal. But this new technique, it was flowing, unpredictable, and supremely adaptable. It was the battle style taught to Nephis by her family, and then by Nephis to him. There. Finally! The mask of indifference that she wore finally cracked a little, and he could feel her blade waver for a split second. That split second was all that Sunny needed. Breaking through Nephis' defense, he delivered a swift strike. And yet, no matter how swift his attack was, she still managed to compose herself and evade it by disengaging. Nephis took a step back, and the tip of the black Odachi hissed angrily past her breastplate, separated from the polished white steel by no more than a centimeter. She lingered for a moment. "Who taught you that style?" Her voice was even, but Sunny knew Nephis well enough to recognize a somber undertone within it. He pulled his Odachi back and answered in an even tone. "Nobody." With that, Sunny lunged forward once again. Chapter 16-18. Transcendent Battle Art. Depending on the practitioner, the answer varied. At the lowest level, a battle style was nothing more than a comprehensive collection of movements and steps aimed at giving the practitioner sufficient competence to engage in battle. A set of practices meant to encompass all possible combat situations, and arm the warrior with tools to solve them. There were countless battle styles, some taught to groups of people, others formed from the personal habits and quirks of talented combatants. Some styles emphasized strength and strived to overpower the opponent, some emphasized speed and precision, some emphasized solid defense and waiting for a perfect moment to counterattack. There were solid battle styles created with deep insight, and poor battle styles that were concocted without a real understanding of the fundamental laws of combat. But that was only the most shallow layer of a true battle art. A person could practice a battle style without truly understanding its essence, but they would never be able to master it. At a higher level, a battle style was not only a set of movements, but also a formative philosophy. It concerned not only the body, but also the mind. A person who truly mastered a style had to possess a certain level of insight into the governing laws of combat. Knowing why each of the elements had been created and what its purpose was, they were not beholden to a predetermined repertoire of actions. Instead, they could freely improvise an actionable response to each situation. If all movements could be improvised, then what was the difference between the various battle styles? It was their philosophy. The school of thought and the dominant intent, a unifying principle that guided the shape and direction of these improvised moves. Therefore, even among those practitioners who had mastered both the body and the mind, there were still those who fought with domineering strength, swift precision, patient caution, or any other type of guiding intent. These were the true masters of combat. Sunny had become one of them, and one of the absolute best among them, a long time ago. But now that he was a saint, a whole new horizon had opened up before him. Because there was a third layer above the body and the mind, available only to a few chosen existences. It was Soul. She has changed. While clashing with Nephis in a ferocious dance of steel, Sunny couldn't help but feel amazed. She had always been a true genius of the sword, and since he knew her better than anyone, he had expected this fight to be a tough one. After all, just like him, Nephis had for long years to perfect her technique. As the vanguard champion of Vela, she had gone through countless battles. She had also come into her transcendent power, learning to wield it as naturally as she breathed. A saint was a different kind of beast, and the difference between them and their lessers was not only a question of raw power. Sunny had already glimpsed that chasm when he and Nephis fought Dire Fang, but only now that he was a transcendent himself did he truly understand the reason it existed. The further a human walked on the path of ascension, the more intricate their control of soul essence became. Masters were already very proficient in using it to deliberately and efficiently augment their bodies in combat, but saints were capable of elevating these rudimentary essence techniques to a completely new level. Therefore, a comprehensive essence technique was an integral part of a truly transcendent battle art. And since each transcendent warrior possessed a unique aspect, each essence technique had to be tailor-made for a single user. The difference that mastering such a technique could make was truly striking, and therefore, that alone made saints vastly more deadly on the battlefield. But that was not the end of it. Since each transcendent battle art was unique and tailored to a single user, there was an additional step to be taken. And that was to seamlessly incorporate each aspect ability into the combat technique, making it truly complete. A transcendent battle art demanded the complete integration of body, mind, and soul into a combat technique. Losing his true name made it much harder for Sunny to advance in mastering Shadow Dance, so he had been concentrating on developing such a personal transcendent battle art for himself in the past 4 years. He had already formulated its principles, and was now tempering these principles in battles against powerful opponents. And, in the process of it, he thought that he might have glimpsed what the next level of mastery was. Saints did not exist in and of themselves, as sovereign beings. Their souls were vaster than their bodies, coming into contact with the world and the underlying laws governing it. Some parts of the world welcomed them, while others repelled them. That was why transcendent beings were able to absorb the spirit essence of the world, as long as they were in their element. For Sunny, that element was shadow. For someone like Centiris, it was the sky, or perhaps storm clouds. For someone like Nephis, he couldn't guess. It might have been light, or flame, or something more esoteric, like inspiring longing in the souls of other beings. Therefore, he guessed that what came after the body, the mind, and the souls was the world. Incorporating the world itself into one's battle art would probably make it a supreme battle art. That said, Sunny was not sure if it could even be called a battle art, at that point, let alone how to actually achieve something like that. In any case, he was voraciously curious to witness and experience the battle styles of other transcendent warriors. To learn from them, and maybe even gain more understanding about the path to supremacy. Which was why fighting Nephis was a boon to him. So, he definitely wasn't prolonging their clash simply because he missed her. Why would he cut this duel short if humanity's premier sword savant was graciously allowing him to steal her achievements? I see. No, I don't see. Deflecting a barrage of almost instantaneous attacks, and at the same time desperately preventing these attacks from dictating his next moves to avoid the countless traps Nephis constructed for him on the fly, Sunny carefully observed her movements, the flow of her essence, and the form of her shadow. Pretty soon, he had to admit something to himself. What the hell has she been doing for the last 4 years? It's damn incomprehensible. Chapter 16-19. Essence Technique. Why can't I make sense of it? He shifted his weight, deflected the silver blade to the side, and used the long hilt of the Odachi as a lever to spin its blade at an inconceivable speed. Nephis easily parried it with the crossguard of her sword, but Sunny was already transitioning from a downward slash into a rising stab. Every movement flowed into another, forming a torrent of deadly steel. How strange. Nephis was the first person Sunny had ever shadowed. After years of training together and fighting side by side, he knew her better than anyone else. Therefore, it should have been easy to glimpse the true essence of her transcendent battle art, or at least start to unravel it. And indeed, Sunny sensed the heart of her intent. Just like how Nephis could read his intentions through her sublime mastery of combat, he could predict her actions through Shadow Dance. But his perception was oddly shallow. He could guess what would happen, but not why it would happen. Almost like those initiates who had only mastered the body, but not the mind. Nephis evaded his stab by turning and leaning sideways, took a graceful step to shift her balance, and pulled her blade out of the bind. A split second later, it lashed out, almost striking his thigh. If Sunny was a beat too late, he would have had to receive her blow. The onyx mantle was akin to a transcendent armor, while the mirror sword was a strange hybrid between a transcendent and a supreme weapon that he himself had created. Considering that offense usually trampled defense in the ruthless world of the nightmare spell, a single strike was all it would take for him to lose the duel. The silver blade might not break his armor immediately, but leaving a scratch on its onyx surface would be easy. He disengaged and stared at Nephis impassively for a moment. Apart from manifesting this avatar, Sunny was not using his aspect. She had not promised to do the same, technically, but was still following suit. Whether it was out of respect for the Lord of Shadows or simply because Neph was just as starved for a good opponent as he was, Sunny did not know. That was a part of the problem. A transcendent battle art was tailored to a single user, seamlessly incorporating their unique traits and abilities. So, since Nephis was not using any of her aspect abilities, what Sunny was witnessing was not the true extent of her battle style, but rather a partial version of it. Of course, he had hoped to extrapolate the missing pieces by experiencing the foundational technique, but it was not going well. Should I try to deduce what's missing? Sunny had plenty of experience constructing his own battle art, so it was not impossible for him to guess what Nephis would have created. Let's see. The basic principle of elevating a battle style to a transcendent battle art was universal, at least it was supposed to be. Sunny had not consulted any saints on how they built their personal techniques, so he did not know if everyone followed what he perceived to be common sense. The first step was to create a comprehensive essence technique. By infusing one's body with essence, one was capable of greatly enhancing their physical prowess. Awakened could not control essence with finesse, so their way of going about things was crude and rudimentary, mostly consisting of flooding the entirety of their bodies with essence. Masters were much more skilled in that regard. Their control of essence was rather intricate, as was their understanding of the human body. By selectively infusing various areas, muscle groups, and organs with essence at just the right time, they were able to not only increase its efficacy, but also drastically reduce its consumption, thus raising efficiency. But saints could control soul essence as naturally as they were breathing, and with truly incredible finesse. They could more or less selectively enhance each muscle fiber, nerve cluster, or tendon in their body. Not only that, but due to better control, the range and manner of these enhancements were broader than those of a master, and could be consciously altered. In short, saints could explosively increase their already stunningly formidable strength, speed, agility, and resilience if they were smart about using their essence, and had trained themselves to do it instinctively, like Sunny had in the past for years. Each time he took a step or delivered a strike, the complex machine of his body performed numerous actions. His heart pumped blood through his veins, electrical impulses traveled along his nerves, various muscles relaxed or contracted, and so on. To perform a proper strike, a warrior had to possess great control of his body and know how to use it well. Of course, no one consciously willed all these minute processes to happen. If trained properly, the body itself would remember how to act to the best of its ability. An essence technique, therefore, was like an additional layer on top of physical training, designed to augment every motion in the most effective and efficient way, as well as tailored to the unique personal battle style of the individual. Designing such a technique demanded immense insight into the functions of the body, the laws of combat, and one's own self. At first, including his soul in the movements of his body was a conscious process, and one that demanded an inconceivable amount of concentration, at that. But by now, it was like an instinct to Sunny. Luckily, he had possessed a rich foundation of going through countless battles as an awakened and a master to build upon, so mastering his essence technique had not been too hard. There had been the soul serpent and soul weave to assist him, as well. Similarly, Nephis had designed an essence technique of her own. Sunny could perceive her radiant, pure soul essence flowing through her body with a strange and almost hypnotic elegance, moving in perfect harmony with the fluid grace of her sword dance. Her technique seemed even more intricate and precise than his own. Was it simply because Neph's swordsmanship had a different personality than his, or because she had spent more time to thoroughly comprehend the science behind the biology of her body and the physics of her sword. After all, Sunny had mostly taught himself through practical experience and intuition, spending less time on theory. In any case, this shallow layer of Nefer's battle art was not a mystery. Sunny had enough ability to perceive it, enough insight to dismantle it, and enough experience to reassemble it. Even emulating it was not a problem, given enough time. But that was what an essence technique represented, the most shallow and basic layer of a battle art. The true essence hid much deeper, having to do with aspect and attributes. That was what Sunny had to deduce in order to remove the strange interference that prevented him from comprehending Nefer's elevated battle style. There was another sonic boom, and the two of them were momentarily thrown away from each other. Sunny increased the weight of his body and slid several meters back, swiftly coming to a halt. Nephis pivoted on one leg and performed an effortless pirouette, regaining her balance almost immediately. The firekeepers scrambled to get even further back, seemingly stunned by how long the duel was lasting. Sunny smirked behind the mask and rushed forward. If I compare our aspects. Chapter 16:20. Deeper layer. The first element he had to consciously and comprehensively integrate into his battle style was the easiest. It was his ability to perceive the movement through shadows, as well as see what was happening behind his back. That did not sound like much, compared to his other abilities, but was actually a drastic change. Almost every battle style he had learned in the past was meant to be practiced by humans, after all, and humans only had 2 eyes. That naturally dictated how they fought, and how the masters who taught young warriors to wield weapons constructed their styles. However, Sunny was not beholden to these standards. Therefore, he had spent plenty of time relearning the very basics of combat, building his technique in a way that allowed him to fully utilize that subtle, but confounding advantage. The second element was even more fundamental, since it concerned movement. Movement lay at the base of every battle style. Footwork was just as indispensable as striking and defending, if not more so. Not only did it dictate the balance and strength available to a fighter, but it also controlled space. Advancing and retreating, evading and pressing the opponent, both offense and defense relied on controlling space. Sunny was not beholden to space, either, because he was supremely mobile due to Shadow Step. That was perhaps his greatest advantage in a battle, and therefore, he meticulously altered his way of thinking about space in accordance with this advantage, practically rebuilding his battle style around it. The third element was group battle. It was a strange matter, considering that Sunny was both an individual and possessed multiple bodies. Back on the Forgotten Shore, he and Nephis had been able to slay carapace scavengers by acting together. One served as bait, another delivered a fatal blow from behind. That simple manner of teamwork illustrated perfectly why the boon of fighting in a group was not additive, but instead multiplicative. The sum was greater than its parts, and Sunny alone had 7 parts. So, he had trained himself relentlessly to fight while controlling many bodies at the same time, learning how to efficiently use group tactics without anyone's help. The fourth element had to do with blood weave and bone weave. Most living things were hard to kill unless you aimed at their vital points, and due to these 2 attributes, Sunny lacked several vulnerabilities that most humans possessed. He wouldn't bleed to death even if his artery was sliced open, and his bones were immensely resilient, to the point that breaking them was almost impossible. Therefore, he had to teach himself how to make use of these traits. It was the simplest, but also the hardest mindset alteration he had to absorb, because it went against his most powerful instinct, the instinct of self-preservation. Nevertheless, Sunny had succeeded in changing his behavior in a manner that allowed him to strategically sacrifice non-vital parts of himself. The fifth element was about another attribute of his, the onyx shell. Among other things, it allowed Sunny to freely change his weight, or was it mass? He could never tell the difference. In any case, such an ability opened up a vast ocean of possibilities for a skilled warrior, from increasing the impact of his blows to greatly augmenting his speed, solidifying his balance, and even performing actions that would otherwise be impossible without toppling like a cut tree. Sunny had incorporated the effects of the Feather of Truth trait of the onyx shell into his battle style a while ago, but since he had had nothing but time in the last 4 years, he took this opportunity to fully reconsider it, learning how to use it not only comprehensively, but also instinctually. Now, he did not even have to think about utilizing that adaptable trait to enhance his every move. The sixth element was the most broad, and concerned shadow manifestation. Sunny had the ability to manifest endless variations of tangible shadows, roughly divided into two methods. The first was to summon external implements like shadow hands or chains. This method was destructive, but lost too much of its potency in battles against truly powerful opponents. As such, it was best used against large groups of weaker foes, or for pure utility. The second method was to alter the shape of his body with manifested shadows, from summoning additional limbs to building towering shadow shells. The shape of the shells Sunny could create was, theoretically, endless, so it was hard to pinpoint exactly how he was supposed to incorporate this method into his battle art. However, in practice, his repertoire of shells was currently limited. Since Sunny did not possess a true name anymore, there was nothing to anchor his self, and therefore, assuming the shapes of alien creatures was extremely dangerous unless he wished to lose himself entirely. So, he only used a handful of shells. In exchange, these shells had been perfected by him to a stellar degree. Currently, he was slowly translating his battle art to each of these shells. And finally, there was the seventh element, or rather, there wasn't. Sunny did not know what the last element of his transcendent battle art would be, but suspected that once he mastered it, his technique would become a supreme battle art. Wishful thinking. Sunny and Nephis clashed in another exchange, the silver sword and the black Odachi howling as they repeatedly attracted and repelled each other. A few seconds later, the two saints disengaged and spent a moment to realign themselves. He frowned behind the mask. The Odachi he had manifested from a wild shadow was infused with his transcendent essence, which in turn was made more potent by soul weave. So, it was akin to a transcendent weapon, and a powerful one at that. The Odachi had held up well against Nepha's quasi-supreme longsword. But just then, he had felt a crack forming along the length of its blade. The Odachi was not going to last much longer. Sunny could easily repair it, of course, but doing so would mean breaking his promise to abstain from using his aspect. More than that, he would be cheating. It wasn't a coincidence that his weapon was failing, after all. Instead, it was the result of Nephis consciously targeting the same spot on the dark blade over and over again, without him noticing. How devious! Sunny couldn't help but smile. Nephis might have forgotten her teacher, but it seemed like she remembered the lessons. This duel of theirs would have to come to an end shortly. It was a shame. He didn't attack, this time, waiting for her to come to him. Can I understand what is wrong before the duel is over? If Sunny remembered his own considerations when elevating his battle style to a transcendent art, he could try to imagine what Nephis had done. What elements did her battle art consist of, apart from the essence technique? Her aspect was much more straightforward than his. Sunny had a wide array of traits and abilities that made him a jack of all trades, skirting the line between combat prowess and utility, but leaning slightly more toward the latter. Of the other two divine aspects he knew of, Mordred's was pure utility with hardly any battle application. Nepha's, on the contrary, was all about combat prowess and destructiveness. So, how would she have altered her battle style after becoming a saint? Longing was not applicable in combat, so it shouldn't have affected anything. The ability to control fire was probably similar to the first method of using shadow manifestation, mostly needed when facing swarms of weak abominations, or maybe enemy fortifications. The most obvious change would, of course, have to do with her transformation ability. She must have developed a robust technique for aerial combat, where there was no ground to stand upon and therefore no footwork, with a completely different relationship between mass, force, counterforce, and impact. She would have also paid more attention to archery, using it against enemies on the ground. Sunny was less knowledgeable about the two forms Nephis could assume apart from the winged one, so he couldn't even start to guess what her combat approach would be in those states. The most important change, however, had to be about her very first ability, the wondrous ability to heal herself. Just like Sunny had to rethink his relationship with physical harm due to bloodweave and boneweave, Nephis would have forced herself to change the way she fought in accordance with her own inconceivable vitality. Sunny had seen her destroy the vessel of the Skinwalker after having her neck broken. In Twilight, Soul Stealer had delivered her 1,000 fatal wounds, and yet, that wasn't enough to stop her. Scarily enough, if one thought about it. Nephis was nearly undying. He did not know what it would take to fully destroy her, and hoped that he would never find out. However, ever since the battle in Twilight, it felt as though Nephis had come to terms with her chilling power. If she had incorporated it into her battle art, what would it feel like to fight against a nearly indestructible enemy? Someone who would continue to fight despite being pierced by your weapon, could sacrifice a limb to wound you and then immediately restore it, could not be slowed down even by the most gruesome injuries, was too accustomed to harrowing pain to care about it, would not bleed to death, and simply would not die before killing you. He shivered slightly. Not unsolvable, but definitely frightening. Yes, she had to have rebuilt her battle style around that dreadful ability of hers, disregarding the torturous curse of her flaw. There was another element Sunny had to consider, though. Neph's aspect legacy. The tree with 7 branches, each bearing fruits of knowledge. She had mastered one, knowledge of fire, in Twilight. Had she mastered others after that? Was there a way to incorporate the sorcery of names into a battle art? He defended against her increasingly violent assault, contemplating. But even after coming up with all these guesses, Sunny simply couldn't comprehend her battle art. It was just too strange, making no sense, as if something was interfering with his ability to understand it. Stumped, he remembered the first time he had tried to shadow Nephis, long before he even knew what it meant to shadow someone. It had happened on the Forgotten Shore, when they were traveling toward the Hollow Mountains. Back then, Nephis and Caster were sparring with each other, and Sunny sent his shadow to observe her. That was how he had received a revelation that resulted in Shadow Dance, to begin with. Ironically, Nephis had not even used her most precious battle style in the spar against Caster. Since she knew that he had been sent to kill her, she guarded her true skill against him, showing a different and less lethal technique instead. Sunny's eyes suddenly widened slightly behind the mask. No way. But at that moment, he finally understood why he was having so much trouble. In hindsight, it was pretty obvious why he couldn't peer into the secrets of Neph's transcendent battle art. It was because she wasn't showing it, to begin with. Instead, she was deceiving everyone with a lesser, fabricated version of it. Was it for his benefit? No, not likely. She was probably fooling the entirety of Valor with this splendid performance. After all, despite being one of the most renowned champions of the great clan Valor, she was ultimately its most insidious enemy. Sunny suppressed a grin. As expected. My curiosity is thoroughly satisfied. Nephis was not using her aspect, and on top of that, she had created a whole fake transcendent battle art to deceive her enemies. Therefore, trying to learn its secrets was of no real benefit to Sunny. He felt his Odachi slowly coming undone and sighed. Shall we end this duel, then? Chapter 1621. Princes of the Universe. Both Changing Star and the man who called himself Shadow were beyond powerful. A saint was like a natural disaster, and even though neither of them had called upon the dreadful power of their aspects, the devastating physical might of 2 transcendent warriors was more than enough to obliterate their surroundings, reshape the landscape, and instill terror in the hearts of countless people. Luckily, both their lady and the master of the ancient temple seemed to be holding back. Otherwise, the citadel might have been severely damaged by their duel. Lady Nephis was clad in a suit of knightly armor that had been forged from sublime white steel and adorned with golden accents. With her fair skin and silver hair, pure flames dancing in her eyes, she was like a spirit of light. Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, was like a devil born from pure darkness. His ominous onyx armor, demonic mask, and raven-black hair fused with the lightless void of the great hall, making it hard to discern where his figure ended and the shadows began. The silence had long been torn apart by the melodic disharmony of clashing steel. But Wasn't something very strange? One of the firekeepers, Sid, looked at their leader and asked after hesitating for a few moments. Why is he still standing? Her somber voice was hiding a note of bewilderment. The 7 of them had followed Lady Changing Star to storm the Crimson Spire, across the frozen hell of East Antarctica, and into countless battles after that. In the past 4 years, they had seen her turn hordes of abominations to ash, topple titans, and bring every saint who dared challenge her to their knees. Only a few people could claim to be her equal, and even they did not dare to. How was it that the Lord of Shadows had not only persisted for so long, but also seemed to be holding his own in a duel against the last daughter of the immortal flame? Who the hell is he? Shim, the leader of the cohort, shook his head slightly without looking away from the barely perceptible whirlwind of the stunning clash. Watch carefully. Out there in front of them, the cadence of the duel finally changed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Now. Sunny delivered a lightning-fast strike, the air parting in front of the blade of his Odachi with a wailing hiss. The strike was just a feint, turning into a thrust, turning into a downward slash. Nephis ignored the feint, deflected the stab, and strangled the slash by binding their swords. She pushed him and shifted her body to gain an advantage in the follow-up attack. Sunny was forced to take a step back, which would have landed him in an awkward position and made it impossible to mount a stable defense if he did not increase the weight of his armored boots while at the same time decreasing the weight of his breastplate. With his center of gravity lowered, he had enough stability to block Neph's calm and vicious attack without staggering back. But even though he blocked it, she unerringly struck the exact same spot where his Odachi had already been weakened. Finally, the shadow blade shattered, exploding into a rain of shards. Those shards almost instantly turned ethereal, dissolving back into an intangible shadow. The force behind Neph's strike was so terrible that her sword continued to fall down like an executioner's axe. Sunny, who had expected something like that to happen, was prepared and dodged the mirror blade just in time. It struck the black marble plate of the temple's floor, sending a net of cracks running through it. Dust and pieces of stone flew into the air. Without wasting a heartbeat, Nephis shifted into a low stance and delivered a rising diagonal slash. However, Sunny was already moving by then. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and found himself almost face-to-face with her. Silver clashed against stone-like metal with a thunderous clangor. Both of them grew still. As the dust settled, the firekeepers saw a bewildering scene. Sunny and Nephis were standing motionlessly, with almost no space between them. His right hand was gripping the hilt of her sword, which had been stopped a mere centimeter away from the onyx surface of his fearsome armor. Her right hand, meanwhile, was gripping his left wrist. Held in his left hand was the hilt of the broken Odachi, the jagged steel of its broken blade stopped several centimeters away from her neck. Sunny remained still for a few moments, then looked down, at the cracked floor beneath them. A somber sigh escaped from his lips. Let us stop here. Otherwise, my citadel will sustain irreparable damage. He allowed the broken Odachi to dissolve into shadows, let go of Neph's hand, and took a step back, turning away with cold indifference. As Sunny was walking back to his unseen throne, Nephis called out to him. What about the duel? We have not determined the winner yet. He stopped, facing away from her. After a few moments of silence, Sunny spoke. I'm willing to admit defeat. He lingered for a bit, then turned around and stared at her. His voice turned even colder. However, I have no interest in joining forces with the great clan Vela, Nephis of the Immortal Flame. He tilted his head a little. I'm only joining forces with you. You personally, not your clan and not your kingdom. These statements were technically both a truth and a lie. Sunny might have preferred to deal with Nephis, and Nephis alone, but doing so was tantamount to joining Anvil's side. Still, it at least allowed him to get his point across despite the simple trick. I feel like wearing this mask around people will quickly grow annoying. He suppressed a sigh. Nephis looked at him for a while, then said evenly, My personal wealth is not that vast. I can't promise you the same boons and riches that my clan can." Sunny chuckled. Considering the kind of atmosphere he had created, his laughter sounded sinister even without him trying. When he responded, his voice was as cold as ice. "I don't desire riches. Resources, assistance, powerful memories and echoes, soul shards, why should I want to get them from Clan Vela? I don't lack anything. If there's something I want, I can go and take it myself." Nephis frowned slightly. "So what is it that you want from me, Lord Shadow?" Sunny turned away again. "It's simple, really." He took a step into the darkness and added indifferently, "All I want is for you to owe me a favor, Changing Star. One day, when I come calling, help me out with what I ask." It was an offer heavy with meaning. The concept of debt was somewhat sacred among the nobility of the awakened society, especially to people who strive to follow quaint ideals like honor and virtue. Being owed by someone like Nephis might have been more precious than a mountain of soul shards. Especially because Sunny had not indicated what kind of help he might want to receive. She studied his back for a few moments, and eventually nodded. "That is acceptable." Sunny entered the darkness and looked up at his marble throne. Hidden from sight, he sighed deeply, then smiled. "Then it concludes our deal." And just like that, a tentative alliance between a mysterious saint residing in Godgrave and a princess of the Sword Domain was forged. Chapter 1622. Many Mysteries of Shadow. In any case, shortly after he had disappeared into the darkness, the beautiful Onyx Devil moved once again, inviting them to leave and make a camp outside the temple. The territory around the ancient citadel seemed safe enough, with all the nightmare creatures having been eradicated by Shadow and his servants. So, the firekeepers did not mind resting outside. There was no trust between them and the master of the temple yet, anyway. They would have felt uncomfortable resting under his roof, surrounded by powerful creatures. A transcendent devil, a transcendent terror, a supreme devil, and gods knew who else. That power was enough to give a stronger force pause. So, they made camp a dozen or so meters away from the great dark edifice of the citadel, among the bones of slain nightmare creatures. The lanterns chased away the darkness, and a fire had been ignited in the middle of the camp. Various storage memories were summoned, containing food and beverages. They even raised several tents, hoping to enjoy a bit of peaceful sleep. After experiencing 2 weeks of pure hell, the firekeepers could finally rest and relax a little. Of course, they did not lower their guard completely, still wearing their armor and keeping watch in shifts. Nephis sat in front of the fire, watching it dance with a thoughtful expression. The Lord of Shadows. There were too many mysteries about him. That mask, for example. By now, Nephis remembered where she had seen it. Ananke had worn a mask almost identical to the one worn by Shadow. It was a symbol of the priests of the nightmare spell. So, was Shadow one such priest, as well, or at least considered himself to be one? Or had he simply slain a follower of Weaver in one of his nightmares and received the mask as a reward? In fact, Nephis had seen the depiction of Weaver's mask long before meeting Ananke. It was drawn on the wall of the Ebony Tower, where the Demon of Destiny had left a map of strongholds built by his siblings in various realms. The mask, representing Weaver, was placed north of the Hollow Mountains, above all 6 strongholds, almost as if looking at them from afar. But it did not mean that Weaver's stronghold was hidden somewhere on the Forgotten Shore, or even further north. It simply meant that no one had any idea where Weaver's stronghold was, or if the transient demon even had one. So, neither had drawn it outside the map. Was the Lord of Shadows connected to the priesthood of the nightmare spell, or to the demon of fate directly? And what business did the heir of Shadow God have being tied to a demon? Curious. The mask was curious. The citadel that somehow existed in the middle of Godgrave was also curious. So was the lineage of Shadow God that the master of the citadel seemed to possess, and his aspect. But most curious of all was his swordsmanship. Staring into the fire, Nephis sighed. These days, she rarely met anyone who could wield the sword well enough to give her a challenge. There were dreadful nightmare creatures and transcendent warriors with potent aspects, sure, but that was a competition of power and will, not skill and technique. As such, the only person Nephis could truly spar with was Morgan. The Lord of Shadows was at least on par with the Princess of Valor. No, not quite. It felt like he was much more dangerous. The first battle style he had used was more or less a perfect replica of the refined and domineering style that the Knights of Valor practiced. Mastering it was already no easy feat. But it was merely one of the styles the Lord of Shadows seemed to have mastered. He was a true sword saint, one of the few that had been born since the descent of the Nightmare spell. Suddenly, Nephis wanted to duel him again, this time using the full might of their aspects. What abilities would he show her? How ingenious was his transcendent battle art? She had no doubt that he had built one. Which was impressive. Most saints had mastered a battle art of their own, but few had created it without aid. After all, saints were supported by their clans, as well as the great clans they owed allegiance to. Most had inherited the skill and wisdom of their predecessors, as well as received extensive help from exalted counselors and mentors. Lord Shadow seemed like a solitary man. There was no clan behind him, let alone a domain. Which meant that whatever technique he possessed had been designed by him, and him alone. And then? There was the second battle style he had shown, obviously as a message to her. Or a provocation. Her father's style. Nephis hugged her knees, calmly looking into the fire. Feeling the shift in her mood, the fire surged and swirled. How was it possible? As far as she knew, there were only 2 people in the world who had been taught that style. She had been taught by her family, and Cassie was taught by her. There were no others. Or were there? Had her father had a pupil that she didn't know about? Was Lord Shadow that pupil, or a disciple of that pupil? She wanted to know. She wanted to ask. Her father had perished when Nephis was 4, so she did not have a lot of memories of him. Most of what she knew about Broken Sword was from listening to her grandmother, who talked about her son-in-law often. The rest was from the legends that he had left in the world before dying an untimely death. But she sighed. There was little sincerity in the world. Knowledge was power, and people guarded their power fervently. Usually, one had to be prepared to pay a price if they wanted to receive an answer. Secrets were not revealed easily. She was already indebted to Lord Shadow. He seemed like an unfriendly sort, and would definitely not part with information lightly. In fact, he had probably chosen to use that style for the exact purpose of enticing her into deepening her debt. Devious. Who was that man? So strong, so devious, and having enough resources to disregard the riches of Clan Valor. As she considered that, the ground suddenly trembled. Chapter 1623. Dark Colossus. Nephis had stood up, as well. The white flames burning in her eyes grew more intense, and the fire behind her grew taller, chasing the darkness further away. What is it? Was there a nightmare creature approaching them from afar, or had the master of the ancient temple decided to betray them? She was going to find out soon. As they stood motionlessly, preparing for battle, the ground shuddered again. A cold wind rose, bringing with it a strong smell of rotting leaves and humid jungle. A tense silence settled over the world. A moment later, Nephis felt a new presence beside her. Turning her head slightly, she saw the Lord of Shadows standing at the edge of the camp, peering into the darkness calmly. He had appeared out of nowhere without making any noise, as if the shadows themselves had risen up to spawn him. He seemed to have discarded his mask, but since Nephis was behind him, she couldn't see his face. The firekeepers flinched, startled by his sudden appearance. Each was an experienced master, and many carried memories that enhanced their senses. It wasn't easy to sneak up on them. And yet, the Lord of Shadow had done it effortlessly. Nephis frowned, realizing just how vulnerable her subordinates were in front of him. What is happening? Her voice remained calm, addressing the mysterious saint with sufficient decorum. He remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. It's nothing much. One of the great sleepers has awoken, that's all. Shadow lingered for a second, then added. I usually keep them asleep to avoid trouble, but the most feisty ones sometimes escape their slumber. A great nightmare creature? Keep them asleep. Nephis frowned slightly. Should we fight it together, then? Still facing away from her, the master of the ancient temple shook his head. No need. It's merely a beast. With that, he took a step forward. The darkness surged, enveloping him like a vast mantle. The figure of Lord Shadow dissolved into it, becoming one with the lightless void. And then, the void exploded upward. As Nephis watched, secretly startled, a Colossus built of shadows slowly rose above the bone plane. His body was a perfect replica of the Lord of Shadows. The titanic torso was formed first, followed by two immense arms. At first, the giant seemed to be kneeling, but then he slowly rose to his feet, coming to stand as tall as the ancient temple. The shadows rippled and solidified, repeating the contours of his back. She saw lean muscles rolling under the obsidian skin. A moment later, a layer of glossy onyx covered the dark Colossus, encasing him in a suit of impregnable armor. His head was too far away now, the light of the enchanted lanterns unable to dispel the veil of darkness hiding his face. When the giant took a step, the whole plane quaked. A transformation ability. The size of the Shadow Colossus was nowhere near Effie when she assumed her transcendent form, but it was still awe-inspiring. But that was not the end of it. There was a rustle from behind them, and a dreadful hiss. Turning around, the firekeepers saw the head of an enormous serpent appearing from the entrance of the temple. The creature was massive enough to easily swallow the entire cohort in one bite, its scales the same color as the tenebrous armor of the Lord of Shadows. The obsidian serpent slithered out of the citadel, its long body flowing like a river of darkness, seemingly endless. It must have been coiled around the entire great hall of the ancient temple, surrounding them from every side the moment they stepped inside. Nephis watched carefully. The terror. The colossal serpent slithered across the bone plane, passing the frozen firekeepers and approaching the giant made of shadows. Its neck rose high into the air, and it nimbly coiled around the leg of the Lord of Shadows, crawling up his body like a tree snake. The creature reached the shoulder of the giant, and then slithered along his outstretched arm. Then, it changed. Where a serpentine head was before, the sharp tip of a gargantuan sword suddenly appeared. Slowly, but also too fast to notice, the body of the transcendent terror rippled, and turned into an inconceivable odachi, its hilt and curving blade as long as the shadow giant was tall. Finally, a dark titan was standing on the bone plane, his body encased in a suit of fearsome onyx armor, wielding a giant obsidian sword. He looked like an ancient deity that had descended to the mortal realm from the heavens, or maybe crawled out of the lightless depths of the abyss. Not paying the firekeepers any attention, the shadow giant took another step. Something lunged at him from the darkness, a grotesque monstrosity that towered above the ground, its mottled fur wreathing with a swarm of pale maggots. Its misshapen head was crowned with sharp horns, and its maw was wide open, revealing a wall of massive fangs. Its limbs were a mess of claws, chitinous sides, and pulsating tentacles. A chill spread through the hearts of the firekeepers at the sight of the hideous abomination. However, the towering sword of the dark Colossus only fell once. One strike, and the neck of the great beast was cleanly severed, its head rolling to the ground. The massive body toppled and crashed into the bone surface of the dead god's breastbone, causing it to tremble once again. The great beast was dead. Just like that. The dark Colossus peered at it with disdain, then shook his head and crumbled on itself, turning into a tide of shadows. A moment later, all that was left was the corpse of the hideous monstrosity, and the deep groove left in the white bone by the tip of the obsidian odachi. Silence settled over Godgrave once again. Nephis stared at the corpse of the abomination, her expression unreadable. Eventually, she tilted her head a little. One strike. Suddenly, she was glad to have made a pact with the man who called himself Shadow. It was much better to be his ally than his enemy. Chapter 1624. Crazy Girl. Unlike Bastion itself, which lay at the heart of Vela's territory, the capital of Song was located at the northernmost point of her domain, on the slopes of a towering mountain chain that branched out from the Hollow Mountains. It was a stark and beautiful place nestled between snowy peaks and fuming volcanoes, shrouded in snowstorms and raining ash. Its name was Ravenheart. The great citadel had another name in the runic language of the nightmare spell, but after an obscure figure from the first generation of the Awakened conquered it, people gradually started calling the remote mountain palace by her true name. That obscure Awakened warrior was the founder of the Song clan and Ki Song's late mother. Her daughter elevated their minor clan to prominence, and then to the very height of power. Similarly, Ravenheart had grown from the stronghold of a lesser legacy clan to one of the great citadels of humanity, sheltering hundreds of thousands of Awakened. And now, after the chain of nightmares, it was home to millions of mundane humans, as well. The citadel itself was a magnificent palace that stood on the slope of a snowy mountain, perched at the very edge of a bottomless chasm. The legend said that it had been cut from pure white jade once, but after enduring the wrath of the surrounding volcanoes for thousands of years, it turned entirely black, as if made from obsidian glass. Still, contrasted against pristine white snow, its sublime beauty had only become more tantalizing. A titanic stone bridge spanned the vast chasm between the mountain and the volcano standing opposite it, connecting the two branches of the mountain chain like a road meant for giants. Its black pillars were decorated with intricate engravings, and the scale of the construct defied reason. These days, the members of the Song clan inhabited the frozen obsidian palace, while the titanic bridge had become a town for the Awakened warriors, who could withstand the cold. The city itself had been built on the slopes of the volcano, where its warmth protected the mundane citizens of Ravenheart from the inhumanly harsh climate of the snowy region. They did not have to be wary of sudden eruptions either, because Queen Song and her Transcendent daughters could protect them from any disaster. Ravenheart was a harsh place. But it was also an incredibly beautiful place. And therefore, life here was harsh, but also thriving. The surrounding lands had long been cleared of the truly dangerous nightmare creatures, but they were more dangerous than the heartland of the Dream Realm, where Bastion stood. Many abominations still dwelled in the snowy mountains, and the environment itself was deadly for those unprepared to face its cruelty. At the same time, there was a lot of fertile soil in the lowlands, which had been generously fertilized by volcanic ash. There was also geothermal heat, countless hot springs, and precious minerals of all kinds everywhere around. The people who had been evacuated here from Antarctica found their lives turning stark and intense, but also intensely enjoyable. If one grew accustomed to the solemn and eerie power of Queen Song, of course, which they quickly had. In any case, there was endless work to be done, from plowing the ashen fields to mining mystical ores, to building a semblance of a modern infrastructure by using endless geothermal energy. And since there were many nightmare creatures dwelling in the mountains, there was also a dire need for someone to protect all these workers. Which was why Rain was buried in the ash, sweating as she waited motionlessly. She had been laying there for a few hours already, keeping absolutely still. Around 100 meters away from her, where the slope of the gorge rose sharply, a hideous creature was slowly dragging its body from between the cliffs. It resembled a scaled worm with 6 long, thin limbs, each ending with dagger-like claws. Its maw was a horrid circular mess of sharp, needle-like fangs. Damnation! She had expected a beast, but was faced with a monster instead. Granted, the stone worms were merely dormant abominations. But since Rain wasn't even a sleeper, but a powerless mundane human instead, that thing could rip her apart in a matter of seconds. No, not even seconds, a second. No wonder everyone calls me the crazy girl. I am indeed crazy. I'm crazy to have listened to you, mad bastard. If not for the nagging of her teacher, she would have long ago applied to return to the waking world, thus challenging the first nightmare and becoming an awakened. But no, he just had to insist that his student could only awaken naturally, without becoming infected by the nightmare spell. And, young and naive as she had been, she actually believed in his nonsense. Years had already passed, and yet she was still a mundane human. Granted, she could somewhat feel her essence now, which supposedly was the hardest step. Still, Her teacher was without a doubt a brazen scam artist. Damn you, you damned ghost, or vampire, or whatever the hell you are. As she was thinking that, a quiet voice suddenly resounded from behind her. Rain was startled, but, remembering her training, remained absolutely motionless despite that. She didn't have to turn around to know that it was her shadow talking. It said, "You wouldn't be thinking something strange about me again, would you?" Stoneworms had very bad hearing, but could feel the smallest vibration spreading through the ground. She coughed quietly, then answered in a whisper. "What? Of course not, respected teacher. Your pupil would never dare do something that disloyal." The quiet voice responded dubiously. "Really? Well, good. You should hurry up, though. The wind is changing." Rain uttered a stifled curse and slowly rose to one knee. It was time to kill another dormant monster. How many have I killed, already? More than any sleeper she knew, certainly. And more than many young awakened in Ravenheart, as well, despite being mundane. But she still had to be extremely cautious. She couldn't allow a single mistake. It was just like how her teacher always said. One mistake was all it took to turn into a corpse. And becoming a corpse in Ravenheart was just too creepy. Granted, teacher would probably save her if something happened. Probably. Right. Chapter 1625. Undergeared. The composite alloy resisted her pull, but swiftly surrendered to her strength and perfect form, both of which were the result of arduous training and countless hours of practice. Her bow was not a fancy memory weapon. It was quite mundane, made from alloy and filament, more powerful than such weapons used to be, but nowhere near its enchanted counterparts. It was not a compound bow, either. More than that, even as far as recurve bows went, hers was on the weaker side. But there was nothing Rain could do about it. There were alloy bows of monstrous power out there, but they were meant to be used by the awakened. With her pitiful mundane strength, she wouldn't even be able to draw one, let alone do so swiftly and reliably. As for compound bows, while they offered increased draw weight and other advantages, that was only good on paper. In reality, there was more to a weapon than its power. How reliable was it? Was it easy to carry? Would it endure the wilds? Could it be cared for and maintained in harsh conditions? And so on. Awakened did not have to think about such things, but Rain did. And thanks to her teacher, she had learned all about these matters. Each piece of her equipment was picked out thoughtfully. Yeah. Not at all, because I simply can't use anything better. The inner layer of Rain's kit consisted of a military bodysuit, the kind the soldiers of the evacuation army had used in Antarctica. It could repair itself and regulate the temperature of her body, which was a necessity here in Ravenheart, where lethal cold and blistering heat somehow coexisted in appalling harmony. Granted, the self-repair function of the bodysuit was practically exhausted after years of extensive use, and she had had to patch it up by hand on several occasions. Her teacher was weirdly good with thread and needle, for some reason, imparting that knowledge on his reluctant student. She wore leather pants on top of the bodysuit, made from the hide of an awakened beast, as well as knee-high boots of the same material. The rest of her clothes consisted of a perfectly mundane Henley wool vest, and a military jacket with a manually reinforced lining. There were a few pieces of armor supplementing her modest ensemble, as well, alloy bracers and shin guards, a leather chest guard, and a jointed shoulder guard. The mundane armor was not nearly enough to protect her from the claws of nightmare creatures, but it was better than nothing. It could protect her from a glancing blow or two, at least. Wearing anything heavier would have just slowed her down without providing much additional protection. Rain was also wearing leather gloves, while her long winter coat was currently folded and hidden inside her pack. Needless to say, she felt bitter envy every time she saw young awakened gallivanting in suits of shiny enchanted armor. They didn't even need to wash their memories, let alone repair them by hand. Not to mention the fact that their armor was much more durable. Focus! The stone worm was almost 100 meters away. The ash was raining from the sky, making its figure vague and blurry. At least it was easy to tell the direction and strength of the wind. Hitting a target from such a distance was not an easy feat, but well within Rain's capability. However, she wasn't sure that she would be able to kill the abomination with one arrow. Her arrows were more potent than her bow. True, the arrowheads had been made from the fangs of an awakened beast, and were quite deadly as a result. But the stoneworms did not have an easily exploited vulnerability. There was no spot she could hit to bring the monster down immediately. The vile things were also terribly fast despite spending most of their lives underground. It would take the stoneworm a couple of seconds, 3 at most, to cover the 100 meters separating them. And another moment to rip her to shreds. It had already noticed her, too. Be calm. It was like her teacher always said. And don't you dare die, or I will kill you myself. As a respectful and dutiful pupil, Rain had no choice but to obey her teacher. She held her breath and took aim. Time slowed down to a crawl. Rain moved her bow slightly, accounting for the wind, and then relaxed her fingers, allowing them to slide off the string. Relieved from terrible tension, her alloy bow propelled the arrow forward with dire force. The string struck against her chest guard like a whip. The falling ash swirled, disturbed by the violent turbulence. 100 meters away, the stone worm toppled to the ground in a mess of long limbs. The arrow had dove into its circular maw, piercing the creature's brain. Sadly, stone worms had several independent brains. Before Rain had time to blink, the abomination rolled on the ground and shot toward her like a revolting flesh torpedo. It covered half of the distance between them in what felt like a split second. A cloud of ash rose into the air in its wake, spreading outward like a wave of boiling darkness. Before it could cover the remaining distance, though, a second arrow struck it. It had only taken Rain that long to draw her bow again, adjust her aim, and let the arrow fly. Even though hitting a moving target was endlessly more difficult, let alone such a fast one, the second arrow unerringly penetrated the creature's maw again. This time, it went in at a shallow angle, hitting the stoneworm's spine. The abomination stumbled, but continued barreling toward Rain. She blinked. Crap. Chapter 1626. The Incredible Adventures and Astonishing Deeds of Heroic Dreamer. Wait, who? What was his name? Abridged, Volume 7, Novel Fire. Rain's weapon of choice was a bow. However, that did not mean that she was only versed in using a bow. Her teacher insisted that a ranged weapon was only good if one could keep the enemy at range, and in the dream realm, not even saints could guarantee something like that. Therefore, she was proficient not only with ranged weapons, but also with a wide range of weapons. Rain was nothing if not resourceful. By the time she grabbed the javelin and jumped to her feet, the stone worm was almost upon her. With fetid blood spilling from its torn maw, the horrid creature raised its front limbs to slice her into pieces. And suddenly disappeared from view. The pit Rain had dug up and covered with branches might not have been deep, but it was perfectly placed to stop the charge of a mindless monster. There was a great benefit in being able to handle a multitude of weapons, but there was an even greater benefit in always being prepared. Her teacher had hammered that simple principle into her head a long time ago. Before the stone worm could recover from suddenly dropping through the ash, the heavy javelin struck it with all the force she could muster. Its white scales were broken by the wide spearhead, and the abominable monster let out a piercing screech. Rain paled a little and finally drew her sword. The enemy was severely wounded, but it was not dead yet. A mess of hideous flesh and thin limbs staggered out of the pit, only to be met by the blade of the tachi. Rain severed the front limbs of the sluggish monster, then delivered a ruthless slash across its scaly neck, putting a gash into it. A few more precise strikes and well-timed dodges, and the abomination finally grew motionless. Only half of its vile body managed to crawl out of the shallow pit, and was now laying on the ash. Rain slumped and grabbed her knees, panting heavily. Her lungs were burning, and a river of adrenaline coursing through her blood. Damn it. Then, a voice resounded from behind her. You have slain a dormant monster, stoneworm. Your shadow grows stronger. Turning around, she threw a dark look at her teacher, who had finally deigned to crawl out of her shadow in all his shameless splendor. What the hell are you on about? The young man who was standing behind her, wearing light armor woven out of dark silk, looked away in embarrassment. Ah, that. Don't mind me. Just something I used to hear often. Rain took a deep breath and turned away with a stoic expression on her pale, but beautiful face. I am definitely going to kill him one day. Was it possible to kill a ghost? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rain's teacher was a strange existence. Usually, he resided in her shadow, only showing up when no one else was around. At first, she thought that she had gone insane and was hallucinating, but after spending some time with the mysterious apparition, Rain slowly realized that it was real. And not only that, but also immensely powerful. Luckily, the apparition was mostly benevolent, and did not seem to harbor any ill will toward her. On the contrary, he treated Rain with something that resembled familial affection. It was almost as if he was the spirit of her distant ancestor. She did not think that her family had such an ancestor, though. But then again, Rain was adopted, and didn't know much about her biological parents. So, it might have been possible that there was an eccentric dark deity in her family tree. Her teacher did, indeed, look a little bit like her. A much more glamorous, handsome, and male version of her, to be precise. Even if he was on the shorter side. In any case, her teacher, who called himself Shadow, was a strange being. When he emerged from her shadow, he looked like a young man with flawless alabaster skin, raven black hair, and beautiful eyes that resembled two pieces of glistening onyx. His exquisite appearance was perfectly human, if a bit too sublime. That said, her teacher did not have a shadow of his own. He also avoided mirrors like a plague, to the point that she was prohibited from having any in her vicinity. So, although Rain couldn't confirm it, she suspected that he did not have a reflection, either. Which led her to believe that her teacher was a vampire. He wasn't afraid of sunlight, though, and did not seem interested in drinking her blood. Or any blood, for that matter. In short, even after spending 4 years in the company of her teacher, Rain still had no idea what he was. Any attempt to ask him questions about his identity resulted in nonsensical answers that simply couldn't be taken seriously. Like, "Teacher, please tell me. Who are you, really? Haven't I told you already? Gods, how many times do I have to repeat it? I am your long-lost brother. I'm pretty sure I would remember having an older brother. You would assume so, wouldn't you? Ah, but, you see, after I killed the evil version of myself and reached the estuary of the River of Time, which flows inside the Great Pyramid that a dreadful demon had built from the blood and flesh of an unholy titan, I was attacked by a vile, odious, very nasty, no good bird and had my fate stolen. So, no one in the world remembers me. Aha. Oh, but before that, I was very famous. Not only was I famous, but even my secret alter ego was famous. World-renowned, even. I was a war hero, too. And extremely wealthy. In fact, do you know Princess Nephis? Changing star of the Immortal Flame clan? I was practically her boyfriend. Aha. Or, teacher, can I ask you a question? How old are you, exactly? You certainly can. Who? That's a complicated question. One might say that I am a few years older than you. But at the same time, this incarnation of me has only been born about 4 years ago. Oh, but actually, I guess I'm thousands of years old. I've just forgotten most of it after my cursed magical sword rebelled against me, and I had to destroy it, as well as my memories. A cursed magical sword? How did you destroy it? Well, I just told it to be gone. And it was gone. Your teacher is that awesome. Or, teacher, tell me the truth, you're not an evil god, are you? Of course not. Really? Sure. I mean, the blood of an ancient demon does flow in my veins, and I did devour the alabaster phalanx of a nebulous deity after being cast down into the darkness of a bottomless abyss. And technically, I am indeed the master of a lightless fragment that was torn from a divine realm. But an evil god? Preposterous! I see. I mean, I am a demigod, at best. In short, after a while, Rain had stopped asking questions. She felt that, even if she had not gone mad yet, she definitely would if she continued. So, she just lived her life and endured the harsh training, as well as the odd and eerie quirks of her mysterious teacher. Despite blaming him for not getting a chance to challenge the first nightmare, Rain knew that his guidance had saved her life on numerous occasions. She had grown much stronger and more capable under his mentorship, too. After a while, she had grown accustomed to his company, and even found comfort in it. Not right now, though. Right now, she was seriously considering exorcising him. Hey, Rain? Why are you spacing out? She flinched and looked at her teacher, feeling slightly embarrassed. He shook his head. Go on, harvest that stone worm before the queen takes it. Rain stared at the revolting corpse of the dead abomination, sighed, and jumped down into the pit. Pulling a sharp hunting knife from the sheath attached to the small of her back, she grimaced and got to work, mumbling. Before the queen takes it? Ha! Why would she take a measly stone worm, as if she has need of such a weak and ugly servant? Chapter 1627. Hunting spoils. That was how it went every time. If a mundane human wanted to face a nightmare creature, anything less than giving it your all, and then some, meant death. Not that there were a lot of mundanes going out of their way to fight abominations, not a lot of those who lived to tell the tale, at least. In that sense, Rain was an anomaly. Sadly, the harsh physical demands of the hunt were not over after her prey was dead. Grimacing, Rain gripped her sharp hunting knife and went about dressing the stone worm. Its flesh was wiry and tough. Its scales were even tougher. Even with her knife having been forged from mystical steel, it took all of Rain's strength to rend the dead abomination. Especially because she didn't want to become drenched in its blood, not only because that would have been icky, but also because the stench of blood could attract other nightmare creatures. Curse it all. She worked up a sweat, eventually taking off her jacket and vest and rolling up the sleeves of her Henley. The ash continued to rain from the sky, smearing her ivory skin like black ink. Her teacher, meanwhile, sat comfortably on a rock and observed her with a content expression, not even trying to help. Bastard! Cursing again? Rain, a proper young lady should act with modesty, poise, and decorum. Ah, you were such a well-mannered girl when we met. Where did you even pick up these bad habits? Who taught you such foul language? Tell me, and I'll beat the crap out of the damned bastard. She paused for a moment, glared at him, and then returned to her work without saying a word. Stop pouting. I'm not pouting. Rain collected the abomination's sharp fangs, those could be used to fashion arrowheads, then moved to its limbs and separated the stone-like blades from the joints. The blades could be sold in Ravenheart for a good price or bartered for other materials. However, the true treasure was the hide of the stone worm. Although it was merely a dormant monster, the scales of these creatures were lightweight and tough. The awakened who had not earned a good armor-type memory yet often used them to fashion scale mail. Those with plenty of coins could afford something better, of course, but there were many of those who couldn't. And when the latter got in trouble, their armor needed to be mended with even more scales. Therefore, there was always demand for stone worms' hides. Rain herself had worn such a scale mail armor at one point, but after hunting an awakened beast, she switched to equipment made from its leather. So, she could earn a pretty penny by selling this hide. It was just that harvesting it was a tough and dirty process. She arduously separated the hide from the flesh of the monster, cleaned it the best she could, and rolled it into a hefty sack. Tying the sack with rope, she grimaced and rubbed it with ash to get rid of the smell. Then, she retrieved her 2 arrows. After studying them for a few moments, Rain sighed. One could be repaired, but the other was unsalvageable. Her arsenal of arrows was growing dangerously poor. There were plenty of them in the quiver, but only a few of those made from the fangs of the awakened beast remained. She cleaned the intact arrow and put it aside. Finally, for the most important part. Fishing out 2 gleaming crystals from the remains of the stone worm, Rain looked at her teacher and smiled. "Shall I?" He raised his white hands and applauded her quietly. "Go ahead. Good kill." Rain pushed what remained of the hideous carcass into the pit with her foot, then knelt and placed the crystals on a flat rock. She often saw awakened crush soul shards in their fists, but her mundane hands bruised terribly if she tried. So, instead, she simply brought the butt of her knife down on them. The crystals shattered, and she felt an almost imperceptible amount of foreign essence trickle into her soul. It was a strange sensation, and one she had only become able to perceive recently. Her teacher seemed satisfied, and she was, too. "Teacher, how long do you think it will be before I can attempt forming a soul core?" He studied her for a few moments, then smiled. "Soon. You can already sense and control your essence, so it won't be long before it awakens. However," a soft sigh escaped from his lips, "something tells me that it is not soon enough. So, we'll need to hurry up. You have to hunt another awakened abomination. A strong one, as well." Rain shivered, remembering the last time she faced an awakened nightmare creature. That clash had almost cost her life. Had that thing not been strong in her teacher's eyes? She gave him a long look. "You know that we can simply buy an awakened soul shard or few. It will be expensive, sure. But my parents can help." "Wait, actually, why do we need to buy them? Teacher, you're so great and awesome. Just do your thing. Tell a bunch of powerful abominations to be gone, and let me collect the shards." He stared at her dubiously and coughed. "Well, sure, you're right. Your teacher is awesome. I can kill the abominations for you." Rain's eyes gleamed. "Really?" But he was not done talking. "And while I'm at it, why don't I awaken for you, as well? Should I also feed you from a spoon, like a little baby?" He scoffed. "Let me tell you, a baby I knew transcended before learning how to walk. And he didn't even have me as a teacher. Come to think of it, what's your excuse? Who? What do you have to say for yourself?" Rain glared at him hatefully, then looked away. "Forget I said anything." She cleaned her weapons, sheathed her knife, and fastened the rolled hide of the stone worm to her pack. Finally ready to depart, Rain hoisted the pack on her shoulders and started to walk. It was time to head back to Ravenheart. Chapter 1628. Weary Pilgrim. It would have been nice to simply summon and dismiss all these things when she needed them, but alas, Rain couldn't use memories. She couldn't even really use the memories that someone else had summoned and handed to her, because her soul did not have a core, and she was not a carrier of the nightmare spell. Weighed down by the additional burden of the stoneworm's hide and fangs, Rain felt miserable. It didn't help at all that Ravenheart was situated in the mountains. She was currently at the bottom of a deep gorge, not too far from the relatively flat area at the foot of the mountain chain where the farms feeding the city were located. There was a long and tough climb ahead of her. Using the javelin as a staff, Rain slowly made her way out of the gorge. Luckily, she was in good shape, amazing shape, really. Her lithe and resilient body had been tempered by years of relentless training, and was pretty much at the very limit of what mundane humans could achieve. In the past, Rain had trained extensively with private tutors. She had thought that her physical condition was stellar back then. She had known nothing. Under her teacher's harsh and prudent guidance, her physical state entered an entirely new territory. Her youthful body was strong, tenacious, and as nimble as that of a cat. Even the most elite athletes would have been rattled and green with envy if they witnessed what she was capable of, for not that it mattered. Any awakened could still blow her away with one half-hearted slap. Whatever. Sometimes, Rain was angry at her teacher for prohibiting her from challenging the first nightmare. But, at the same time, she was thankful to him. Not for her own sake, but on behalf of her parents. They had already lost one child to the nightmare spell. If she was alone, Rain would have gladly risked her life for the chance of becoming an awakened, but she could not bear the thought of putting her mom and dad through that suffering again. So, her teacher's promise to help her awaken without having to challenge a nightmare was like a glimmer of light in a sea of darkness. In any case, even though climbing mountains in terrible weather while carrying a heavy load was hard and miserable, she had long grown accustomed to it. As Rain ascended higher and higher, her teacher walked side by side with her, going over the events of the hunt. She had performed well and managed to kill the stone worm without sustaining any injuries, but there were still things that could have been done better, and things that could have been done differently. Maybe I shouldn't sell the blades we harvested from the stone worm. Next time, I can place them at the bottom of the pit like spikes. That's a good idea, but don't rely on traps too much. This time, the bastard ran straight, but next time, you might not get so lucky. What were you going to do if the worm bypassed your pit? Retreat to lure him into the second pit, of course. And anyway, was it really luck? I investigated the slope and found the wormholes, chose an ambush spot, and dug pits between the former and the latter. Beasts are stupid, so the enemy would have gone after me using the shortest path. Sure, it turned out to be a monster, a bit smarter, but still pretty dumb. What do you think luck is, brat? Luck is not something that just happens to you, it's something that you make happen. Believe me, I would know. I used to be the luckiest person in the world. Unluckiest, too. Soon, Rain climbed high enough to escape the raining ash. The scorching heat was replaced by merciless cold, and the black soot was replaced by pristine snow. A strong wind rose, chilling her to the bone and almost tossing her off the slope. Cursing, Rain shivered and hurriedly took her coat out of the pack, wrapping herself in its warmth and pulling the fur hood down. The coat, too, was fashioned from the hide of the awakened beast she had hunted, so it was enough to protect her from the fatal cold of the mountains. Buttoning up the tall collar to shield her face, she lifted the pack and turned to look at her teacher. He was standing a few meters away, wearing nothing but his light armor. Nevertheless, he was not showing any sign of being bothered by the cold, which only went further to solidify Rain's conviction that her teacher was some kind of unholy wraith. His gaze was strangely solemn. Turning to look in the same direction, she suddenly noticed a dark silhouette slowly moving through the snowstorm. Rain tensed for a moment, but then relaxed, noticing that it was a human. A moment later, the strong wind died down, and the blizzard ended just as suddenly as it had begun. She waved a hand and headed toward the stranger. Hey! Are you lost? However, her hand froze in the air. Something was wrong. Why hadn't her teacher disappeared into the shadows? He never showed himself when other people were around. Her javelin was already rising when she finally got a good look at the approaching stranger. It was a young woman 3 or 4 years younger than herself. A teenager, really. Just like her teacher, she was only wearing a suit of light armor, which was torn and turned dark with frozen blood. Her skin was so pale that it looked blue, like that of a corpse, and her steps were slow and clumsy. Her eyes were like frosty glass, devoid of any light, and her face was like a mask carved out of ice. She was dead. Don't disturb her. Her teacher's voice was glum. Rain grew quiet, lowering her javelin, and then took a step back to let the dead girl pass. A tiny sigh escaped from her lips. The closer the walking corpse drew, the better she could see the terrible wounds covering her frigid body. Eventually, unable to look, Rain turned away and furtively rubbed her eyes. The dead girl walked past them without showing any reaction, her bruised pale face motionless, and slowly disappeared into the swirling snow. A few moments later, the wind erased her footprints, as if she had never existed. Rain and her teacher were left alone on the snowy slope. She sighed. The winter solstice had just passed recently. Is she one of this year's sleepers? He nodded. She must have died on the way to a citadel. So, the queen took her. Rain remained silent for a while, then sighed again. Queen Song held authority over death, so anything that died in her domain was taken by her. It wasn't rare to see the dead pilgrims walking through the snow. For some, the journey was long, for some, the journey was short. After reaching Ravenheart, they entered the ice caves under the palace and became the queen's servants. Queen Song was the queen of the living, but she was also the queen of the dead. That was why people in the sword domain derisively called her the Queen of Worms. That nickname was preposterous, of course. There were no worms in the ice halls, where the cold was so terrible that only the dead could survive. Rain stared in the direction where the taken girl had disappeared, considering if she should follow her. Following a pilgrim was safer, because nightmare creatures tended to avoid them. But in the end, she decided to continue on her way. Seeing the dead girl was just too unnerving. Because the perished sleeper reminded Rain of her own insolent aspirations to become a carrier of the nightmare spell against her teacher's wishes. If she had? Would she have ended up walking frozen through the snow, too? Chapter 1629. Roads to the Future. The roads leading to the Great Bridge, and the beautiful palace beyond it, were actually thousands of years old. Granted, they had been in a state of desolation and disrepair when the Song clan made the ancient citadel their home. The awakened of the Great Legacy clan had restored them to their former glory, and the whole network was further expanded to account for the increased traffic in the past for years. Now, heavily protected road crews were far away from the citadel, building safe highways to other cities within the Song domain. Many awakened with utility aspects were participating in the construction, and many warriors were employed to defend the moving builder camps from the roving nightmare creatures. Rain had even tried to get hired for one of the crews, but no one wanted to employ a mundane fighter. The best they could do was remain polite and not laugh in her face. She couldn't really blame them. In any case, now that she had reached the wide and well-maintained road, the rest of the ascent would become much easier. There was probably a metaphor about the unnecessary hardships of walking the untrodden path somewhere in there, but Rain wasn't going to start complaining to her teacher again. He had retreated into her shadow, anyway, unwilling to be seen by other people. Rain rested for a bit, quenched her thirst from a military canteen, and continued on her way. There were many people on the road. Workers descending into the lowlands or returning from their shifts, Song warriors on patrols, caravans loaded with heavy cargo. Life was thriving, and the young city was boiling with activity. Rain had grown up in the vast human jungle of NQSC, so Ravenheart did not seem that large, in comparison. However, it somehow felt much more vibrant. Its atmosphere was entirely different, as though everyone here was looking forward to the future, instead of trying not to think about it while being afraid of the past. For years ago, she did not understand the decision her parents had made to relocate the whole family, including her younger siblings, into the Dream Realm. Sure, her father had been offered a new position as one of the government liaisons in the Song domain, which was technically a big promotion. But was it worth it, to uproot the family, abandon the safety and modern convenience of NQSC, and tie the lives of their children to the Dream Realm? Returning to the waking world or leaving the domain meant being sent into the first nightmare, after all. No matter how well prepared you were, it was a deadly gamble. When Rain asked her parents why they wanted to move to Ravenheart, her father had answered simply, "Because that is where the future is." Now, she thought she understood what he had meant. The future of humanity was, indeed, here. Currently, the waking world was incomparably more populous and developed than the Dream Realm, but in a generation or two, their positions would be reversed. Eventually, the dying birthplace of humanity might even be entirely abandoned, making this harsh and dreadful world their only home. And those who had left the cradle early would have an advantage in that future. So, the decision her parents had made was ultimately for the sake of Rain and her siblings. It was all to give them a head start. If humanity can even survive in the Dream Realm. Which was not a given, despite the power of the two sovereigns. She sighed and stepped aside to let a heavy wagon roll past her. Some of these wagons were being pulled by awakened, who were much stronger and more resilient than any beast of burden could be, while some were not. The one rolling past Rain was being pulled by our nightmare creature. A hideous beast that resembled a nightmarish fusion of a carnivorous bull and a horned reptile was attached to a harness, dragging the wagon behind it. There were no draft animals in the Dream Realm, or any other kind of cattle. However, here in Ravenheart, nightmare creatures were often used to pull wagons, plough the fields, and perform all kinds of labor-intensive or dangerous jobs. It was all thanks to Saint Songun Bin, better known as Beastmaster. Funnily enough, the most terrifying of Ki Song's daughters had also done the most to ease the lives of the citizens of Ravenheart. If not for her, the development of the city and the Song domain as a whole would have never been as fast or as explosive. Of course, it was still a bit creepy to be around the subjugated nightmare creatures, and one had to be cautious around them. Even enchanted by Beastmaster, they were dangerous beasts, so each had to be watched over by a trained handler. Looking at the wagon roll away, Rain sighed. Saint Unbin is amazing. Her teacher's voice resounded from the shadows, sounding a bit wistful. Oh? Beastmaster? Well, she's not bad, you know. She once asked me to run away with her. Of course, I refused. Your teacher is not someone who can be swayed by a pretty face. Rain gave her shadow a dubious glance, but kept her remarks to herself. Grimacing, she carried her heavy pack and continued forward. The closer to the city she got, the more crowded the road became. There were more awakened patrolling it, too, some even accompanied by echoes. The temperature slowly rose until it was warm enough for her to take off her coat. She even unbuttoned her jacket. By the time the distant cold sun was ready to disappear behind the horizon, Rain finally reached her destination. In front of her, built on the slope of the tall volcano, stood the gates of Ravenheart. Chapter 1630. Ravenheart. Ravenheart was separated into 3 distinct districts. The largest by far was sprawled on the dark slope of the fuming volcano, protected from the merciless cold by its heat. This was where millions of mundane humans lived. Their homes were mostly built from black stone, so it seemed as though the entire city was a part of the mountain, intricately carved from its slope by some divine being. The second district was built on the grandiose stone bridge that stretched over a bottomless chasm toward a distant snowy mountain. It was much smaller than the first one, but still rather large. That bridge was home to most of the awakened citizens of Ravenheart, since only they could survive the bitter cold and the strong winds blowing across it. And finally, a sublime palace that seemed to be cut from obsidian glass stood at the opposite end of the great bridge. The palace was visible from anywhere in Ravenheart when the weather was good, its dark and ethereal beauty never failing to take one's breath away. That was where Queen Song and her clan lived, and where the gateway to the waking world was located. The Dream Gate, meanwhile, was located directly opposite the palace, on the slope of the volcano behind the mundane district. Supply shipments and new settlers arrived from it almost every day, lured by the promise of a better life. Rain spent a few moments enjoying the view of the city, then hurried to the gate. She couldn't wait to reach her den and climb under a warm blanket. There were a few familiar faces preparing to leave the city just as she was returning. A group of young awakened were gathered in front of the gate, all clad in enchanted armor and wielding memory weapons. A few of the young men seemed to be paying rapt attention to her. Rain sighed. These guys again. Her teacher didn't say anything, but she could feel an almost palpable scorn radiating from her shadow. One of the young awakened waved at her and smiled. Rain! Coming back from a hunt. She lingered, trying to come up with a polite way to avoid a conversation. Sadly, her mind was blank. Eventually, Rain forced out a pale smile. Oh, yeah. I tracked down the nightmare creature that has been harassing one of the farms recently. A stone worm. Yeah, it's dead. The young man stared at her somewhat intensely, wearing an expression that she struggled to discern. Why does he always stare at me? I'm crazy, I know. No need to make your distaste so obvious. To add insult to injury, the guy was very handsome, like all awakened were. He used to be one of the mundane humans that had relocated to Ravenheart, like her, but challenged the first nightmare last year. Being more or less the same age, they had known each other before, a little. But now there was a great divide between their status and social standing. Is there something on my face? The young awakened coughed and awkwardly looked away. No, Thar, we are just leaving to patrol. Anyway, good to see you, oh. Is that a stone worm hide? I was actually hoping to purchase some scales. Do you want to meet tomorrow, maybe? I have some spare coin to spend. Rain gave him a strange look. The guy was clearly wearing a full suit of enchanted armor. From the look of it, it was an awakened memory, and of a high tier, at that. Why the hell would he need stone worm scales? He noticed her expression and coughed again. It's for a friend of mine. A friend? Weirdo. Rain shrugged. Aren't you going on a patrol? You won't be back for at least a week. Sorry, I don't want my house to reek like a slaughterhouse, so I'll sell the hide tomorrow on the market. The young man blinked. Oh, right. She shook her head, nodded at him, and walked away. As Rain was leaving, though, she heard the awakened whispering among each other. Who? Who was that? Why is she wearing trash? Does she have no memories? You don't know? That's crazy, Rain. She's a mundane girl who goes around hunting nightmare creatures. What? No way. It's true. You only awakened this year, so you don't know. She's infamous here in Ravenheart, actually. Some say that she has killed more abominations than all of us combined. No one knows why she's still alive, but she is. Damn. Too bad she's a lunatic. Both of you, shut up. Yeah, shut up. And don't call her a lunatic. She might hear. Rain walked away, leaving the annoying whispers behind. Passing through the city gates, she pursed her lips and complained to her teacher. Why do those guys always stare at me and try to stir up trouble? Can't they just leave me alone? Her teacher answered in an incredulous tone. You don't know. Rain raised an eyebrow. Know what? There was a long pause, and then her teacher chuckled. They stare at you because you're pretty. There's no one prettier than my little sister. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, making a few people give her strange looks. Right. Perhaps talking to myself in the middle of the street is not the best idea, especially considering that they already think I'm crazy. Rain shook her head derisively. Who, me? There are thousands of female awakened in Ravenheart, and each of them is prettier than me. I doubt an awakened guy would ever give me a second look. Of course, she knew that she was not too bad, really, appearance-wise. By mundane standards. But the effect of the awakening on one's body was simply too great. They all have such smooth and silky skin. And no calluses. A weathered brute like me cannot compete. Her teacher scoffed quietly in the shadows. Gods! How dense are you, girl? He remained silent for a few moments and then suddenly gasped. Wait. A candy cafe. There was another long pause, and then a dejected sigh. We are definitely siblings. Chapter 1631. Hidden Menace. Pretty? I'm pretty? He was teasing me, right? That scoundrel. Maybe if he allowed me to have a mirror at home, I wouldn't have had to ask. Her thoughts were interrupted by an awakened warrior who suddenly appeared in her way. His equipment was visibly more potent than that of the young men and women whom she had met outside, and his face was much more mature. Unlike those inexperienced greenhorns, he was a true warrior of song. This way, please. Rain obediently followed the awakened to the side, where a cohort of veterans like him was keeping a watchful eye on everyone entering the city. They were led by a stunningly beautiful woman wearing an enchanted robe of fine wine-colored silk. A master. There was no sign of Rain's teacher, as if he had dove deeper into the shadows. She approached the beautiful woman and bowed respectfully. The Ascended smiled. "Oh, it's you, little sister. Rain, was it? Please don't move." A torrent of ethereal sparks swirled around her hand, and a red flower appeared on her palm. Its dark petals seemed to be glistening with dew, and it emanated a pleasant fragrance. The woman raised her hand, as if offering the flower to Rain. Of course, Rain did not take it. Instead, she froze and looked at the crimson blossom solemnly. A few moments passed in tense silence, then a few more. She glanced at the beautiful master. The woman was still smiling, but her eyes were cold and full of dark something. Murder math. That's what her teacher called it. Rain remembered the strange term well, because he often lamented the fact that she seemed to lack that cold quality, whatever it was. In any case, the powerful Ascended was calmly calculating how to kill her, should the need arise. It was more than a little bit unnerving. Luckily, nothing of the sort ended up happening. A dozen seconds later, the Ascended smile finally reached her eyes. Moving her hand, she dismissed the red flower and gestured for Rain to leave. "Welcome back. Have a nice evening." Rain bowed one more time and walked away. Internally, she sighed. The strange meeting was actually not strange at all. It was something that everyone entering Ravenheart, or any other citadel in the Song domain, she would imagine, had to go through. The Sword domain had their own version of the ritual, and there were versions of it in the waking world, as well. Its purpose was to prevent the dreadful Bane, Skinwalker, from infiltrating more human settlements. Although all other abominable things that had invaded the waking world during the Chain of Nightmare were either slain or remained in Antarctica, Skinwalker was different. It had entered the siege capitals by pretending to be human before the dream gates were even opened. Once there, Skinwalker spread like a curse. There were little details about how it had been stopped, but Rain heard that the government forces led by Wake of Ruin and the great clans had joined forces to eradicate the creature. The sovereigns emerged, and Lady Nephis returned from the third nightmare with 5 other saints just in time. Eventually, they managed to prevent Skinwalker from spreading to the rest of the quadrants. But they had not managed to destroy it completely. Today, Skinwalker was like a nightmare that haunted all of humanity. Its vessels were somewhere out there, in the shadows, hiding in the vast reaches of the dream realm or in the poisonous wilds of the waking world. Worst of all, the creature had learned and adapted, its act becoming almost indistinguishable from normal humans. Several citadels had already fallen after being infiltrated by Skinwalker, and if rumors were true, several cities in the eastern quadrant had, as well. That was why there were new security measures everywhere humans lived, aimed at preventing similar tragedies from happening again. Apart from the appearance of the Dream Gates and the great wave of colonization that followed, the existence of Skinwalker had caused the single most significant change, perhaps, in how humans lived after the Chain of Nightmares. So, Rain didn't mind being checked while entering Ravenheart. If she had indeed been taken by the Harrowing Fiend, the flower the beautiful master summoned would have wilted, alerting her to the presence of a pretender. There was one thing she did not quite understand, though. Once Rain walked far enough from the gate, she whispered, "Teacher, can I ask you a question?" The answer came almost immediately. "You sure can." She lingered for a moment. What would they have done if I was truly a vessel of Skinwalker? A cohort of awakened and a single master, no matter how powerful she is, a great nightmare creature can wipe them out in seconds. They would have stood no chance. This time, there was a longer pause before her teacher answered. "Have you noticed a bronze mirror installed on the wall behind them?" Rain nodded. "Sure. There are mirrors like that everywhere in Ravenheart." He sighed. They would have asked the mirror to help. That is already more than you should know, so don't ask anything else. Rain couldn't help but throw a startled glance at her shadow. They would have asked the mirror to help? Don't tell me. Did her teacher's irrational fear of mirrors have an actual reason behind it? Unsure what to think, Rain dove into the bustling labyrinth of Ravenheart streets. Since the mundane district was sprawled on the slope of the volcano, it was divided into many vertical levels, not unlike the terrace neighborhood in NQSC where she had grown up. Granted, the terraces that had been carved on the black slope were of a much greater scale, supporting numerous buildings and housing millions of people. The lower levels were where most of the work took place, while the higher levels were mostly residential. Additionally, the more affluent neighborhoods were situated closer to the Great Bridge, while the poorer ones were situated further from it. Rain's parents lived in one of the former, while her own den was in one of the latter. Actually, it was not too far from the city gate, which felt like a blessing today. Dead tired, Rain found her way home, unlocked the door, and finally dropped the heavy pack. A few minutes later, she crawled under her warm fur blanket and closed her eyes. The moment her head hit the pillow, all thoughts disappeared from it. Rain yawned, curled into a ball, and said drowsily, "Good night, teacher." He responded a moment later, "You too. Sleep tight." Her teacher's familiar voice was like a lullaby. Knowing that he would protect her if anything happened at night, Rain allowed herself to relax, and comfortably fell into the embrace of sleep. Chapter 1632. New developments. Immediately after, she winced. Ouch! Her whole body was sore, which was not at all unfamiliar, but still unpleasant. The rigors of hunting nightmare creatures were not something a mundane body could handle easily, so she needed a few days of rest to recover from the fatigue. Unlike the awakened, who could bounce back from straining themselves to the extreme in a matter of hours. Whimpering pitifully, Rain climbed from under the furs and performed a few simple stretching exercises. When her stiff muscles relaxed a little, she sighed and finally went to the makeshift kitchen situated at the opposite side of her den, where the tantalizing aroma of freshly cooked food was coming from. Rain's lair consisted of one rather spacious room and a modest bathroom. It was mostly below ground and did not get a lot of light, since the only window was situated near the ceiling. As a result, most of the space was drowning in deep shadows. It was also one of the reasons why the rent was so cheap. Her bed took one of the corners, while the kitchen took another. The largest portion of the room was used for training, and lastly, the whole part near the entrance was meant for storing hunting spoils. The workbench where she mended her belongings and crafted new equipment was also there, littered with various tools, materials, and feathers for fletching arrows. It was a bit messy, and a bit too Spartan. Few people would have wanted to live in a place like that, and Rain wasn't really living here either. Her time was usually divided equally between the den and her much more comfortable family home. Staying with her parents was nicer, but having a place of her own also felt good, not to mention provided endless convenience. She wouldn't want her mom and dad to faint every time she came back to Ravenheart caked in blood and covered in bruises. They were already very disapproving of every decision she had made in the past few years. But what could she do? She couldn't really say that her shadow talked to her, teaching her how to kill nightmare creatures and telling her to do strange things. Rain was already an adult and could make her own decisions now, anyway. She was 20. Eat your breakfast before it gets cold, young lady. And don't forget your vegetables. Her teacher's voice made Rain flinch. Pouting slightly, she sat down at the counter and moved the plate closer. Her sour expression did not last, though, swiftly replaced by delight. Rain was very hungry after the hunt. In just a few minutes, all the delicious things her teacher had prepared were gone. Putting the utensils down, Rain said sedately, "Thank you, teacher." He was surprisingly good at cooking, for an evil deity. Rain never saw her teacher eat, but she suspected that he was secretly a gourmet. Was that the reason he had chosen to haunt her? Because she stupidly recommended him a good brand of instant ramen once. A cold voice scoffed from the shadows, sounding a little bashful nevertheless. "What are you thanking me for? Proper nutrition is also a part of good training. This is actually nothing. Let me tell you, when I was about your age, I was dining on great monsters." After hearing that last part, Rain almost choked on water and glanced at her shadow fearfully. He's joking. He must be joking. Is he joking? She stared at the shadow for a few moments, then hurriedly turned away. Some time later, Rain left her den carrying the hide of the stone worm. She had left most of her weapons behind, but kept the tachi in a scabbard at her belt. No matter how safe the streets of Ravenheart were, she never parted with her sword. There were a few errands Rain had to run. First, she went to the town hall of the mundane district to report the completion of the mission. The stone worm had been harassing the farmers in the lowlands for a few weeks, so there was a reward set by the authorities for its extermination, which Rain now received with a wide smile. There were a lot of tasks and missions issued by the town hall every day. Most issues were handled by the retainers of the royal clan or the servants of one of the vassal clans, but there were always things they didn't have time or numbers to handle promptly. Therefore, anyone could take on a task or two and receive a corresponding reward. The town hall also handled many private missions, so there was never a lack of opportunities for unaffiliated talents. Of course, only Awakened took the combat missions. Unsurprisingly, Rain turned heads every time she came here, and every clerk knew her by name. She had long learned to ignore the stares. After receiving the reward, Rain studied the mission board for a while. She was not in a hurry to take on a new task, but it was a good way to stay informed about what was happening in and around the city. A new road crew? Strange. It seemed that the royal clan was assembling a new road construction crew, but its scale seemed much greater than all the previous ones. The pay was also much higher, which made the offer extremely alluring. However, it seemed like hazard pay. The description implied a higher than usual danger level of the new job. Strangely enough, there was no mention of what region of the dream realm the new road was meant to connect to. More than that, from what Rain knew, there were already crews building roads to all neighboring citadels. So, where would this new one lead, exactly? In any case, that was none of her business. Rain had no intention of trying to get hired as a worker, and no one would employ her as a guard. Still, a lot of Awakened would probably leave the city once the construction started, so that was something to account for. Deep in thought, she left the town hall and headed to the lower levels of the district, where the largest market was located. Descending a set of steep stairs cut into the dark slope of the volcano, she asked in a confused tone, "Teacher, doesn't that new road crew seem strange? Where are they building a road to?" He remained silent for a while, then laughed quietly. "Strange? No, not at all. As for where they're going, that's simple enough to guess. They are going east." Rain frowned. East? There was nothing much east of Ravenheart, only the death zones. Granted, the sword domain lay beyond them, but that didn't change the fact. What was the point of building a road to a wild and deadly region of the dream realm? Her teacher was not making any sense, which, admittedly, happened quite often. He's just trying to sound smart to cover up his lack of knowledge. How clumsy. Smiling, Rain shook her head and continued descending the stairs. Chapter 1633. Public sentiment. Weapons, home appliances, fashionable clothes, crafting tools, whatever one needed, it could probably be found here. Of course, items of true quality were sold in other, more exclusive places. Some of the elite shops were not even situated in the mundane district, so potential customers had to brave the chilling cold of the bridge or send Awakened retainers to complete the purchase. Still, most citizens of Ravenheart visited the market when they needed something. Rain knew the place well, and swiftly made her way to the area where the harvested materials were sold. After haggling with a familiar merchant, she sold off the stoneworm hide and weighed her coin purse in her hand, full of satisfaction. With this payment and the reward she had received in the town hall, Rain was flush with money. Best of all, she had managed to bring the stoneworm down without suffering any wounds, so she didn't even need to hire a healer. Healers were rare, and therefore prohibitively expensive. Awakened warriors were the ones habitually sustaining injuries, but they also had a lot of spending power. Rain did not, so most of the money she had made in the past years ended up going toward her medical expenses. But not today. Whistling joyously, she left the market and made her way to one of the many public baths in Ravenheart. Due to the volatile nature of the region, there were numerous hot springs here, and soaking in them had quickly become the favorite pastime of the citizens. If there was such a thing as tourism in the Dream Realm, the capital of Song would definitely have been a popular destination due to its hot springs. Maybe in the future. Before entering the bathhouse, Rain stopped in a dark alley behind it. A shadow separated from her own and settled in the darkness, then waved casually. Leaving her teacher alone, she proceeded inside to enjoy some privacy. Soon, having taken a shower, Rain submerged her weary body into the hot water and felt the many pains bothering her dissolve in it. There were many mystical minerals in the mountains surrounding Ravenheart, so these springs were supposed to have healing effects. She didn't know how true that statement was, exactly, but visiting the baths was definitely both pleasant and reinvigorating. She had mostly come here to clean herself, though. It wouldn't do to come home covered in sweat, grime, and the stench of blood. The cleaner and fresher Rain looked in front of her parents, the less they would worry about her. So, she made a habit of visiting a bathhouse after every hunt. Still, it wouldn't harm anyone if she soaked in the hot water a bit more. And maybe a bit more. And maybe a bit more. After all, was she pressed for time? No. As Rain was relaxing with her eyes closed, she couldn't help but hear bits and pieces of conversations that other people were having around her. A woman's voice was tinged with worry as she said, "Have you heard about Vela?" Another answered with confusion. "Who?" "Heard what?" "The King of Swords. They say that he was actually replaced by a vessel of Skinwalker all the way back in Antarctica." "Shush, lower your voice. Have you gone crazy to talk about a Supreme that way? That can't possibly be true." "I'm telling you, it is. I heard it from my sister, who heard it from her neighbor, who heard it from an actual master. There is no way. But it would explain a lot of things, wouldn't it? The resource shortages we're having. It's all because of those Vela people. It's like they want us to starve. And aren't they a bit strange? Why does everyone in the Sword Domain treat our queen with such disrespect? That nasty nickname they gave her. That is strange, indeed. If their king is a vessel of that thing, then who knows how many people there have already been taken. Gods, it's so scary. We are lucky to have come to the Song Domain. I hope they stay far away from us. But my cousins are in the Sword Domain. You must tell them to be careful, then." Rain shook her head and slid deeper into the water to block out the hushed conversation. Aren't they being ridiculous? Strangely enough, that ridiculous rumor was quite persistent. She had heard some version of it many times already, almost as if someone was spreading it on purpose. On the other hand, some hostility between the two domains was inevitable. They were both still dependent on the waking world, after all, which meant that there was a competition for resources. And competition bred resentment, especially when one's livelihood was at stake. Resentment, in turn, bred these kinds of rumors. Plus, a vast majority of mundane humans living in the Dream Realm had come from Antarctica. They were traumatized and anxious, sometimes letting fear get the better of them. In any case, the public opinion of the Sword Domain was slowly changing for the worse in Ravenheart. There was nothing like that for years ago, but now, such sentiments were not uncommon. Why can't they just be happy that someone else is doing well? Rain threw the two scaredy women out of her head and tried to enjoy herself in peace. Eventually, she emerged from the bathhouse looking as smooth and pink as a newborn baby. The rugged leather outfit was stuffed into her pack, replaced by much more casual, neat and tidy civilian clothes. The frightful monster huntress was gone, replaced by an innocent and lovely young woman. If the group of young awakened she had met at the city gate saw her, they would probably not believe their eyes. Feeling a bit strange in her simple dress, Rain put on an ash coat made from light, beautifully embroidered fabric. Pulling down its hood, she went to the dark alley, retrieved her teacher, and headed toward the upper levels of the city. She was going home. Chapter 1634. Scenic View. Teenagers, sadly, were not easy to pamper. They are probably off to school already. Letting out a sigh, Rain walked along the steep streets of Ravenheart while enjoying the weather. It was on the colder side today, but the air was crisp and clear, not at all like the stale air of NQSC. There was no ash falling from the sky, either, so the breathtaking vista of the sprawling vertical city was not obscured. Across the great stone bridge, a lonely peak pierced the sky, its slopes covered in snow. The beautiful palace of the Queen was hidden by a blizzard, though, so Rain could not enjoy its dark awe and splendor. Her thoughts slowly drifted to the awakened nightmare creature she was meant to find and slay. What class would it be? How long would the preparations take her? What strategies would she employ, and what contingencies should she put in place? Would she even survive that fight? Thinking about that somberly, she ascended rather high. Now, she only had to get closer to the bridge, and she would be home. But before Rain reached the neighborhood where her parents lived, she noticed a crowd of people gathered on one of the Scenic observation platforms. She stopped to listen to what they were talking about, curious to find out what the matter was. Their voices sounded excited. "Are you sure that he is coming back today?" "I'm sure. He already delivered the last of this year's sleepers to the cities in the south. There's nothing left for him to do but return." "I'm so excited. I missed the day he departed, so I didn't see." "I saw. I want to see it again, though." Rain tilted her head, confused. Who were they waiting for? Her teacher suddenly mumbled in a subdued tone. "Gods, how is it even worse now?" Did she imagine it, or did his voice sound a little grumpy? Before Rain could ask, though, a swift shadow suddenly streaked across the city. She looked up just in time to see a wondrous creature sailing through the sky. The weather was clear, so she could witness it even from a distance. It was a dragon. A beautiful dragon was flying above Ravenheart. Its somber scales were the color of the midnight sky, and with sparks of sunlight reflecting on them, the great beast was like a piece of starlit night that moved across the bright heavens. Its wings were open, casting a vast shadow, and it was that shadow that Rain had noticed. A chorus of excited voices washed over her a moment later. "It's him! Night Singer! Nightingale! The Dragon Slayer!" Indeed, the magnificent creature was St. Kai, the Dragon Slayer. He had arrived a few weeks ago and then left to search for sleepers scattered across the Song domain during the winter solstice. Now, it seemed, the search was over. Rain watched as the beautiful dragon flew across the great bridge and landed gracefully in front of the obscured palace. Soon, its great body disappeared into the blizzard. She let out a quiet sigh, feeling a strange mix of emotions. Funnily enough, she actually knew St. Kai. One of her tutors had some kind of relationship with the famous idol, so St. Kai, although he wasn't even a saint back then, had graciously agreed to give her a few archery lessons. Later, when he transcended and became one of the pillars of the government forces, their paths crossed a couple of times because of her father. Rain's father had nothing to do with battling nightmare creatures, but he was one of the senior government liaisons in Ravenheart. His work was administrative and mostly had to do with logistics, but still, that meant meeting exalted figures quite often. In fact, Rain was familiar with St. Jet that way, as well. Come to think of it. Wasn't it weird how many famous people she knew? Rain had even spent some time with Lady Changing Star herself. Of course, she was most comfortable with Effie. Sent raised by wolves, who for some reason used to live just a couple of houses down the street, back in NQSC. Sadly, the government spent most of their time in the waking world, and when they came to the dream realm, each was assigned to a specific region. Effie was far away, in Bastion, so they had not seen each other in a while. The same went for Lady Nephis and Lady Cassia, both of whom had been kind to Rain in the past. Of course. All these renowned people might have been transcendent warriors, but which one of them could claim to be a dark deity? In a sense, the weirdness of knowing her teacher toppled all her other strange acquaintances, combined. In any case, Rain was just that, a passing acquaintance in the lives of these exalted figures. She doubted they really remembered her, let alone had thought about her sometimes. Why would they think about an insignificant mundane girl? Her teacher, on the other hand, thought about her too much. It was hard to escape his nagging. Maybe I'll meet them again after becoming an awakened. Throwing one last glance into the distance, where the graceful figure of the black dragon had disappeared, Rain turned away and continued on her way home. Soon, she reached a pretty two-story house, opened the door, and walked inside with a bright smile. "Mom! Dad! I'm home!" Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Unknown to Rain, the figure of her teacher lingered outside, staring across the great bridge from the shadows. Just at that moment, the snowstorm subsided, and the beautiful palace of black obsidian revealed itself on the steep mountain slope. Sunny studied its breathtaking beauty for a few moments, and then pursed his lips a little. His gaze was dark. Jade Palace? Being that close to another of Ariel's creations was rather uncomfortable. Of course, it was also one of the reasons he had come to Ravenheart. Chapter 1635. Message to myself. Oh, and by the way. Her tone was neutral. Happy birthday. For a split second, his mask cracked. Sunny's face did not move, but his gaze changed. For a short moment, his eyes were much deeper and darker than before, or the lightless depth contained within them was much too vast, much too cold, and much too unfathomable to fit the image of a harmless shopkeeper. He froze, a storm of emotions raging in his heart. For a second, Sunny was stunned, not knowing what to say. The shadow stirred. But then, he quickly composed himself. "Why, thank you. But how did you know?" An irrational, but desperate hope had ignited in his chest, trying to burn away his judgment. A hope that someone, anyone, remembered him, that Cassie did. The thought of it was both blindingly sweet and ruthlessly painful. Because it was impossible. The fateless attribute, as he had called it, was thorough. So, Sunny discarded that futile hope and hid his rattled state. How had she known that today was his birthday, though? Maybe, just maybe. Cassie was facing him, remaining silent. Her smile slowly dimmed, replaced by a strange and solemn expression. Sunny felt uncomfortable because her eyes were hidden by the blue fabric, but he did not show it. Come to think of it. He had not noticed it immediately, but Cassie looked a little strange. How could he describe it? She seemed a little haggard. Of course, a stranger would not have noticed, blinded by the stunning beauty of the blind seer. But to Sunny, she looked out of sorts. Her clothes, which had always been neat and tidy, were a little messy. Her hair was like a waterfall of pale gold, but it did not seem properly combed. There were signs of fatigue on her delicate face. Much more importantly, there was a hint of restless intensity to her which had never been there before. As if Cassie was not quite stable, having lost her innate state of composed balance. Sunny had seen all the other members of the cohort after returning, even if from afar, but it was his first time seeing Cassie. The blind seer seemed to have changed a lot. She finally turned away and walked a few steps, as if studying the dining hall of the brilliant emporium. It's strange. I've been delivered a note asking me to find a person named Sunless and wish him a happy birthday. On a winter solstice, of all days. It happened a while ago. But the strangest part? The sender of the note was me. And I don't remember ever writing it. Sunny remained silent, wanting her to say more. Sometimes, silence was the best way to make people talk. The faint hope in his heart had been extinguished. Cassie did not remember, however, she seemed to have known that she would not remember. And therefore, she had made arrangements for them to meet, before the third nightmare. He suddenly felt stifled. Cassie traced her fingers across one of the tables and turned her head slightly. Sunless is a rather peculiar name, so I didn't think that finding him would be difficult. But, to my surprise, that person didn't seem to exist. Not in the government databases, academy records, or the archives of the great clans. You might not know it, Master Sunless, but I am a rather knowledgeable person. One might even say that there's no one better at collecting information than me. Sunny tilted his head a little. Oh, he knew. That is indeed strange. His voice was pleasant and even. She smiled. A person named Sunless had not existed in either of the two worlds until this year, when you found your way to Bastion. Naturally, I was curious. So, I studied you a little. I hope you don't mind. Sunny hesitated. Even if he did mind, no one in their right mind would rebuke Song of the Fallen, a prominent saint and one of the most valued seneschals of the great clan Valor. Cassie turned her head left and right, as if looking around. I must admit, you are a fascinating man. Not only do you seem to have appeared out of nowhere, but your establishment is even built inside of an ascended devil. How inventive. He tensed. Well, it wasn't a surprise. Cass's dormant ability allowed her a measure of insight into all living things. Marvelous Mimic was not an exception, so she would have realized its nature as soon as she approached the brilliant Emporium. And yet she had stepped into the maw of an ascended devil without much worry. Was it confidence or indifference? Sunny was not sure. He coughed. Ah. Well, why not? My house might not be able to fly like your citadel, but it can walk. It's convenient. The more important question was, what did she see when looking at him? Weaver's mask was all the way in Godgrave, and while the nebulous mantle could hide his presence, it was nowhere near as potent at deflecting divination. Nevertheless, Sunny was not worried. He was mostly certain that Cass's powers were based on a subconscious ability to perceive the strings of fate and sense when they were trembling. Since there were no strings of fate connected to him anymore, she should be powerless against him. As if to confirm his thoughts, Cassie spoke calmly. Do you know what I sense when I look at you, though? Nothing. You are like a black void, completely empty. Sunny raised an eyebrow. That is not something a man wants to hear on his birthday, St. Cassia. She did not seem to have heard his words, continuing in the same tone. But this is perfect. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Oh, Master Sunless, you seem to be strangely well informed about my abilities, considering that you are not at all surprised to hear these things. Well, just in case, let me tell you. I used to be able to see the future. He hesitated for a while, a little startled by that statement. Used to? Cassie nodded. Yes. This ability of mine has been in complete disarray after my third nightmare. Not just mine, actually, all awakened with high affinity to fate are suffering a reduction in their ability to discern the future. Not that there are a lot of us. It is almost as if fate itself has been thrown into chaos. Sunny forced out a smile. How terrible. She remained silent for a while, seemingly distracted. Then, she said with a subtle hint of relief. Yes. It has been rather terrible. And I've been trying to find the cause for the past 4 years, without any success. So, the message that I seem to have sent myself made me think that you might be of help. And won't just think that I am crazy. Cassie paused, then faced him and said tensely. Master Sunless, how would you react if I told you that there is a man-shaped hole in the world? Chapter 1636. Man-shaped void. The expression on Cass's face was tense and somber. Defiant, even. As if she was saying something that she had said many times already, only to be dismissed. Or even branded as a lunatic. Sunny knew the feeling. He sighed, then pointed to the nearest table. Have a seat. I sense that it's going to be a long conversation, so let me make you something to drink. He took a step back and retreated to the kitchen. He could have manifested an avatar instead, but really, Sunny needed a few minutes to collect himself. A man-shaped hole in the world. Indeed, to someone else, his absence would have felt like that. It was just that no one was able to remember witnessing the inexplicable void where a man named Sunless used to be. Cassie, however, although she didn't seem to know the solution, she had somehow pieced the problem together. She knew that something was wrong with her, with everyone else, and with the world itself. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not prove it. She couldn't even remember trying to solve the problem. That must have been maddening. Not to mention the fact that her ability to perceive the future had suddenly betrayed her, leaving Cassie without another of her senses. The past for years must have been rough for her. And yet, selfishly, Sonny was glad. He shamefully felt a warmth in his heart. He wasn't quite remembered. But it felt so good for his absence to be witnessed by someone, at least. A few minutes later, he emerged from the kitchen with a teapot and a couple cups. Cassie was sitting at one of the tables, waiting. Her exquisitely beautiful face was calm, but he could feel a hint of agitation underneath that facade. Placing a cup in front of her, Sonny poured the tea and sat down. A man-shaped hole? You might want to explain, Saint Cassia. She took the cup and tilted her head a little. At that moment, Sonny realized that he had made a mistake. In an attempt to hide his rattled state, he had been acting much too calm throughout their conversation. No master would have been that calm in front of Song of the Fallen, let alone while hearing her say such outrageous things. He was suddenly unhappy with himself. What a glaring oversight. Since deceit was his craft, Sonny felt ashamed. Cassie touched the cup and traced its shape with her finger. When she spoke, her voice sounded even calmer than his. Actually, it's not that strange. All of us, the members of Changing Stars cohort, have long realized that something had happened to us in the third nightmare. There are things that don't quite make sense, as if there are gaps in our memory. No, not gaps, it's like parts of our memories are corrupted. Not in the everlasting void kind of way, but rather in a very mundane way. Like what happens with old communicators. Sonny stared at her silently. His silence prompted her to continue. However, there were a lot of bizarre things that happened to us in the nightmare, some of them much more so. And because it is almost impossible to remember that there is something that we have forgotten, we simply accepted it as fact and moved on after a while. That is how memory works, anyway. People don't remember what they have forgotten, and therefore don't usually realize it. He shifted slightly, noticing something strange about her words. It was indeed impossible to keep any thoughts about his past. People had not only forgotten him, but they couldn't even remember thinking about having forgotten him. That was the insidious part of becoming fateless. And yet, Cassie was perfectly capable of pinpointing the problem. How? Sonny took a breath. But you don't seem to have a problem with being aware of the missing memories. Cassie smiled faintly. Hardly. It is very problematic, in fact. But see, my aspect is uniquely suited to remembering. My powers, you see, have to do with memories. I have a great level of control over my own memory, which has become much greater than before. I can also collect the memories of other people, or even replace and manipulate them. Sonny shivered. What an insidious power it was. It had to be a facet of Cass's transformation ability, then. She had not been capable of these things before, only Torment was. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the first time they were having this conversation, even, or if Cassie had simply erased his memory of meeting her, who knew how many times before. But no, that should not have been the case. Even such a subtle power had to have a limit, and his rank and class would place him beyond that limit. Enough so, at least, for him to at least be aware of having been manipulated. Right. Oblivious to his subtle reaction or pretending not to notice it, Cassie continued. So, you might see how I would be more sensitive to anomalies in my memory. Which was why, unlike the others, I couldn't stop trying to get to the bottom of things. Especially because fate itself seemed to be in total chaos. He took a sip of his tea. I'm sorry, but what does fate have to do with any of this? Cass's smile grew a little wider. Oh, everything. You see, I always wanted to destroy fate. to create a weapon that could cut it. I always wanted to, but strangely enough, I don't recall ever acting on my desire. You must think that I'm a really timid person. Sunny wanted to point out that confessing all these intimate things to a stranger was a bit odd, but decided against it and simply shook his head. Cass's smile suddenly disappeared. Her tone turned colder, as well. But I am not a timid person, Master Sunless. Far from it. So, I can't help but think that, maybe, I have actually succeeded in creating that weapon. It's just that I don't remember it. In any case, I spent years trying to place the missing pieces together and restore my memory. It was a bit of a hardship, to say the least. I failed to achieve my goal, but I did learn something. She took a deep breath. It's that the missing pieces form a person. Someone who was there, with us, in the tomb of Ariel, and maybe even earlier than that. A man who has been cut from the world, as if he had never existed. Someone who was precious to us. To me. She leaned forward, almost overturning her tea. So, Master Sunless. Before she could continue, he asked neutrally. You say that the missing pieces form a person. But why are you so sure that it is a man? It might very well be a woman, no. Cassie remained silent for a moment, then said tensely. Because I think that you are that man. Then, she clenched her fists. Are you? Sunny did not answer for a while. Eventually, he sighed and answered, his voice even. Yes. Then, he took a sip of tea and smiled bitterly. But it doesn't matter if I confirm it. You won't remember, anyway. Cassie continued to lean forward. A stunned expression contorted her delicate face for a moment, then disappeared, replaced by momentary confusion and then tense anticipation. So, are you? Sunny turned away, hiding an ugly grimace. There was no point. It was not as if he had not tried to confess his existence to the people he knew before. He had, on several occasions. But just like his past, they could not retain the information about his connection to their lost memories of him. His confessions were destined to be forgotten, just like he had been. Funnily enough, he could admit to being Rain's brother, because her neighbor Sunny never had, and the concept of an older brother was thus not connected to her memories of him. He sighed and answered again. Yes, I am. Sunny waited for a moment. After Cassie had forgotten his answer and before she could ask the question again, he interrupted her. Instead of that, do you want to tell me more about that memory you want me to make? Is it a weapon? Chapter 1637. Negative space. So, tell me if are you? Sunny reminded himself to be patient. There were many suitable ways to prevent her from voicing the question. He just needed to find the correct one. Yes, I am. But? Cassie was stunned, then confused, then tense once more. Maybe I should distract her with a revelation or two about what is going on in Ravenheart. However, in the end, he did not have to. Somehow, Cassie did not repeat herself again. Instead, she shifted slightly, reached for her teacup, and traced its shape with her finger. Her face froze, and she fell quiet. After a few moments of silence, Cassie said evenly, My tea is cold. Sunny tilted his head a little. Then, his eyes gleamed in the darkness. It seemed that there was no need to guide her away from the question, after all. So soon? Cassie was smart. She could not remember that which was forgotten, but she noticed the change in the temperature of her tea. Therefore, instead of remembering, she simply deduced that something had been erased from her memory. The gears of her formidable mind were spinning now, connecting the negative space in her memory with the details of the conversation they were having. Observing the void and inferring its meaning. Knowing Cassie, there were countless conjectures being formed in her head. Dozens of theories were being built, scrutinized, and discarded. Only those that could not be effectively disproven remained, leading to several parallel branches of assumptions. Those assumptions were then pitted against each other, turning into conclusions. The conclusions were used to extrapolate what, exactly, she had forgotten. Too smart, maybe. It was a little scary. Sonny did not say anything, carefully exploring his own emotions. If he was right, then Cassie not only knew that a person was missing from the world, but also deduced that he was that person, or at least connected to them. She would not be sure, but suspect it strongly. And he had come closer to being known to someone than he had ever been since leaving the nightmare. Of course, there was a vast difference between a suspicion and a memory, but it was precisely because Cassie's inference was based solely on deduction and not remembrance that she could retain it. The taste of his tea was suddenly incredibly fragrant. Sonny drank it silently. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Cassie's delicate face was full of somber intensity, but she did not rush to ask him any questions. She couldn't. Because asking him about all the things she wanted to know would only result in her forgetting the answers. It was an odd situation. Eventually, she sighed and turned away. A few moments later, Cassie asked, her voice a little strange. "Would you like to look into my eyes?" He was startled by the question. Where did that come from? Sonny hesitated, not knowing how to answer. "I'm honestly not sure." "Why are you asking?" She touched her blindfold briefly, sighed, and said with a hint of reluctance. "My transformation ability has to do with my eyes. Few people know about it, and you are now one of them. If you look into my eyes, I'll be able to read your memories." Sonny blinked. His first reaction was to reject her vehemently. Who would want their private memories to be exposed to a stranger? Not to mention the fact that Cassie's power was not limited to that. She had already admitted that she could also erase, replace, and manipulate the memories of other people. That sounded utterly terrifying. Sonny had suspected that there were limits to her power, and now, she had exposed one of these limits to him. Only those who looked Cassie in the eyes could be enthralled by her ability. So why would he expose himself to that power? She would forget everything she saw just like she had forgotten his answers, as well. Not everything. The memories of his past were forbidden, but the memories of everything that had happened to him after the third nightmare were less so. The question was, what benefit would there be if Cassie saw it all? She would probably be able to fill the empty void left by him with a few more pieces of logical reasoning, at least. But then what? Sonny put his cup down and smiled politely. "You want to peek at my memories, St. Cassia?" She simply nodded, not hiding her desire. "I do. St. Sunless." His smile did not falter. "She has already connected me to the exploration report on the tomb of Ariel and guessed that I was in the nightmare with them. Damn it. I shouldn't have published it." But he did not really regret his actions. That report was both for Teacher Julius and Ananke, so it was worth the trouble. Sonny chuckled, then asked with a hint of amusement in his voice. "What's in it for me?" Cassie leaned back and remained silent for a few moments. She might have guessed that he was the person she had been looking for, but she had no idea who he was. What were his motives, desires, and convictions? What was his past, and what was his vision of the future? What could she offer him to gain his cooperation? She couldn't even be sure if he was a friend or a foe. "Well, what is it that you want?" Sonny contemplated for as long as his floor allowed him to. "Actually, there is something that you can help me with. I must warn you, though, the favor I'll ask might land you in hot water with your venerable superiors from Clan Vela." He shrugged. "Additionally, you will only access a memory of my choosing. You'll have to wait a bit, too. It can only be done on a full moon." Cassie suddenly tensed. "A full moon? Surely, you don't mean..." Sonny chuckled. "That's right. I want to sneak into Bastion." He finished his tea and added nonchalantly. "The real Bastion, of course. Not this Mirage we all live in." Chapter 1638. Pretty as a picture. She could not stay for long, either, at least not without risking her absence being noticed by someone from Clan Vela. Cassie did not want to attract their attention to Sunny yet, or maybe ever. That suited him fine, as well. What a strange birthday I'm having this year. When Cassie left, Sunny was once again left alone in the brilliant Emporium. The city had grown dark, and a peaceful silence settled over the lake. He could see the magnificent castle shine with enchanted lights in the distance, the lanterns reflecting in the calm water like stars. Of course, that castle was just an illusion. Or rather, not just an illusion, but a very special one. The kind of illusion that was, for all intents and purposes, real, more real than reality itself, even. Most of the people who lived inside the castle did not know the difference, since it did not affect their lives. But Sunny knew. There was a different kind of place hidden behind the beautiful, towering edifice of Bastion. A much more somber and terrifying place than what everyone was familiar with. That was where he wanted to get to with Cass's help. There were 6 strongholds depicted on the map Nether had left in the Ebony Tower, each connected to one of the Daemons. After visiting the tower once more and reading more of the forbidden runes surrounding the map, Sunny was keenly interested in exploring each of these strongholds. One could even say that the shape of his life depended on it. The Ivory Tower had once belonged to Hope. The Tomb of Ariel was the burial site of Oblivion. Sunny had already visited these 2 places, but the other 4. Nether's own seat of power was hidden in the Hollow Mountains. He had barely survived crossing over them, and was not nearly powerful enough, yet, to dare delving into the darkness that dwelled below them. True darkness was the natural enemy of shadows, after all. Which left only 3 demonic strongholds for him to explore. Coincidentally, or maybe not quite so, each of them was now a great citadel ruled by one of the most powerful legacy clans. The Jade Palace, now known as Ravenheart, was connected to the Demon of Dread. Sunny had been searching for a way to infiltrate Queen Song's palace, but without much luck. It was guarded too well. The seafaring citadel of the House of Night, meanwhile, was temporarily out of reach. He did not have a spare avatar to go there. More precisely, quantity was not the problem. It was just that sustaining avatars cost him essence. The Lord of Shadows remained manifested permanently, but that guy also spent most of his time inside the fragment of the Shadow Realm. Out there, the spirit essence was rich and nourishing. Unless his 3rd avatar was battling powerful abominations, he was like a perpetual essence generator. The avatar accompanying Rain mostly hid in her shadow, but had to be controlled at all times. In the end, Sunny was maintaining a positive balance between expending and replenishing essence while constantly keeping these 2 versions of himself going, with plenty left in reserve for unexpected situations. Sending an additional avatar to Stormsea would have put a strain on that balance. So, he had decided to leave the great citadel of the House of Night, which was connected to the Demon of Repose, alone for the time being. Which only left Bastion, which had once belonged to the Demon of Imagination. Sunny did not know much about that particular demon, but he or she seemed to have possessed truly fantastical powers. From what he could tell, the Demon of Imagination had been a master of illusions. Anything imagined by that demon was like a mirage, and those mirages could easily become reality, or even replace it. Bastion had always seemed like an illustration from a fairy tale, and in a sense, it was. The beautiful castle, the tranquil lake, the picturesque land surrounding it, all of it had been conjured from the imagination of the ancient demon. The Demon of Imagination was long dead, but the illusion that replaced reality still remained. It had even become home to millions of people. Sunny could not find what he was looking for in the pretty mirage, though. He could only find it in the harrowing reality hidden behind it. That place could only be entered during a full moon, at least by those who did not rule the illusory citadel. That was why he agreed to meet Cassie again then. There was plenty of time left before the next full moon, though, which would give both of them plenty of time to digest the situation. Cassie had a lot to think about, no doubt. And Sunny did, too. Throwing one last glance in the window, he yawned and went about closing the brilliant Emporium. When everything was done, Sunny walked into his bedroom and fell on his bed. Despite the modest size of his room, the bed itself was large and opulent. It was carved from pale polished wood, with elegant engravings decorating the columns that supported the silk canopy. It was much too comfortable for a simple piece of furniture, and looked like something that belonged in a palace instead of a cozy cottage. And it did. This was the very same bed Sonny had slept on in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, a lifetime ago. He had brought it back with the help of the marvelous mimic after being gone from civilization for 3 years, among other things. Sonny put his head on a pillow and closed his eyes. Soon enough, he fell peacefully asleep. The last thought that crossed his mind was rather bitter. Damnation, she forgot to order a memory. It was such a shame. He had hoped to get a bunch of soul shards out of Cassie. Chapter 1639. Beautiful Mirage. He was supposed to make a trip to the waking world to stock up on ingredients, but postponed it for now, partially out of laziness, and partially because there was a lot on his plate. His life in Godgrave, meanwhile, had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Nephis was there, and so, he had no time for boredom. But that was the third avatar's problem. On the day of the full moon, Sonny let Aiko go home a bit earlier and closed the brilliant emporium. Then, he walked through the crowded streets of Bastion and bought a ticket to a theatre play. A troupe of awakened actors was performing a rendition of A Song of Light and Darkness. Sadly, Sonny only noticed the name of the play after being seated in the parterre. He covered his face with a palm and winced as if suffering from a toothache, but remained in his seat. Soon, excited members of the audience surrounded him from all sides. The lights were dimmed, the curtain was lifted, and the play began. No one noticed that a pale young man sitting in one of the first rows did not seem to have a shadow. At the same time, a different incarnation of Sonny was hiding in the darkness near the shore of the lake. It was already dark, and the pale moon was traveling across the starlit sky. The sight of it, the moon, the velvet sky, the silhouette of the magnificent castle, and the vast lake, was beautiful beyond words. In fact, it seemed as if there were 2 moons, one lost in the distant heavens, the other drowning in the silent water. Making sure that no one was nearby, Sonny rose from the shadows and walked toward the shore. The incarnation in the theatre was wearing the nebulous mantle, so he was only dressed in a mundane military bodysuit. The quintessence pearl was already summoned, resting in his mouth. He did not waste any time and dove into the water without making a splash. The lake took him into its cold embrace. Sonny allowed his body to become as heavy as a stone, sinking to the bottom. Once there, he extended his senses, turned into a shadow, and glided down a steep slope. The lake surrounding Bastion did not seem special from the shore, but it was immensely deep. By the time the slope lost most of its steepness, Sonny was already several kilometers below the surface. A mundane human would not have been able to withstand the pressure of the mass of water, but it was easy for someone like him, especially because he remained incorporeal. The easy part stopped there, though. Because these waters were not safe. There were echoes of powerful nightmare creatures patrolling the lake. As if that was not enough, there were also swords thrust into mud here and there, each of them serving as the eyes and ears of the master of this land. Supreme Anvil of Valor, the king of swords. Reaching the castle unnoticed was nearly impossible. However, Sonny had not wasted the last year in vain. He had thoroughly explored the lake, studying its guardians and mapping out the locations of Anvil's swords. By now, he was confident in his ability to reach the castle unnoticed. The castle was not his target, anyway. Instead, it was the reflection of the moon traveling across the surface of the lake. He hid in the shadows and waited for a vast creature that looked like a giant silver eel to swim past him, then cautiously advanced forward. Changing direction, Sonny moved like a thief, effortlessly avoiding every security measure placed at the bottom of the lake by Clan Valor. By the time he reached the midpoint between the shore and the castle, the play his avatar was watching reached intermission. The other Sonny rose from his seat and went to the theater's cafe, making sure to be seen by as many people as possible. Of course, he kept to the dark corners to make the absence of his shadow hidden. The original Sonny hid at the bottom of the lake without moving. Proceeding further would be problematic. So, he was letting the reflection of the moon come to him instead. He was sure that someone like Beth would have been infuriated by such a statement, considering that, scientifically speaking, the position of the moon's reflection was supposed to depend on the perspective of the observer. But not of this moon, in this lake, and on this night. When it was time, Sunny made himself as light as a feather, assumed his human form, pushed off the bottom of the lake, and swam up. The timing was calculated to a split second, the echoes patrolling the lake were far away, and no one would be able to notice his swift rise. As the pressure of the water lessened, the darkness surrounding him grew brighter. Soon, he was surrounded by ethereal radiance, as if swimming through moonlight. The moon itself was like a perfectly round silver disk hanging above Bastion. Its reflection was like a vast, radiant circle resting on the calm water. Breaking the surface a few meters away from it, Sunny swam forward and entered that circle. He was blinded by the light. And then, the world changed. Sunny had left the illusory realm behind and entered the ghost of reality hidden behind its splendor. Suddenly, it was much darker. The reflection of the moon disappeared, replaced by scattered vestiges of bleak light. The water of the lake was much colder, and its surface was restless because of the strong wind. Taking a deep breath, Sunny looked up. Above him was a broken sky. Chapter 1640. Harrowing Reality. The fragments of the shattered moon. The moon was up there, above him, but it was viciously broken into countless pieces. Some of them were vast, like jagged continents, floating in the forlorn darkness. Some were infinitely small, painting the sky like clouds of starlight vapor. The trail of moon shards formed a heavenly river that stretched beyond the horizon, illuminating the hidden world with ghostly light. The sight of it was both terrifying and humbling. Sunny did not know what kind of blow could have been so harrowing as to fracture even the moon, or if the moon had been broken from within, like the shell of a cosmic egg. All he knew was that seeing the broken sky filled him with a deep sense of terror. He rarely felt true fear after becoming a Transcendent, but the true face of Bastion was one of the few things that could still make him shudder. Looking away from the celestial river, Sunny gazed at the distant castle. The castle existed both in the illusory world and in the terrifying reality. However, while it stood tall and proud in the former, it was a desolate ruin in the latter. The mighty walls had collapsed. The tall towers were toppled. Bastion was like a mountain of fractured white stones, the shape of a once magnificent citadel barely recognizable in its ghastly crookedness. Here and there, one could still recognize the lines of partially unscathed buildings and courtyards, but they only seemed like an epitaph on a towering gravestone. Across the lake, where the thriving city had been a moment before, a monumental wall of towering dark trees rose to the broken sky. The illusory Bastion had been surrounded by a forest once, too, a forest that was one enormous living being, a horrid titan with which the Knights of Valor had waged war for decades. Eventually, it was Anvil, still a saint back then, who had destroyed it. But here in the hidden reality, the forest was untouched, and there were many creatures inhabiting it that were much more terrifying than that titan had been. Because the Real Bastion was a death zone. In fact, there were dreadful beings dwelling in the deep, dark lake as well. There was one thing in common between the real Bastion and the beautiful Mirage created by the demon of imagination, though. Both in the illusory castle and the real castle, enchanted lanterns were shining softly in the darkness of the night. Granted, there were much fewer of them here. I need to hurry. The real lake was much more dangerous than its copy. Sunny was capable of facing its inhabitants in a battle, but he wasn't capable of doing so unnoticed. And so, he dove down once again, falling like a stone into the depths of the cold water. The bottom of the lake was much different in this hidden, true world. Out in the illusory Bastion, it was rather mundane, covered by mud and rare stones. Here, though, a drowned city rested on the bottom of the lake. The graceful buildings were constructed from the same white stone as the castle, and their empty windows were like dark eyes that watched Sunny as he passed by. The city must have been beautiful once, but now it was cold and empty, with signs of horrible devastation visible on every street. The streets themselves were littered with bones. Countless human skulls lay on the cracked cobblestones, looking like pale fungus. Sunny did not know what doom had befallen the people of the drowned city, but he made sure to lighten his body and swim instead of walking on the ancient roads. He did not want to disturb them, and knew that it was dangerous to do so. On top of that, the city was built at the foot of a tall mountain, which was now submerged in water, with only its peak rising above it. The ruins of the great castle lay on that peak. That was also where Cassie was supposed to be waiting for him, too. Sunny calmly traversed the fallen city, making sure to hide from its current inhabitants. There were plenty of harrowing nightmare creatures dwelling in the drowned ruins. He had studied their habits and hunting grounds before, but abominations of higher ranks were supremely unpredictable. Luckily, Sunny's ability to remain unseen and unsensed in the shadows had become much more potent since his days in the Dark City, so even these horrors could not easily spot him. He moved closer and closer to the mountain. From time to time, grotesque carcasses appeared from the darkness, each impaled by a single straight sword. This was Anvil's work. His domain extended into the real version of Bastion, as well, and although the King of Swords did not rule the entire area, he was the master of the ruined castle. Anything that tried to crawl out of the water and challenge him ended up dead. Knights of Valor were often battling nightmare creatures in the forest, too. However, they were doing so without the support of their king. That was because he used the dark forest as a crucible to forge better warriors for his army. The dreadful abominations inhabiting it were the whetstone against which Valor's elites were sharpened. Sunny heard that after Antarctica, Morgan had been sent into the forest and ordered not to return until she redeemed her mistake. She eventually emerged from it 2 years later, as a saint. He did not know if this was true, and couldn't ask, because this information wasn't supposed to be known to any outsider to begin with. His preparations had not been in vain. Sunny followed a predetermined path and managed to reach the mountain without disturbing any of the nightmare creatures or stumbling upon any of Anvil's swords. Finally, he ascended the steep slope and cautiously surfaced near the ruins. There were lanterns burning high above, on the remnants of the broken wall, and human silhouettes patrolling its length. They were Knights of Valor, the best of the best, each of them at least a master. Another human silhouette was standing on the edge of a toppled tower that lay on the ground, its roof protruding into the lake. This one did not carry a luminous lantern, waiting patiently in the darkness. It was Cassie. Illuminated by the pale light of the shattered moon, motionless like a statue, her delicate figure looked even more arresting. Her beauty had already been breathtaking. Here in the hidden realm of true Bastion, it seemed simply enthralling. And yet, strangely enough, Sunny felt his gaze wandering away from her. Somewhat surprised, he realized that it was her presence. Unlike most saints, it did not demand attention, but instead dampened it. It was really more akin to absence than presence. Perhaps it had been for a long while, but he simply did not notice it. Forcing himself to concentrate on the slender figure, Sunny silently emerged from the water and walked over to Cassie. He made no noise whatsoever, and yet, she turned her head slightly to face him. "You've come." Sunny dismissed the quintessence pearl and smiled in the darkness. "Of course. It's not polite to make a lady wait. And I am nothing if not polite, one could say." Chapter 1641. First Impressions. Facing Cassie as someone she might perceive as a potential enemy was a nerve-wracking experience. Sunny felt like he finally understood why Mordred was so wary of her. But then again, he was someone worthy of being feared, himself. He was powerful and lethal enough to be an existential threat to anyone who would dare stand in his way. Sunny did not have to be afraid of anyone, or anything. Instead, everyone had to be scared of him. If they knew who he was, of course. But no one did, which only made him more terrifying. Well, no matter. It was not like he wanted to frighten Cassie. Sunny was pretty sure that she would treat him with sincerity. He had what she wanted, after all. Still, a relationship of a transactional nature was not the most stable. It was in his best interest to build a better connection with her, and maybe even reach a point where they shared mutual trust. Sunny looked at Cassie, who was wearing a white tunic and a sea-wave cloak, her eyes hidden behind a strip of blue cloth. Then, he glanced at his own black bodysuit. The two of them did not exactly look like a natural pair. Currently, they were accomplices at best, not allies. So, how do I go about building trust? One small step at a time, most likely. He looked at the shattered moon, then at the restless waters of the dark lake. Finally, he said, "The ambience here is truly lovely. However, the lake is rather dreadful. Wouldn't it be better if we left before something very terrible came out of the water to spoil the mood?" Cassie remained silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Didn't you come from the water yourself, Saint Sunless? Are you very terrible, as well?" He coughed. "Well, yes, I did. And yes, I guess I am." She tilted her head slightly. "I am surprised that you made it all the way here, actually. How did you traverse the lake without being torn apart? Or alerting anyone to your presence?" That was an obviously probing question, but Sunny didn't mind. He shrugged and answered in a nonchalant tone. "By being patient and very good at hiding." She sighed lightly and turned around, walking slowly in the direction of the castle ruins. "Let's go." Sunny hesitated for a moment before following. As he did, he looked up at the figures patrolling the remnants of the toppled walls. This was the problem he had not been able to solve yet. Finding an entrance into the hidden realm had not been too hard. Avoiding the echoes patrolling the lake and finding a path through the graveyard of swords at its bottom had not been much of a problem either. Even traversing the dark depths of the true lake, where great horrors dwelled, was well within his power. But getting inside the ruined castle itself was troublesome. There were many powerful knights of Valor inside, there was the King of Swords himself, as well. Worse than that, the members of his clan were versed in runic sorcery. Their stronghold was protected by an array of enchantments that Sunny could not hope to unravel, let alone bypass silently. He knew a thing or two about Hope's sorcery, but not nearly enough to compete with real experts. That was why Sunny needed Cassie. Without help from inside the castle, it would take him years to infiltrate its ruins. He wasn't worried about being betrayed by her, either. At this moment, as if reading his mind, the blind seer asked him with a hint of curiosity in her voice. "Can I ask you a question, Saint Sunless?" He glanced at her back. "Sure. And, please, call me Sunny. Here in Bastion, I am known as the master of Sunny's brilliant emporium. A humble shopkeeper, and definitely not a saint." She remained silent for a moment. "Why are you so sure that I won't surrender you into the hands of my clan? After all, here in Bastion, I am known as a loyal, obedient servant of the king. A virtuous saint, and definitely not someone who would help an outsider infiltrate the very heart of our stronghold." Sunny answered calmly, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. "It's because I know that you are actually disloyal, disobedient, and wicked." Cassie suddenly coughed. "Ah." He chuckled and added in a light tone. "Just my kind of person. I am a bit of a treacherous bastard myself, to be honest." She cleared her throat. "I see." Cassie remained silent for a while after that, jumping off the toppled tower to land softly on the ground below. Sunny followed, suppressing the desire to slap himself across the face. What kind of nonsense am I spouting? Right now, Cassie only knew that he was a saint that was somehow connected to her and Nephis, and had undergone the third nightmare with them. Which would suggest that he had been their friend, or at least an ally, if not for the fact that Mordred had also been there, in the tomb of Ariel. Meaning that not everyone who had entered that nightmare was an ally. Cassie knew that Sunny had played a big role in her life, but she did not know what kind of role he had played. She had to account for the fact that he very well could have been her enemy. At the very least, she wouldn't be sure that he had been a friend. So, why the hell was he willingly admitting to being a wretched traitor? Sunny closed his eyes for a moment and then said, trying very hard to keep the embarrassment out of his voice. "What I'm trying to say is that everyone has their own interest. It is not in your self-interest to surrender me to Clan Valor, and I am pretty sure that you would not sacrifice yourself for their benefit. Otherwise, I would have been visited by a cohort of knights and a few paladins the very next day after your visit, Cassie in Chapter 1642. Selfish reasons. I guess it's the same as yours. Cassie seemed a little surprised. The same as mine? He nodded and glanced at her with hidden worry. They were climbing a slope of stone debris, the surface under their feet treacherous and uneven. Cassie seemed to be doing fine, but her movements were a little stiff. No matter how well she had learned to live with her flaw, she was still blind. Sharing other people's perception or sensing a few seconds into the future could not entirely replace sight. However, Sonny could not think of a way to support her on this treacherous slope. He could offer her his hand, but he doubted that she would accept it. They were not that close, now. In the end, he did nothing. Indeed. You told me that you had always wanted to destroy fate, but that is not entirely true, is it? You wouldn't want to struggle against fate if it carried you to a wonderful outcome. The outcome you saw must be terrible, so what you really want is to reach a desirable outcome, not destroy fate. The latter is merely a means to an end, while the former is the end. That is your interest. Sonny shrugged. It is the same for me. My interest is to reach a desirable outcome. Cassie hesitated for a moment. So what is the outcome you desire? He grinned. How can I know? It's too soon to talk about an outcome. I don't even know what will happen, let alone how I might want it to end. I merely have a few ideas. In any case, that question is better aimed at you, St. Cassia. You are much better informed about the future than I am. So, what outcome do you desire? Now, they were on the right track. Mutual trust was the end goal, but it had to be built on the foundation of mutual benefit. To help each other benefit, they needed to know what each of them wanted. What was it that Cassie desired? Even after knowing her for so many years, Sonny was not sure. She had always kept her secrets close. Which was why he did not expect to hear her honest response. I want to save the world. Sonny almost tripped, startled. What? His eyes might have widened a little. Cassie laughed quietly. Why are you so surprised? It's only reasonable. After all, I am a part of the world, and so are those people I care about. If the world is destroyed, everything I cherish will be destroyed with it. All right, maybe I was a little grandiose in my statement. I do want to save the world, but purely for selfish reasons. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that I want to save myself. It's just that one and the other are inseparable. Sonny stared at her silently for a few moments. Should I take it as confirmation, then, that the world is doomed? It's a bit disconcerting. I did not expect to hear something like that from an oracle as powerful as you. He looked at the shattered moon. The background was also very ominous. Cassie shrugged. I suspect that you know perfectly well what fate awaits our world. It is obvious that the world is doomed. What most people don't realize is how little time we have left. Those who pay careful attention to the nightmare spell, though, do. Sonny frowned. Was she talking about the fact that their world would eventually be devoured by the dream realm? It would be natural to assume that Sonny knew, considering that she suspected that he had been on Alethea's island with them. More than that, it was no secret, the great clans had known as well, which was why they were focused on conquering a new world instead of trying to save the old one. Or was she talking about the forgotten god and his inevitable awakening? The moment that ancient being struggled free of its slumber, the very existence could come undone at the seams, and the everlasting void could be unleashed from its prison. Or were these two events inseparable, as well? He grimaced. So what are your immediate goals? Cassie smiled faintly. I don't think that we know each other well enough to share such details. Sonny. Maybe I'll tell you another day, after learning more about you from your memories. Sonny sighed. Fair enough. As for my immediate goals, I'm not trying to doubt your competence, St. Cassia, but how are you going to get me inside the castle? The guards, the runic array, the other safeguards the king must have put in place, you don't seem to be too concerned about any of these. Cassie was climbing several steps ahead from him, just a few meters from the more intact section of the wall. Once they reached it, there would be ascended warriors patrolling, and if any of them saw Song of the Fallen escorting an intruder into the stronghold of their clan, things would turn ugly. She was not going to just stride into the heart of Anvil's domain, was she? Cassie stopped for a moment, then continued climbing. Don't worry about it. I will keep my word. At the same time, she raised her hands and carefully pulled her blindfold off, tying it around one of her wrists. A few moments later, they were on top of the wall. There were enchanted lanterns installed on wooden posts, illuminating the ramparts. And there, just a few meters in front of them, 3 heavily armored masters were standing, staring at Cassie and Sunny with vigilant expressions. He could see dangerous flames igniting in their eyes. One of them placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and asked, his voice a mix of confusion and wariness. Senkasu? Who? Damn it! Sunny did not move. And in the next moment, the 3 Knights of Valor underwent an eerie change. Their eyes suddenly grew unfocused, drifting away from Cassie's delicate figure. The tense expressions on their faces disappeared. They remained motionless for a few moments, then continued on their patrol without ever looking back. One walked right past the blind seer, brushing against her sea-wave cloak. Cassie calmly moved in the opposite direction, leaving the patrol behind. A moment later, she said over her shoulder, "Don't worry. They won't remember seeing us." Sunny hurriedly followed her, quietly impressed. And more than a little bit disturbed. What an insidious power, indeed. Chapter 1643. Unseen. What he had not expected was that she would, indeed, simply stride inside without paying the elite forces of Valor any heed. Cassie simply walked forward at a mild pace, poised and elegant. Her calm steps were unhurried. She did not try to avoid the light of the enchanted lanterns or hide from the patrolling knights, acting like nothing was the matter. And yet, despite Sunny's presence, no one paid her any attention or barred her path. The powerful ascended guarding the castle shivered slightly when her gaze fell on them, their expressions turning slack for a moment. Then, they stepped aside and silently continued on their way, as if both Cassie and Sunny had somehow turned invisible. Not invisible, it's impossible to focus on or remember. The memory of seeing the strange pair was completely erased from the minds of the elite warriors of Valor, replaced by a false recollection of nothing notable happening. It was rather impressive. And deeply disturbing. Sunny was walking behind Cassie, so he could not see her eyes. He wasn't sure he wanted to, either. Looking at her delicate back, he could not help but remember the suffocating despair and cold dread of LO-49. The sinister powers of the transcendent terror that had consumed the station were eerily similar to what Cassie was now capable of. There were differences, of course, but the resemblance was there as well. I hate mental attacks. From the forgotten shore to the desolate expanse of Antarctica, these were the kinds of powers he was wary of the most. There had been creatures who left him broken and bleeding, barely clinging to life, but it were the insidious beings who influenced the mind that had given him the deepest scars. Luckily, Sunny's resistance to mental attacks was now incomparably high. Still, he wondered what Cassie would be capable of if she went all out and fully unleashed her power. Another scene surfaced in his mind, the scene of the battle in the drowned Temple of Fallen Grace, where they had fought against the defiled Sibyl and her enthralled guardians. Back then, he had seen the echo of Torment fight against the drowned. Of course, Sunny had not known her true identity yet. There had been a moment when the echo raised one of the demons above the shallow water and gazed into its eyes, the abomination's body convulsed, an indescribable sound escaped from its mouth, and its lifeless body was tossed aside like a rag doll. In that short moment, had the echo burned all of the demon's memories away, turning the drowned warrior into a mindless shell of a living being? Speaking of, where was that echo now? That was not the most sinister aspect of Cassie's power, either. Having your memory wiped clean was frightening, true, but having it changed without your knowledge was much more terrifying. Could she enthrall people into becoming her marionettes? Turn loyal soldiers into zealous traitors? Create witnesses to non-existent crimes who sincerely believed in the truthfulness of their testimonies, so that no telepathic aspect could disprove them? The loss of one's identity was somehow more frightening than the loss of one's life. Her aspect was simply too insidious. In hindsight, perhaps the Knights of Valor were lucky to only have their memories manipulated a little. I know that there are limits and conditions to her power, but still, she must have hidden it really well, to not be included in the highest tier of saints. Sunny looked around, studying the ruins of True Bastion. It was hard to say because of how damaged and dilapidated the castle was, but it seemed somewhat different from the illusory version. Currently, they were still on the remains of the outer wall. Below it was an ancient scene of devastation, with a few relatively intact sections of the ruin towering above. At that moment, Cassie spoke in a calm tone. The true castle is hidden in the reflection of its illusory counterpart. If one knows how to look, they might glimpse the truth when looking at the lake. The false bastion is a relatively safe place now that the Knights of Valor have eradicated most abominations around it. The true bastion, however, is fraught with peril. She paused for a moment. Whatever you do, do not drink the water from the lake. Do not look at reflections, and if a reflection moves strangely, walk away immediately. Above all else, do not answer if a reflection speaks to you. It will perceive it as an invitation. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Good thing I am always wary of mirrors thanks to Mordred. Does it have something to do with that guy? Cassie understood who he was talking about without having to hear a name. She shook her head lightly. No. It is simply the nature of this place. The creatures in the lake are deadly, and so are those in the forest. However, the things that come from reflections are the most dangerous, because they are too strange and we know too little about them. We call them the others. She took a few more steps and continued calmly. We must be wary of the others, but we also must be wary of the king. I can shelter you from the gazes of his servants because their swords are sheathed and slumbering. But if you see a sword that is drawn, hide immediately. You must possess some ability to hide yourself, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to traverse the lake. Sunny nodded, prompting Cassie to add. You did well to come unarmed. Do not summon a sword of your own while you are here, even if it wasn't forged by Valor. Oh, and take this. She handed him a smooth pebble without turning around. Sunny took it and noticed a complicated weave of elegant runes carved into its surface. The pebble felt slightly warm to the touch. Cassie explained. This is a token that will allow you to pass most of the defensive enchantments. A counterfeit one. I made it myself. So, don't lose it. She took a deep breath and then added, a hint of tension finally finding its way into her voice. If you do, the two of us will end up being invited to an audience with the king. One that we will remember for the rest of our lives, our short and painful lives, that is. Sunny smiled darkly, remembering the sight of Anvil facing that great titan in Antarctica. He knew that the two of them would meet eventually. But it was too soon to meet the King of Swords, for now. Is he really here? Before Cassie could answer, a loud sound rolled across the ruins, disturbing the silence of the night. It was deep and melodious, ringing across the dark lake like thunder. The sound of a hammer falling on an anvil. Chapter 1644. Royal Forge. There was a tall tower rising into the broken sky some distance away. Its walls were covered by a net of deep cracks, but the crumbling tower still stood straight and proud, much higher than any other structure in the vast ruin. Outlined against the pale radiance of the shattered moon, its dark shape was like a battered sword thrust into the ground by the hand of a celestial giant. The tower was dark, but at the very top of it, a fiery glow escaped from the arching windows. It was as if a sea of vermilion flame was burning inside. That was where the ringing sound had come from. A moment later, another strike resounded, and then another. They rolled across the restless lake, forceful and methodical, filling the night with the sound of clashing metal. Suddenly, Sunny felt as if he was on a battlefield, and his heart started to beat faster. He froze for a moment, looking at the dark tower with a somber expression. What is that? Cassie turned to face the tower, as well. She remained silent for a few moments, then said evenly, "It's the king. He is forging." Sunny couldn't help but frown. He had just asked about Anvil's whereabouts, and a moment later, the King of Sword announced his presence. Sunny did not really fear him, but that was not because the Steel Sovereign was not worthy of being feared. It was simply because Sunny had developed an unwise tolerance for fear after a decade of being constantly exposed to all kinds of unimaginable horror. Still, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't apprehensive. Spooky bastard. He hesitated for a moment, then asked quietly, "What is he forging?" Cassie smiled. "What else?" "He is forging a sword. The king must have created 1,000,000 of them already, but he never stops for long. The swords that the Knights of Valor wield are merely some that he discarded, the ones paladins wield are, as well. Then the storm of swords Anvil had commanded in Antarctica were all forged by him, then probably. Sunny could not really imagine how a human being could have created so many of them. He sighed. And here I was thinking myself an accomplished weaponsmith. Cassie tilted her head a little. "Oh. Right. You create memories." A faint smile appeared on her lips. "Sorry. With everything else, I almost forgot." Sunny studied the pebble she had given him. The weave of runes was elegant and intricate. He could not quite decipher it, because the runes did not inscribe a functional enchantment. Instead, they made the pebble a part of a much larger one. Without comprehending the entire array, he wouldn't be able to comprehend the runes carved into the small stone. It was interesting, though. The pebble must have let the defensive array know that Sunny was allowed into the castle. It was warm to the touch. But where did the essence that nourished the pebble come from? He didn't feel it consuming his own, and there was no nexus inside to store some. "You are a skilled sorceress yourself, it seems." Cassie nodded lightly. "My skill is sufficient, I guess. I've been taught a little by a man named Noctis, in my second nightmare. After that, I learned from the enchanters of Valor and on my own. What about you?" Sunny lingered for a while, then answered simply, "I am self-taught." His only teachers were the nightmare spell and necessity. Neither could take credit for his accomplishments. She made a turn, heading for a more damaged section of the wall, and said, "I am curious, though. Creating a memory is not a question of skill. No matter how good I am at runic sorcery, it's not something I can do. The same goes for enchanters of Valor. They are only capable of forging memories because of the kind of aspects the members of the main family and its branches tend to awaken, not because of sorcery. So, Sunny, are you, perchance, a bastard son of King Anvil?" Sunny stared at her silently for a while, making sure that she was serious. She was. "Well, I guess it might look that way. A mysterious man who can create memories, lives in Bastion, and is somehow a saint on top of it all." Sunny barely prevented himself from exploding with laughter. If he hadn't covered his mouth with both hands, sentries all across the wall would have been alerted to their presence. "Me? Anvil's son? Gods, no, although I must admit, it would have been very funny if there was yet another estranged son of his wandering around the dream realm." He shook his head. "No, and before you ask, I'm not a son of Madoc, or any other member of their family, either. Do I look like a legacy to you?" Cassie was silent for a moment. "You do not look like anything to me. I'm blind." Sunny coughed awkwardly, prompting her to smile. "And the last time we met, we were alone. So, I could only borrow your sight, which meant staring at myself for the entire conversation. Well, I won't lie. I did steal a peek through the eyes of the knights we've met today. I was curious to see what the famous owner of the IC of the Brilliant Emporium Cafe looks like." She shrugged. "Actually, you do look like a legacy. But maybe it's just because of the confidence that comes with being a saint." Sunny shook his head with a crooked smile, not letting her off. "I'm sure that you observed me carefully, and for a while, before paying a visit to the Brilliant Emporium." And by observed, I mean spied on. Thank you for the compliment, in any case. This time, it was Cass's turn to cough. I'm right on the money. He enjoyed her slight embarrassment for a few moments, then said neutrally, I don't know much about how enchanters of Valor create memories, but it is probably due to the war god's lineage. After all, she is also the goddess of progress, technology, and craft. Plus, family members are known to awaken aspects of a similar nature, perhaps due to sharing a similar upbringing and fate. I assure you, my upbringing was quite different from that of a member of Clan Valor. Sunny hesitated before adding, the way I create memories is different from theirs. Cassie tilted her head a little and asked curiously, I've been told that the memories you make are not very potent, but have the benefit of being perfectly suited for their wielder. You must be hiding the true extent of your abilities to avoid attention, though. How good are you, exactly? Sunny briefly glanced at Cass's delicate neck, noticing a thin string hanging around it. Would she be able to remember if he said that the charm she wore had been made supreme by him? Probably not. He smiled. I doubt that any person in the world can create a better memory than me. It wasn't an empty boast. Forge masters of Valor could create potent memories, but their craft was the result of unique aspect abilities and runic sorcery, which was alien to the concept of memories. Sunny, meanwhile, was a true weaver. The only master of weaver's sorcery in existence. Therefore, his abilities were broader and infinitely more flexible. So, really, there was just one entity better than him at creating memories. The nightmare spell. But he wasn't going to compete with that. He glanced at Cassie and asked, Why? Are you going to order a memory, after all? Let me tell you, St. Cassia. I'll give you an exclusive discount. Our service is top-notch, and we can handle all kinds of orders. Combat memories, utility memories, even cosmetic memories are not out of the question. Also, I don't usually do this, but just for you, I'll disclose a big secret. We can even make a custom name and description for your memory. There's no better memento or one-of-a-kind gift for a loved one. Cassie touched her hair nervously, then added in a dubious tone. Really? Well, I might indeed commission a custom memory from you, then. Chapter 1645. Found nothing. From time to time, ghostly runes ignited on the weathered stones as they passed. The pebble Sunny held in his hands grew a little warmer in those moments. After a while, Cassie spoke again. We are staying in the desolate parts of True Bastion to avoid running into someone powerful. I can handle the nights without too much problem, but if we meet a saint, especially one from the direct bloodline, a complication might arise. Sunny nodded, strangely relieved. It was nice to have confirmation that Cass's power was not limitless, even if she was on his side. The blind seer lingered for a few moments, then asked, You only told me that you needed to get inside the castle. Where, exactly, do you want me to lead you? He shrugged. As close to the main keep as possible. I'll know where I need to go once I get there. In fact, Sunny did not know the precise location of what he was looking for. He just knew that there was something hidden here, in Bastion, and that the members of Clan Valor must not have found it yet. Well, maybe they had. But he was willing to bet that they hadn't. That was because the timeline did not make sense. The citadel that the founder of Valor had conquered was the illusory Bastion, not the real one. Otherwise, it would not have been conquered at all. No member of the first generation had been powerful enough to survive in a death zone, after all, let alone claim it. It was only after Broken Sword, Anvil, Key Song, and Asterion had become transcendent that this hidden place was disturbed by humans. Even then, Sunny doubted that Valor had truly occupied the true Bastion before the sovereigns emerged. Which meant that they had not had a lot of time to explore the vast ruin, especially considering how dangerous it was, and how few people had access to it. The best warriors of Valor had also spent more than a decade conquering distant regions of the Dream Realm to expand the king's domain. Perhaps Anvil and his knights had discovered a few of the more easily accessible secrets of the fallen castle, but Sunny doubted that they would have found them all. Or at least he hoped so. His hope was based on the fact that there was only one person in the world who possessed a demon's lineage, and that person was him. So, Sunny cautiously extended his senses outward, communicating with the ancient shadows populating the ruin. He could feel the dark hollows hiding under the rubble. Some of them were simply the result of stone blocks falling on each other, some were halls and chambers that had been buried and forgotten in the devastation. However, none of them were what he was looking for. Cassie led him deeper into the ruin, choosing the most deserted paths. Neither of them needed a source of light to walk, so their passage was quiet and unseen, illuminated only by the pale radiance of the shattered moon. They walked across crumbling parapets and half-buried pathways, the ancient stones hanging dangerously above their heads. Anvil's hammer continued to ring, steady and powerful, like the beating of an emotionless steel heart. Sunny glanced at Cassie and said in a neutral tone, "It must be a real chore to sleep here." She seemed surprised. Who would be insane enough to sleep in a place like this? Then, the young woman hesitated for a few moments and added with a sigh, "It is forbidden, actually. This land used to belong to the demon of imagination. Here, what you dream about might very well become reality. The last time a knight dozed off on the wall, we lost 4 masters to his nightmare." Sunny fell silent with an appalled expression on his face. That was a little bit too much. A death zone is a death zone, I guess. If Nightmare wasn't busy performing an important task in Godgrave, he would have summoned him immediately. As they drew closer to the inner area of the ruined castle, Sunny sent his shadow sense down into the mass of the drowned mountain below. He was cautious, limiting its reach to a narrow beam of sorts. Something like that had not been possible before, but after becoming a saint, he learned how to control his senses better. The mass of stone beneath his feet seemed solid enough. Sunny followed Cassie while concentrating on the ancient ruins. He even closed his eyes to feel the surroundings better. However, he felt nothing. The longer they spent among the ruins, the less of anything he felt. "I'm sure there is something." If it had been before, Sunny would have probably been drawn to a fateful location by his intuition, or simply stumbled upon it due to being fated. But now, he was the opposite of that, and his intuition remained silent. Cassie did not show it, but she must have grown uneasy about their aimless wandering by now. Indeed, he would seem like a complete lunatic if his search did not produce a result. Who infiltrates the secret stronghold of a sovereign for nothing? Nothing, nothing. Sunny smiled. Found it. There was absolutely nothing below them. But that was exactly what gave away the hidden sanctum. Even if the mountain was made from solid stone, there would be cracks and crevasses inside it. And those would be populated by ancient shadows. With how potent Sunny's shadow sense was, he would have felt their presence. But he felt nothing, which meant that something was blocking his senses. Deep, deep below. Sunny opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Noticing that he had stopped, Cassie halted and turned to face him. Her eyes were blue and clear, devoid of any abnormality. He still chose to look away. "What is the matter?" Sunny smiled subtly and shrugged. "I found what I was looking for." She tilted her head a little. "What now, then?" He hesitated for a bit, then sighed. "Now, please excuse me for a moment, St. Cassia." Taking a step forward, he placed his hands on her delicate shoulders. And then, he pulled her into the shadows, teleporting both of them into the depth of the mountain. Chapter 1646. Dungeons and Daemons. In the past, Sunny had not been able to carry living beings with him when stepping through the shadows, with the sole exception of Nephis. It was different now that he was a saint, though. He could pull much heavier inanimate objects with him, as well as actual people. The latter were very cumbersome, though, consuming a lot of his essence. Especially those whose souls were vast and powerful. Teleporting Cassie with him, and to such a remote place, had drained a good portion of his reserves. Sunny sighed inwardly and tried to take a deep breath. There was nothing to inhale, though. A strangely calm voice resounded in his head, startling him. "There is no air here." It was Cass's voice. But why was she so calm? Sunny glanced at the blind seer with a hint of confusion, then shrugged and summoned the quintessence pearl. A few seconds later, a beautiful white pearl appeared in his hand. This time, Sunny did not place it in his mouth, keeping it between himself and Cassie. Soon, the two of them were able to breathe again. "Please stay close, Saint Cassier." Saints could keep their breath for much longer than mundane people, so neither of them had felt any discomfort in these few moments. Still, he had expected that Cassie would be at least a little startled. But then again, why would she be? Cassie did not receive visions of the future anymore, but her awakened ability was functioning perfectly fine. She must have known that Sunny would use Shadow Step a few seconds before he had, and saw him summoning the quintessence pearl before he ever did. Cassie usually acted in a way that made people forget about this ability of hers, but if one stopped to think about it, she had every conversation and witnessed every event twice. For as long as her awakened ability was active, it was all but impossible to surprise her. And she would have definitely kept it active while sneaking a suspicious saint into a sovereign stronghold. Her ascended ability, meanwhile, seemed to have undergone a change. Unless she was using a memory to communicate with him telepathically, it was that ability of hers that allowed her to talk to people she had marked. Sunny was well acquainted with this manner of conversation thanks to the Shroud of Dusk, so he wasn't worried about thinking an unwanted thought aloud. Who? Convenient. No wonder Nephis had seemed so well informed about his shadows when they met in the Nameless temple. Cassie, meanwhile, looked like she was having similar thoughts. Facing Sunny, she tilted her head a little and asked, "A spatial movement ability?" He nodded. "Well, yes. Something like that." She contemplated for a few moments, then said casually, "Who?" Convenient. Sunny blinked. With that out of the way, he could finally look around. His shadow sense was rendered useless, so he could only rely on his sight now. The space where the two of them had found themselves was not very large, and submerged in total darkness. Luckily, it was a mundane kind of darkness, which did not pose an obstacle for him. They were in a small chamber. It was clearly artificial, as opposed to naturally formed. The walls were smooth and polished, with no seams on their stone surface. The ceiling was high. There was nothing in the stone chamber, no furniture, no spiderwebs, no runic circles carved into the floor. There was only a tall door, which seemed to have been carved from a single piece of dark wood. Nevertheless, Sunny felt the same kind of discomfort he had felt once in the Ebony Tower when looking at it. The door seemed quite mundane, but it was also ever so slightly wrong. The handle was placed a bit too high, its shape was a bit off, the hinges were spaced strangely. It was as though it had been made for a being that resembled a human, but was not quite human. A demon, perhaps. Cassie remained motionless, but he knew that she was studying the stone chamber through his eyes. A few moments later, she spoke. "I know that it might be strange to only ask now. But, Sunny, what exactly are you trying to find here? And where is here, exactly?" He smiled subtly. "We are far below the castle, at the heart of the mountain. In a place that the demon of imagination must have left behind. As for what I am searching for, it's simple." He took a careful step toward the door. "It's power." Cassie seemed surprised. "Power?" Sunny nodded. "Haven't you heard, Saint Cassier? Knowledge is the origin of power. At least that was what the demon of fate thought, and I'm inclined to agree. But it is also the heaviest thing in the world. So not everyone is strong enough to hold it." She turned her head sharply, but Sunny simply continued in a carefree tone. "So, what I am trying to find here is lost knowledge, and, if I am lucky, something just as forbidden." With that, Sunny grabbed the handle, turned it, and pushed the door open. Or, at least, he tried to. The door didn't budge. Scowling slightly, Sonny put more strength into it. He had a lot of strength as a Transcendent terror, and yet, the door didn't move. Is it locked? But there is no lock. Had the hinges rusted through? No, wait. You should try pulling. Sonny coughed awkwardly, then pulled instead of pushing. The door opened easily, and the hinges produced no noise. I was just going to. Yeah. Cassie did not say anything and walked over, stopping just behind him. Sonny tensed slightly. Why is she standing so close? Oh, right. I told her to, because of the quintessence pearl. So, what kind of knowledge do you hope to find? He walked out of the stone chamber and stopped, studying the long corridor beyond. Oh, you know, nothing too unexpected. Why did the Doom War start? How did it end? Who won? How did the gods die? How did the Daemons die? Where are their corpses? Sonny took a deep breath and added nonchalantly. Why was the nightmare spell created? What is its purpose? What happened to its creator? Simple stuff like that. Of course, there was another goal Sonny was pursuing, and another thing he wanted to find. The remaining parts of Weaver's forbidden lineage, he wanted them. He wasn't satisfied with only having an incomplete collection of fragments. Not anymore, at least. Chapter 1647. Infinity Mirror. Standing on the threshold, Sonny studied the long corridor. It stretched in both directions as far as he could see, bending slightly. The stone floor was smooth and even, while the tall ceiling was illuminated by a scattering of softly glowing gemstones. The turquoise gems were embedded into it, dimly drowning the corridor in pale light. The problem was with the walls. Both of them were perfectly smooth and seamless, as if the corridor had been formed inside the mountain by some unknown means instead of being constructed. Much worse, their glossy surface was reflective. The walls of the corridor were like two endless mirrors. Remembering what Cassie had said, Sonny frowned. The blind seer inhaled deeply behind him. Oh, my. Her voice was somber. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then asked neutrally. Left or right? Cassie answered with a hint of confusion. Why are you asking me? He scratched the back of his head and shrugged. Why not? My luck is pretty much non-existent. So, I'll trust your intuition. She tilted her head a little. Really? Because my intuition tells me to get out of here as soon as possible. Yeah, I should have expected that answer. Sonny closed his eyes for a second, then cleared his throat. On second thought, why don't we just go left? The moment the two of them stepped into the corridor, their reflections appeared on the polished walls. Since the two endless mirrors were positioned directly opposite each other, the reflections stretched into infinity, forming countless mirrored corridors. When Sonny took a step, a legion of his reflections took a step. When Cassie followed, a legion of her reflections followed, too. They were surrounded by a myriad of identical copies of themselves, marching in step with them on both sides. Suddenly, he felt very uneasy. You said not to answer if a reflection speaks to me, right? Cassie nodded, and a myriad of her reflections nodded at him at the same time. Sonny's reflections were pale and somber. Cassie's reflections were beautiful and moved with elegant grace. It's better not to look at them at all. See no evil, and all that. He grimaced. And my shadow sense just happens to be gone. What a convenient coincidence. Frowning, he lowered his head and looked at the floor. As Sonny walked forward, he concentrated on his feet. Nevertheless, he could still glimpse the reflections at the periphery of his vision, all walking forward while looking down. Only, did he imagine it, or was one of the countless reflections completely still and staring directly at him, instead? Sonny had to use all of his willpower to keep looking down instead of turning to confirm it. A moment later, there was nothing out of the ordinary in his peripheral vision once again. How powerful are these others, exactly? He spoke in his mind instead of aloud, believing that Cassie would hear him. Indeed, her response came a few moments later. Nobody knows. From the reports I've seen, they are sometimes as powerful as the person they reflect. Sometimes, they are strangely brittle, but don't rely on my information too much. It's misleading. Because reports are only left by those who survived. As for those who didn't, there is no way to tell what they faced. Sunny frowned. Cassie lingered for a bit, then added. What makes them so dangerous is not their power, but rather their strangeness. We don't know what they are, where they come from, what motivates them, how they think, or if they think at all. When you fight a human or a nightmare creature, you can usually predict what will happen, even if only in broad strokes. Because you know what drives your enemy. It's different with the others. He nodded quietly. What people feared the most was the unknown. And what was not known posed the most danger. But if the reflections do come to life, we should be fine as long as we don't look to them and don't speak to them. Right. Cassie remained silent longer this time. I don't know. Sunny grimaced. All around him, a myriad of reflections grimaced as well. How long is this damned corridor? They had been walking for a while already. However, there was no sign of other doors, and no end in sight. The mirror tunnel was empty and silent, the dark, dim light of turquoise gemstones washing it in ghostly light. The only sound that broke the silence was the soft rustle of Cass's clothes. Sunny's steps, meanwhile, were completely noiseless. But then, another sound broke the silence, making him stop in his tracks. It was the quiet, but unmistakable sound of a glass surface cracking. Sunny froze for a moment. To hell with this! Turning around, he grabbed Cassie and immediately used Shadow Step to teleport back in the direction they had come. Without Shadow Sense, he could only jump as far as he could see. After a swift series of consecutive jumps, Sunny returned them to the small stone chamber and shut the door, then slumped tiredly on the floor. Damn! I hate mirrors so much. Come to think of it, there had to be some connection between the reason he tended to avoid mirrors and this place. Mordred must have visited Bastion before being handed to Asterion. Had he perhaps encountered something strange here? Or maybe his mother? Cassie quietly straightened her clothes and sat down, as well. Neither of them were physically tired, but being on edge for extended periods of time inevitably led to mental fatigue. She was silent for a while, then asked, So, what now, Sunny? Are we turning back? He glanced at her darkly and remained motionless for a moment. Then, he shook his head. No. With that, Sunny raised his free hand and summoned another memory. A few moments later, a small lantern carved out of black stone appeared on his palm. Cassie turned her head and concentrated on it, a slight frown appearing on her face. A lantern. He nodded. Indeed. However, it is a very special one. This lantern does not produce light. Instead, it swallows it. What was a reflection? It was light that had been cast back. Therefore, much like shadows, reflections could not exist without light. Gritting his teeth, Sunny stood up and opened the door of the stone chamber again. At the same time, he opened the gate of the shadow lantern. A moment later, a torrent of shadows surged into the mirror corridor, flooding it with impenetrable darkness. Chapter 1648. Lost in reflection. Sunny had summoned a swarm of vast and ancient shadows to do the job. These old shadows were unfathomable. It would have taken an equally potent source of light to dispel them. The gemstones had been created from the mind of the demon of imagination. True, perhaps they would have chased away the darkness if the shadows were alone. But they were in the presence of their lord, and that alone made them much more tyrannical. A few moments later, a long stretch of the corridor had turned completely lightless. The infinity mirror of its walls was now dull and empty. Nothing reflected on their dim surface, and no reflection haunted the hidden sanctum. Sunny let out a quiet sigh. Who knew that I would use this trick today? What he had done was not pure improvisation. Instead, It was one of the methods he had contemplated when thinking about how to deal with Mordred. Cassie seemed impressed. "These shadows obey you." Sunny shrugged. "If I treat them nicely." Wild shadows were like that. Most were devoted to Sunny, but some were obstinate and willful. The former would obey him out of affection or reverence, but the latter needed to be coaxed and enticed. "Let's go." The two of them returned to the corridor. It seemed much smaller without the countless reflections stretching endlessly into the ghostly distance. Claustrophobic, even, still, Sunny felt much more at ease now than he had before. Cassie suddenly spoke, drawing his attention. "Are we going left again?" Sunny smiled. "That is a good question." "No, let's try right this time." They turned right and started walking at a measured pace. The shadows moved with them, keeping the corridor dark both ahead and behind. Just like that, Sunny and Cassie advanced forward for a while. Then, they encountered an intersection. A similar corridor crossed the one they had been traversing, and so, Sunny had another choice to make. He frowned slightly and decided to turn right again. The second corridor had a slight bend to it, as well, so it was impossible to see far ahead. Some time later, there was another intersection. And then another, and another. Some intersections formed four paths, some only 3, there were even bizarre ones that had 6, 7, or 8 turns. There were dead ends, as well, and corridors that led to one of the crossroads Sunny and Cassie had already passed. The corridors themselves weren't straight either, bending and twisting at unexpected angles. It was a mirror labyrinth. After a while, Sunny sighed and stopped, covering his face with a palm. In front of them was an open door leading to a small stone chamber. The same chamber they had left behind. "Have you noticed it?" Cass's voice was calm. He lingered for a while, then nodded. "Yeah. Damn it." Sunny had been counting his steps this whole time. It was hard to keep track because of how convoluted the maze of mirrors was, but he was certain of it, they had walked more in each direction than the width of the mountain was. Which meant that the labyrinth was not beholden to the size of the mountain. It could be endless, for all Sunny knew. Shaking his head, he leaned on the wall and summoned the endless spring. Drinking deeply from the beautiful glass bottle, he then handed it to Cassie. The young woman took the memory and frowned for a moment. Then, forgetting the meaning that it held, she brought it to her lips and then returned it to Sunny. "We can try again." He hesitated for a bit, then slowly shook his head. "No. We've been here for too long already. There is still some time before sunrise, but I won't be able to solve this maze quickly. This is going to be a long project." Cassie raised an eyebrow. "We have only agreed that I will bring you inside the castle once." Sunny smiled. "Yes. And I have only promised to show you one of my memories. Surely, you want to see more, and I want to explore this place more. It works out perfectly, does it not? We can meet once a month, during the full moon. This way, both of us will slowly gain the knowledge we desire." She hesitated. "I don't know how long I'll remain in Bastion, though. Maybe there is something else you want." His smile turned a little darker. "There are many things I want, St. Cassia. But this is the deal I am offering." Cassie frowned, remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. "Fine. I will guide you inside the castle once again, next month. In exchange for another memory." Sunny dismissed the endless spring and suppressed a chuckle. Why did she put on a show if we both knew that she would agree? "It's a date, then." He froze for a moment, then added hurriedly. "No, wait. It's not a date. I misspoke. It's an arrangement. You know what I mean." Cassie observed him with a hint of amusement, then shrugged. "As you wish. Now, I think it's time for me to receive my payment." Sunny sighed. He had not been looking forward to this part. "Fine. We have a bit of time left, so let's do it here." As long as he returned to the lake before sunrise, there was no safer place in Bastion than this labyrinth. Here, they were hidden from the king's gaze, and no one would disturb them. I still hate it. Sunny led Cassie into the stone chamber, called the shadows back into the lantern, and closed the door. Then, he sat on the floor, cross-legged. Cassie sat down in front of him and calmly looked him in the eyes, her back perfectly straight. One memory. Of your choosing. Sunny nodded slowly. She took a deep breath. Then think about what you want me to see. He did. The bitter cold. The dim twilight. The cracking of ice as he broke through it and climbed onto the desolate shore, the dark storm of seething emotions raging in his hollow heart. Cass's beautiful blue eyes suddenly glistened, pulling him into their depths, changing. And in the next moment, Sunny gasped. Chapter 1649. Memory of Ice. Not far from the shore, the layer of ice shackling of the ocean suddenly fractured and exploded, revealing the restless surface of the dark water. A pale hand rose above the edge and dug into the ice with crushing force. A moment later, a gaunt young man climbed from the cold water, stepping on the frozen waves with a chilling expression on his sunken, alabaster face. His appearance was both tantalizing and frightening. The young man only wore the tattered remains of a military bodysuit, which was mostly gone. His fair skin was as white as snow, marred by countless gruesome, but eerily bloodless wounds. His eyes, on the contrary, were as dark as the depths of a lightless abyss. The black silk of his wet hair moved slightly in the frigid wind. He looked like the wretched corpse of a drowned deity that had crawled out of a frozen hell. His slender torso was mostly bare, revealing an intricate tattoo of a coiling serpent that covered most of his arms, chest, and back. The dark serpent was so lifelike that it almost seemed like its onyx scales were moving under the young man's skin. Sunny remained motionless for a while, looking at the desolate landscape in front of him. Then, he took a step forward. Finally, after so much time had passed, he was back at the Antarctic Center. He had returned to Falcon Scott. When he took the second step, his gruesomely torn skin was already healing. When he took the third, the intricate plates of a battered onyx armor covered his mangled body, shielding it from the cold and wind. It looks the same. After the third nightmare, when all was said and done, Sunny had returned to the northern quadrant among the refugees. He spent some time there, taking care of unfinished business, not that there was a lot for him to do after being erased from the world. Meeting Rain was the very last thing he did. Then, untethered from everything and everyone, he set his sights back on Antarctica. Crossing the ocean alone had not been easy. Turning into the onyx serpent, Sunny dove into the lightless depths, where the darkness nurtured his soul and was rich in spirit essence. Sadly, even empowered by soul weave, he could not maintain such an enormous shell constantly. But, luckily, there was no shortage of unimaginable horrors populating the oceans of the waking world. Sunny used the serpentine steel ability of the soul serpent to augment his fangs, and fought the harrowing depth dwellers to replenish his essence through its soul reaver ability, which allowed serpent to absorb and transfer a portion of soul essence of all beings slain by it in the soul weapon or the soul beast forms. Staying in the shell for such a long time was potentially dangerous now that Sunny did not possess a true name, but the onyx serpent form was one of the few that he could assume without the risk of losing himself. Perhaps it was because he knew it so well, or perhaps it was because he shared a kinship with serpentine creatures as an inheritor of Shadow God. It had taken Sunny weeks to reach Antarctica. And those weeks had been a cold and dreadful nightmare. Out there in the dark depths of the ocean, he had faced horrors so hideous and dire that no words were enough to describe them. He killed some, and escaped from others. His body had been torn and broken, but in the end, he survived. The very idea of crossing the ocean alone had seemed preposterous before, but now that Sunny was a transcendent terror, he somehow made it a reality. The cold darkness currently reigning over his soul was much more terrible than the ocean, anyway. Now that Sunny had left everything behind, his mental state was far from ideal. The pain and anguish had turned into dark anger, and the anger was seething and boiling, refusing to be contained or controlled. In this world, there was no place for Sunny anymore, and nothing left for him to do. Except to pay his debts. And the first score he needed to settle was with the winter beast. Walking across the frozen waves, Sunny reached the shore of the Antarctic center and looked around without expression. His eyes were like two pools of darkness, full of cold, ruthless killing intent and murderous resentment. Some distance away, the port fortress of Falcon Scott lay in ruins, half buried in snow. The city itself was frozen above it, standing silently on the tall cliffs. The buildings were encased in ice, and so were the remains of the millions of people that had been killed by the winter beast just before the end of the long, dreadful night. Sunny stared at the cliffs for some time, then turned his gaze away. He wasn't quite ready to enter the city yet. He spent several hours roaming the shore aimlessly, as if looking for something. The frigid cold was absolutely lethal, but Sunny paid it no attention. His shadow sense spread far and wide, enveloping a vast area of the desolate land. Where is it? Where is it? In the end, he stopped and stared at the ground silently. Finally, there was a hint of emotion on his face. Sunny raised a trembling hand and covered his eyes, a brittle smile twisting his lips. He couldn't find it. The grave where he had buried his soldiers, he had not been quite in right mind back then, and the terrain had been changed a lot by the snow and ice. So, he simply did not know where the resting place of Bell, Dawn, and Samara was anymore. Ah, damn it! A stifled sound escaped from his mouth, and then, Sunny angrily struck the rusted remains of a broken MWP that lay nearby, covered with snow. There was a thunderous boom, and the massive machine exploded. Jagged pieces of alloy shot into the distance like deadly shrapnel, while its torso was sent flying. It collided against the cliffs 100 or so meters away, causing an entire section of the cliffside to fracture and collapse in an avalanche of shattered rocks. Unfazed, Sunny raised his head to the sky and let out a distorted scream, then looked down, his eyes boiling with dark fury. Kill it? I will rip that thing apart. Gritting his teeth, he breathed in the cold air of Antarctica and headed for the ruins of the city. Chapter 1650. Frozen City. He owed to himself, and to those people whom he had failed to protect, to witness their final resting place in all its horrid glory. Perhaps it was simply because now that no one remembered him, Sunny wanted to at least remember himself. Even the things he would have wanted to forget. The city was pretty much exactly like he had imagined. It was a frozen graveyard. The fatal cold of the winter beast's blizzard had killed everyone in what seemed like mere moments. The corpses were hidden inside the buildings or buried under snow, so the city seemed utterly empty. They had not suffered, at least. Some buildings had collapsed in the past months under the weight of the ice. Others stood like colossal gravestones, or frigid mausoleums, maybe, for those who had perished inside. Strangely enough, no nightmare creatures seemed to have entered the city to feast on the corpses. It was as though the winter beast had marked this place as its territory. Sunny passed a few familiar structures, the barracks where the irregulars had been stationed, the government compound, the dormitory tower where Beth and Professor Obel had lived. His mind was flooded with memories, which only made his mental state deteriorate further. It was a strange thing, to be alone. Now that Sunny was alone, erased from existence, he felt no compulsion to control his emotions or maintain the illusion of normalcy. There was no one to witness him fall apart, anyway, and nobody to get the wrong impression of him. There were no tethers connecting him to the world, yes, but as it turned out, those same tethers had been like supports that held his mind together. He must have looked quite disturbing from the side. Only now that Sunny was truly and utterly alone did he realize how much of his habits and behavior had been dictated by the need to blend in with his environment, with human society. Now, he didn't have to bother with maintaining acceptable expressions, keeping improper feelings from his gaze, and saying the right words. Or saying anything at all, really. Maybe I should do all these things, anyway. He suspected that giving in to this utter freedom would make him slip into some sort of derangement eventually, but couldn't bother to care. Finally, he reached the crumbled remains of the city wall and spent some time gazing at the snowy field beyond. Climbing over the wreckage, Sonny jumped down, turned his body light enough to walk on the snow, and left the ghost of Falcon Scott behind. This was probably the last time he would ever see it. But that was fine. It was for the best, really. Some time later, he reached the place where the last soldiers of the first evacuation army had died, killed by the deathly cold of the unnatural snowstorm. Their frozen figures were still there, those closest laying on the ground, those who had endured longer frozen like ice sculptures. His motionless face seemed frozen, too. He spent a while among them, looking at the horizon. The winter beast had retreated into the heart of the landmass, but the signs of its passage remained. Today, Antarctica looked much more like it had once, frigid and encased in ice. It was darkly fitting. Sonny was still consumed by his thoughts when something moved under the snow, and a hideous creature lunged at him from below. He did not move, but shadows around him stirred and shot forward with incredible speed, catching the abomination in the air. A moment later, it was gruesomely torn apart, a rain of hot blood falling on Sonny like crimson dew. His expression didn't change, but his eyes gleamed darkly. Strange. It was still strange to kill a nightmare creature and not hear the familiar voice of the spell announce its rank, class, and name. The snow all around him moved and exploded, dozens of grotesque bodies rushing to rip him to shreds. There was a whole swarm of abominations here. Sonny finally moved, a sinister smile contorting his face. He was so fast that it almost seemed as if he simply disappeared in one place and appeared in the other. There was no weapon in his hand, and no need for one either. The gauntlets of the onyx mantle were more than enough. Falling into the savage battle style of the Barrow Wraiths, Sonny crushed the skull of one of the abominations with his bare fist. A split second later, he was near another, piercing its chest with his hand and crushing its heart. In a blink of an eye, he was already somewhere else, brutally tearing a monster's jaws apart. Sonny fought ruthlessly and methodically, destroying the nightmare creatures in the most swift and brutal fashion. No, it couldn't even be called a fight. He wasn't a fighter right now, he was a butcher, or a ruthless executioner at best. It took him no more than 12 seconds to obliterate the entire swarm. By the time he was done, the blood covering his onyx armor had already turned to ice. The nightmare creatures were dead, but not all of them. He had left one alive. Now, the massive beast was writhing on the snow, struggling to burrow into it as shadows held it in place. There was no escape from Sonny, but the abomination was still desperately trying to run away. Turning his head, Sonny studied the ugly creature and then took a step toward it. "Where are you going? Who allowed you to leave?" Approaching the abomination, he crouched beside it and stared into its frenzied eyes with a smile. The creature's terrifying maw was less than a meter away from his face, but Sonny didn't care. "You chose a wrong day to exist, wretch." "Ah, but it's for the best. It's exactly what I need." He outstretched one hand, sensing the soul serpent slither forth. Soon, a torrent of darkness flowed from his fingers onto the snow, forming into a massive shadow. That shadow was not a great serpent, however. Instead, it took the form of a towering creature that had 2 stumpy legs, an emaciated, hunched torso and disproportionately long, multi-jointed hands, 2 of them, each ending with a set of horrifying bone claws, and another 2, these ones shorter, ending with almost human-like fingers. Its body was covered in ragged inky black fur, and there were 5 glossy black eyes on its head. Beneath them, a terrible maw crowding with razor-sharp teeth was half open, as though in anticipation. Viscous drool was running down the creature's chin and dripping into the snow. The most unnerving part, though, were the strange shapes endlessly moving, worm-like, under the creature's skin. It was the Mountain King. Or rather, a version of the Mountain King that looked as if it had been dipped into a pool of liquid darkness. Sonny's cold smile widened a little, his dark eyes gleaming with sinister will. "Go on. This one will be the first." Serpent took a heavy step forward and grabbed the struggling abomination with its powerful hand. Then, one of the worm-like larvae moving under his skin crawled from under his claws and burrowed into the monster's flesh. The nightmare creature froze for a moment and then let out a chilling wail. A moment later, its body contorted in a terrible convulsion. Sunny grinned darkly. But not the last. No, not at all.